Okay. It has been a hot minute since I've last had to do this. So hopefully everything is proceeding as normally as possible. Hopefully. Oh. Here we go. Please don't fuck up on the music, that would suck. Okay, good. Okay. What do you mean? Encoding overload. Same old bullshit. Anyway, hi everybody. It has been almost 2 months? Yeah, almost 2 months since I last streamed. I would have been here a little earlier, meaning, you know, on the original date that I had planned on streaming, but unfortunately, things had to happen. So you might be wondering, Airi, you said all the way back in December, you know, right before the new year came around, that you were going to stream on Valentine's Day, the 14th of February this year. And I meant it. I was going to stream on the 14th of February. But you want to know what happened? I got sick. And not just sick, I got sick twice. So let me explain. If y'all will recall, last time I streamed, which was on the 30th/31st of December, New Year's, we had just finished A Date with Death Beyond the Bet, and if y'all will remember, my throat was causing me quite a bit of issue that stream. Turns out, I got sick few hours after I finished that stream. With what? I don't know. But I just got sick, and it ended up with me having a real, like I would imagine it's only a cold. Like for real. I had congestion, I had body aches, like I got sick. And it's a bit of a joke to say that like Casper gave it to me. Excuse me. But it didn't last for more than a few days. Took longer for the congestion, honestly, to go away than everything else. But, that happened. And then literally, the day before I'm supposed to stream, so the 13th, 10 days ago, I got sick again. And oh my god. And I know exactly what I caught this time. It was the flu! And I even know who to pin it on. My fucking nephew. More specifically, my brother's family. Because we went out to lunch with them that Tuesday. And they had just recently gotten over a bout of the flu themselves. But I don't think my nephew was completely healed from it, because I can tell you, he was coughing his ass out. Like, he was coughing his lungs out the entire few hours. And I think that's where I got it from. It was from him, specifically, because I hate kids. Fucking 8, 9-year-old boy with the flu at an Arby's, because we went out to lunch with them. And then it's like, you know, early Thursday morning, I got sick as fuck. Like, and you want to know how bad that was. Oh my god. I think like from Thursday morning to late Friday night, I had a continuous fever. Now I don't know how bad it was. I only checked my temperature at the beginning, and it was very slight, like a 99 point something. But honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if over the course of that like, 30 something hour stint, it rose up to 101 or 2, who knows. I mean, from what I remember, like, my nephew actually ended up having to go to the hospital because apparently his fever was like at 103, which, if you know anything, that's extremely dangerous for a child. And don't worry, he's fine, by the way. He was fine afterwards. But yeah, I think that's how bad it got for me. Because Friday morning, like, I had to get out of bed so I could ask my dad. So you want to know what happened. So I go to lay down early, like Thursday morning, because I'm really feeling it. And for almost 24 hours, I am tossing and turning in bed with the fever, and my body is aching to the point that, and my fever is really bad to the point that, like, even when I'm sitting up in bed, I am dizzy. And because I felt so bad, like, I usually tend to cook dinner on Thursday. My dad had to go find something else for him to eat that night because I couldn't cook. And y'all want to know how bad it really was. I usually feed my cat. I couldn't for 3 days because I was feeling that awful, and my dad had to be the one to feed her instead, which she never does. And that's mainly because, my cat is my responsibility. Why wouldn't I be her primary caretaker? But yeah, he ended up having to feed her for me because I couldn't, stand up straight without, like, feeling like I was going to collapse. So Friday morning, I had to ask my dad to get medicine along with some Gatorade because my fever was making me dehydrated and my water was not doing enough for me. Like, I guess my dad got really concerned. So he was like, I'm gonna get you some Gatorade so you can, refill your electrolytes. Like, I think for like 3 or 4 days straight, I ended up drinking only water and Gatorade. I had no caffeine in me whatsoever. Outside of, like, the acetaminophen I had to take, because that was what my medicine was. I ended up having to take some, like almost an entire box of Dayquil over the course of a weekend. And I didn't start really feeling better until this past Tuesday. And that was because I was actually able to get a lot of stuff done on Tuesday without feeling like I was going to pass out. Because I thought I was doing a lot better Saturday, up until I took a shower, because I felt icky. I had sweat. I had sweat. And you want to know what sucks? Is that literally the day of Friday, I ended up having a bout of stomach sickness. I was nauseous and threw up twice. So that was great. Excuse me. So that sucked. And then Saturday, it's like, I feel like I want to take a shower because I want to feel better about myself. Towards the end of when I would get out, I started feeling really dizzy, and I couldn't breathe. So that led to me having to, like... And I think Saturday was also, like, the first time I had gotten, like, a full meal since Wednesday night. That's not to say, of course, I wasn't eating. Like, I was. But it was very little. It was like Pop-Tarts. It was snacks. And even then, it wasn't like in one sitting I would eat like 2 things of one package. No, I had to divvy. I ate like 4 toaster pastries over the course of 2 days. Because my appetite sucked. But I also had to eat some things, so at least my stomach didn't, want to devour itself. And throughout all of this, I was also having trouble sleeping. Like, the first half of that was because my body just ached and ached and ached. And then the second half of it was because I had grown congested again. And I hate trying to sleep while I'm congested. Because obviously, I'm not a mouth breather when I sleep. I like to breathe through my nose. But when you're congested, you can't do that. So you have to breathe through your mouth. And it's really hard for me because I don't know how to do that, which sounds ridiculous, but I don't know how to, it's hard to explain. But it sucks when you're trying to go to sleep and you're tired as fuck, and you've slept like a collective 6 hours over the course of 3.5 days. And when you're trying to breathe through your mouth, the inside of your mouth and your lips get crackly dry, which is one of the worst feelings ever. And then you just can't sleep. But eventually I was able to. I think after I just, laid down there in pain for 30 minutes, tossing and turning, trying to make... And speaking of which, my hips were hurting as well because I just laid in bed all damn day. I couldn't sit without feeling dizzy. But yeah, so that's the reason I couldn't stream on Friday, because that was during the worst of the sickness. And it wasn't until Tuesday that I began to feel like myself again. And I've just been trying to get my appetite back up, trying to get my sleep schedule back up. And that's what led us to now. I love being sick. I love getting sick twice within the span of a month. But hey, at least during the month in which I was actually feeling well, I got stuff done. But I mean, for the most part, I've just been taking my break pretty nicely, I actually started on my playthrough of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. And that's been fun, albeit very frustrating. Because you want to know what's funny? Is that literally, Wednesday night before I got sick, I was playing Diamond, and I found an Absol, and I was losing my shit. I was screaming. Because one of the worst things about Pokemon that I hate, and I think a lot of players will understand this when I say that, why is it that you can have a Pokemon in, down to a sliver of its health with a status condition, and for some fucking reason, you're still ending up having to spend over 10 Pokeballs trying to catch the damn thing? Why? What is wrong with you, Game Freak? Speaking of which, I forget. Brilliant Diamond was not made by Game Freak. I think they were just supervisors. No, it's by another company called Ilka. I think that's how you pronounce it. And apparently this company, a lot of people don't like. I will say, not a big fan of the art style for Diamond. I will say, though, that the Pokemon models and the visual effects of, the attacks and everything, those look good. But, yeah, definitely not a fan of Brilliant Diamond. But at least I could say that I beat Gardenia. Honestly, she gave me less trouble than Rourke. But I did that. I've been slowly pedaling my way through Clannad. I think I'm almost done with the route I'm currently on, and then it will be... But I will say, I'm now halfway through the first half of Clannad, so yay! I've also been just watching more and more VTubers. And it's not been great. Excuse me. I mean, it's not so much like it's been a terrible time, but it's like, you know, obviously, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. So I've been dealing with that, and it's like, and just in the last hour, I'm having to see people being completely irresponsible on Twitter when they're wrapped up in a legal situation, and it's like, do you not have a lawyer telling you to not be loud on Twitter while you're under investigation currently? Like, it's not funny. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm like, I get that you're young, but there's a reason they say to keep your mouth shut. There's a reason they tell you to not run it anywhere, least of all on social media, where you have who knows how many eyes on you. And that's all I'll say on that because, oh god, I'm not looking forward, because I have a feeling something big's gonna happen within, like, the next couple weeks. And I can already imagine how bad it's going to be on the VTubing side of Twitter. And I'm just gonna have to mentally prepare myself to see some of the most asinine takes ever. Anyway, we're about 20 minutes into this. I think now is the perfect time to get started on Katawa Shoujo. I will say, however, that I think it's kind of easy to tell. Most of my congestion is gone for the most part, but it's still lingering a little bit. Like, I still have a little bit of a cough and a little bit of the mucus in my lungs. So if you hear me coughing every so often, that's why. But yeah. Anyway. Alright, let's say goodbye to Firefox for now. We'll be seeing it again in a little bit, in probably like a couple hours, maybe, who knows. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, don't do that to me. That scared me. Okay. God, it feels like it's been forever since I've last had to not pull up Steam. I'm trying to remember. I know we had to play Beyond the Bet on, December. What did we play in November again? It's been a while. Night in the Woods, that's it. I was like, wait, what did we have to play? I couldn't remember. I was like, wait a minute. What did we play on November again? And then it's like, oh right, Night in the Woods. Sorry, I had to get my phone real quick, because, you know, I gotta... Jesus, I can hear my game just going off. Okay. Was my screen always this small? I actually don't remember. Was my screen always this small? I don't remember it. I know it's been over a year since I last played this, but... Okay. There we go. Alright, just give it a little bit. OBS? Why are you not showing the game? Okay, I don't know why that's not working. Let me do window capture. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, so what happened last time? It's been a year. I remember. We played... Alright, so... Last time on Katawa Shoujo, we played through Emi's route. And, you know, we got to learn more about her, and we got to learn a valuable life lesson in the form of learning to treasure the life that we have and the time that we have with our loved ones, because, you know, death comes for us all eventually, but that doesn't mean we have to fear it, right? Like, let me see. Oh, wait, that's the gallery. No, we're not doing that. Here we go. What is this caption? But yeah, we went through all of her stuff, and now, we're gonna be going through Shizune's route this time, because she's the only girl that isn't connected to anybody else, like Emi and Hanako are. Oh my god, it feels like it's been a year. I know this. Like, it has been a hot minute since, like, I mean, first of all, it's been a hot minute since I've streamed anything, much less played Katawa Shoujo. Alright, let me pull the walkthrough up real quick. Oh, right, this is gonna be my first time, having this browser for the mobile stuff. Whoops. Steam patch. Is Katawa Shoujo up on Steam? When the fuck did that happen? When did Katawa Shoujo get on Steam? And why? I mean, you could just get the game for free from 4chan. That's Lily, Hanako, Shizune. There we go. Excuse me. Anyway. Oh, there was something else I wanted to bring up too. So obviously, as you guys know, I like to, you know, check on the YouTube from time to time whenever I'm not streaming. And someone on here is a mega fan of mine. I mean, I kid. But, like, honestly, after I finished Beyond the Bet last time, obviously, I took, like, almost a 2-month-long break from streaming. But it seems that during that time, someone was very interested in my, I guess you could say, my portfolio, because every time I would, you know, check in, right, I would find that this one particular person, and I know it's one person in particular, I don't know who they are, but someone was very interested in what I was playing and streaming, because they gave me a huge boost to a lot of my streams, if not all of them, from like the last few years, several years, to even recently. Like, not only were they checking out the recent VODs I had done, which was, again, Beyond the Bet, Night in the Woods, even, like, the Pride games I was playing, you know, We Know the Devil, Heaven Will Be Mine, etc., they were also checking out other games that, like, I had streamed, you know, a while ago, like the letter without a voice. And it's like, I mean, listen, if that person is watching this currently, or like is going to watch this at some point in the future, thank you for doing that. You know, you don't have, and besides, if you're trying to be anonymous, that's fine. I don't mind it, I get it. I'm a lurker as well. But again, you know, thank you for watching my stuff. I hope you enjoyed it. I mean, I know that a lot of it has just been me just faffing about while, you know, just fumbling through games, but again, thank you for watching that, and I hope you continue watching me for, you know, a while. I would, at least until I can eventually become a PNG tuber. Speaking of which, I still have made no progress on that. Okay. I don't know why the hell I was like, wait a minute. Anyway. We're gonna get started on Shizune's route. Alright, now we gotta get through a bunch of shit. I genuinely do not remember my screen being this small. I will say, it's gonna fucking suck having to voice act Misha, because it's been a while. Okay. Do. I will say, the good thing about Shizune's route, oh boy, is that there's only one choice for it after you officially enter it, and honestly, it's probably like one of the easiest choices ever in the history of visual novels, and I'll point that out as soon as we get to it, and you'll see why I say that. So, alrighty, so we did the other two choices. So now we move on to this. Ask about Shizune's deafness. Like, that's totally not... like, that's totally not, like, weird to ask about. Alrighty. Shizune intrigues me, and I kind of want to ask something about her. But I can't really ask about something that personal, can I? I can't come up with anything else to ask, so I just focus on my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideway glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff or something. Is this skip mode? Oh, it is. Okay. Well... Just gotta, you know. Oh god. Please don't let me interact with him. My voice will just die on impact. I wish there was a button to press skip. Oh, another choice that, Man, I'm so used to Clannad where it's like the skip button is just like on the screen itself. Man, Shizune, you're taking a long time. She was cute. Kawaii. God, you know what's funny? Is that while I've been playing through Clannad, man, it sucks that game... Oh, cool. Another new choice. It sucks that here's the thing. I love Clannad. I love it to death. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, man, you could tell it is from the early to mid 2000s because, man, I feel like the amount of times that I have seen casual homophobia just be thrown about. I mean, now granted, it's not on the same level as Chaos Head, which is ironic considering Chaos Head came out probably like a solid 10 years after Clannad. But yet the homophobia in Chaos Head is a lot worse than in Clannad. But maybe that just has to do with, like, you know, the ratings of the two visual novels, because Clannad is meant to be like an all-ages game, whereas Chaos Head is meant to be for... I think it's like, it's either 16 and up or 18 and up. Anyway. Alrighty. Misha and Shizune are still arguing about their choice for lunch place. Incomprehensible for a pair of high school students who have to take a taxi at least to make it to downtown and back in time. Okay, it's been a while since I've had to voice act. I do have my water. Anyway, alrighty, so. Haven't you finished already? Oh, God. Immediately, I am dreading having to do this. Excuse me. Alrighty. I might have to take it down a few notches because I am still coughing, obviously. Alrighty.
Oh, sorry, Chan. Were you waiting for us? ...
ellipses.
You don't have any plans?
Plans?
For lunch. You know, that thing we were discussing earlier.
Well, I don't, so I thought I could hang with you guys. Misha smiles victoriously at my lack of plans, and excitedly translates my response to Shizune. Ellipses.
If you don't have anything specific planned out, do you want to eat lunch with me and Shi-chan? We're going to go to town for lunch, though. Don't worry, Chan, it's not that far.
Sure, I'll come with you. And with that, we leave the classroom. Yeah, this is not new. It's been a while. Oh, ellipses.
So let's hurry, Chan, to have lunch. We promise it'll be great.
I'll take your word for it. What kind of a place is it? Is this new? No. Okay, good. A restaurant or something? Ellipses.
It's a tea house, Chan.
A tea house. That sounds kind of fancy. Ellipses.
Why are you looking at your wallet, Chan? It's okay if you don't have any money. We'll cover for you.
Oh, hell no. That's really nice of you. Thanks.
It's okay, Chan. After all, we're friends, right?
It's only been 3 days. Are we really friends that quickly? But hearing that makes me happy. Ellipses.
It's only for today, though, and only if you accept right now. Do you want to go, Hachan?
I start wondering if this is some kind of a trap. Is this Misha's suggestion or Shizune's? This is important. I'm still a little apprehensive about the possible motives of a girl whose favorite pastime is the game of world domination. Nah, I'm just being paranoid. Actually, they've grown on me already, and I do have to go to town sometime, so why not now, with them? I've never actually been to a tea house before. All my expectations are from what I've seen about them on TV. But those are period dramas, and these are modern times. It might just be a regular cafe, and they're just calling it a tea house. Why is the... Okay, for some reason, this is making me remember when I read through, Heaven Official's Blessing Volume 1, and it's just like... I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call that a period drama, but why did it make me think of it otherwise? Either way, I'm curious about that, too, so there's another reason for me to join them. Sure.
That's great, Chan! That's great! That's great! Yippee!
Why do I imagine her doing the yippee? The autism creature. If I ever get a soundboard, I need to add that to it so I can just push a button and it'll just go like yippee. Excuse me. Misha hops up and down briefly to show how happy she is, which causes a few heads to turn towards us. Shizune opts for a polite tiny clap that lasts for all of 2 seconds before she goes back to looking stoic as usual. Would it kill you to be a little happier, Shizune? Ellipses.
Oh, I wasn't aware that Hichan was a king!
Shizune pushes her glasses up as Misha delivers her message totally without sarcasm. I guess it would sting more if she could say what the intent Shizune meant behind it, so for once I'm happy to have Misha as a barrier between us. I'm not telling you to jump for joy just because I'm having lunch with you. I'm not that arrogant. She seems to accept this, and we head for town with Shizune leading the way. Watching her walk in front of me, I notice that she walks very quickly, taking long, heavy, determined strides. Maybe if we were traveling through a snowstorm it would make sense to walk like that, but it's a perfectly clear day. Anyway, it's making me feel exhausted just watching her. We arrive at the tea house in what Misha says is record time, likely because of Shizune's blazing pace. I feel a little let down seeing that it's not a huge feudal-era building with mats on the floor and women in kimonos pouring the tea. It actually is more like a cafe, as I thought. Not that it's a bad thing. It looks very nice. As soon as I walk through the doors, someone zooms in front of us, as if they had been lying in wait the entire time.
Welcome! Thank you for patronizing this establishment!
I forgot all these voices, by the way. Excuse me. The top half of her body drops forward in a bow that looks like an axe chopping through wood. I'm surprised to see it's none other than Yuko, the librarian. Hey, I didn't know you worked here.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm a waitress. I've been working here for 1 year, 6 months, and 2 weeks now. Thank you for choosing to come here. Is there anything I can do for you? Hi, Yu-chan! Oh god. Hello.
Misha, you both know her too?
Of course, Achan! Yu-chan works in the library after all. I don't go there often myself, but Shichan knows her. And we both come here a lot, so it's like we see her all the time. Yes. Should I get you your usuals? And if there's anything you would want, please feel free to tell me at any time.
You don't have to be so formal, we all know each other. It's also pretty empty today, so she can afford to take it easy. I was hoping she would stop looking so nervous, but my words have the opposite effect.
No, I'm a waitress. This is my job. I have to do it properly.
Ellipses.
Okay. That works for Shichan. Yu-chan, please get Shichan what she usually gets, and I'll have some green tea with milk and honey.
No pressure.
Yes, but this is my job, and there is always pressure. I'm sorry, I'm arguing with the customer. Sorry. I'ma just go.
Yuko takes another 100-mile-per-hour bow. I decide to give up and join Shizune and Misha at a table. As soon as I sit down, Yuko comes by looking even more upset than before.
I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I forgot to take your order. I'm not attentive to customers. That's not right. I'm sorry. If there's anything I could do to make up for it, please tell me.
Oh, that's a new CG. Ellipses.
It's okay, Yu-chan. Hichan didn't order anything, so it's not your fault. Don't be upset.
It's true. I guess I should order now, but I don't really know what this place serves, and there doesn't seem to be a menu. Yeah, she's right. I'll have some coffee and a sandwich if you have one. Whichever sandwich you think is the best tasting one here, because Shizune is paying for my meal. Shizune frowns and gives me alternating looks of surprise, indignation, and bemusement, unable to decide between the three. Ellipses.
Hichan, just how much money do you have in your wallet? It can't be that little, right? Right? We should split the cost 3 ways to make it fair. Yeah, I won't accept anything else.
You just said you were gonna pay for me, bitch! Misha turns to Yuko.
Yu-chan, Shichan says she wants 3 of whatever is the most expensive item on the menu. What?
Bitch! I don't have money! No!
Just kidding, Hichan. I like to fuck with you. Okay. I think that the turkey sandwich is the most delicious sandwich. And it comes with free soup. A good employee would try to recommend the item that there's the most of, though. Or the most expensive item.
Am I bad at my job? Am I bad at my job? No, that sounds good. I'll have that. And some coffee. Excuse me. Okay, good to know. She comes back a few minutes later with our drinks and my sandwich. Shizune seems to be fine with just her tea, while Misha also ordered a parfait. I don't know why, but because I can't imagine many other things that would go worse with tea. A parfait? Well, then again, it's an ice cream, so... Oh well. I take a bite out of my sandwich. It's very good. Ellipses.
Hichan, have you thought about joining the student council?
Huh? Ellipses. And the music just stops.
Don't talk with your mouth full, Hichan.
I wash my food down with a sip of coffee, which is also surprisingly good. But now's not the time to remark on how this place has good food. You said you understood it was too early to expect me to make a decision this quickly. That was like 3 hours ago! Excuse me. Sorry about that. My mouth Man, it's like I fucking go to sniff and immediately it hits the back of my throat. Ellipses.
A man should be decisive, Hichan!
What? Ellipses.
You really should join the student council, Hichan. Come on, it'll be fun!
People always say, come on, it'll be fun about things that are never ever fun. Ellipses. Angry ellipses.
Don't you believe me, Hichan?
Is it Shizune saying that, or Misha? What a cute expression. But the effect is somewhat jarring, like she has split personalities. We don't use that terminology here. Ellipses.
Hichan, that's depressing. We just want to spend time with you.
Ellipses.
That's right, Hichan. Yeah, that's a good point too.
Ellipses.
Yep, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems.
Ellipses.
Yeah, I also thought Hichan would appreciate it. That makes me sad.
Suddenly, I feel really left out. It's rude to talk about someone without letting them in the conversation, you know. Shizune adjusts her glasses, laughing to herself. Ellipses.
Aw, but it's true, Ichan! And you would be helping us out! Membership has been really low this year!
I wonder why. How low?
Aw, that's a secret, Ichan.
Okay. No, I want to know how low it was. How low is low?
You know...
5? Ellipses. Lower?
Well...
0? Ellipses.
That isn't important. What matters is that the number is low, and that is why we would appreciate you giving us a hand, especially with the festival coming up so soon, and it looking to be a busy year ahead in general.
So you're not going to answer my question and instead deflect. Ellipses.
No!
I sigh and straighten up in my chair, trying to look as defiant as possible, because this seems like a big issue and I do not want to let it go that easily. I feel silly, like a blowfish. A silly blowfish, huh? Fine. At least tell me this. How many people are in the student council? Total. Ellipses.
Well, Hichan, we're definitely undermanned, but we have enough members to get the job done. Yup.
Oh my god, she's like Bidoof from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's not just the two of you, is it?
Hichan, that's so funny! Excuse me. Ellipses. But it's definitely not just us.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely positively sure?
Yup.
I stare at them both, trying to see if they will slip up and confirm my worst fears. Misha frowns, looking uncomfortable, but that is probably because I'm staring at her. Shizune, on the other hand, returns my gaze with one of her own. Maybe she is challenging me, peering at me over the rims of her glasses like that. So teasing. And surprisingly immature, like a little girl beckoning someone to play with her. Ellipses.
Hichan, your two cute student council representatives have been trying to make you feel welcome and are even treating you to lunch. You should show your gratitude by joining the council so you can at least help them out.
That's not how this works.
Yeah, it would be great if you could just file some papers for us, and the festival is coming up and we have to build some stalls for the games and food, just a few, so if you were there it would be a lot easier for us. Please, Hichan, please!
What an interesting good cop, bad cop routine. I'll give it a shot. Why the fuck not? Just a shot. Okay, I'll give it a trial run. It doesn't mean I'm joining or anything definite, just that I'll help out a little, and then I'll see. And this makes us even for lunch. I'm not doing this because I want to. The game just froze. I finish off the last of my sandwich, and this makes Misha notice for the first time in a while that she has a parfait. She starts digging in, much to Shizune's chagrin, because I can tell from the way she plays with her fingers that she had a lot to say. Every time I look at Shizune, she looks back with such focus and intensity. This time is no exception. Her face is expressionless. Maybe she's thinking. Eventually, it gives way to a smile. Ellipses. She signs something, and obviously I can't understand it at all. She has to know that. Then she does it again, a childish playfulness showing through in the speed and energy of her gestures. Ellipses. Misha, what did she say? Misha looks up from her parfait, torn between wanting to help out and going back to eating. What does this mean? I try my best to make the same movements with my hands that Shizune did. I come to realize quickly that this isn't very easy. Imagine doing this all day as your only means of communication.
Sorry, Chan, I can't tell you.
Why not? Is it an insult?
No, Chan, I can't tell you because it means something nice.
Something nice, huh? Well, they've gone back to their tea and food, so I guess this conversation is over for now. I don't really understand, but this makes me wish that I could. Maybe I could even try learning sign language. This school might have courses for it. This school might have courses for it! It's not like it's a school meant for the disabled or anything! Would I really do that? I think about it as I finish the rest of my coffee. I wonder why I'd even be motivated to think about it. I'm enjoying myself so much that I don't even notice that we were supposed to be back in class 10 minutes ago. Oh shit! Even if I were to start heading back to school right now, it would take at least 30 minutes? Maybe. I can't risk running fast with my condition, so it would take at least that long to get there. Well, 10 minutes late already as I am, it wouldn't matter even if I could teleport.
Something wrong, Chan?
I just realized lunch break ended 10 minutes ago. It's only my third day and I'm already going to miss a class. Ellipses.
Yup! You're already late!
Hey, that's not funny, so are you! And aren't you two in the student council? You're setting a bad example here.
Chan is so moral. That's weird.
Ellipses.
But Chan is right. He is late for class, and it looks like you're cutting too, Chan, because you're not making an effort to go. As your student council representatives, we're going to have to do something about this and make sure you're punished for it.
But you two dragged me out here. This is all your fault. Take responsibility! Ellipses.
Chan, we were just taking a prospective student council member out to try and recruit him. It's business! But you're not a member of the council, so there's no excuse.
What kind of chicanery is this? Yes, there is. That prospective student council member is clearly me. Ellipses.
Yes! Are you going to join the student council, Chan?
Shizune raises her teacup haughtily and wags her outstretched pinky finger up and down. I hate these two. Ellipses.
Chan, if only you were a member of the student council. But you can still join now, Chan. If you join now, you won't be in any trouble at all, and we'll be able to take many more nice excursions like this all the time. It'll be fun!
I start to think that maybe this was all an elaborate setup leading up to this moment. Maybe Shizune lured me out here, banking on the possibility that I'd lose track of time and be forced into this situation. Oh boy. Diabolical. Well, considering what I know of her, I should have been more on my guard. But to admit that I got myself into this, even slightly, would be unforgivable. I try to read Shizune's intentions in her eyes, but she just returns my stare blankly. Innocently. She takes a sip of tea like she's mocking me. Ellipses.
By the way, Chan, I didn't plan this at all. Things just happened to work out this way.
I was almost about to drop my theory as paranoia, but this puts a new spin on things. I almost fall over in awe. So it really was an elaborate setup, from the very beginning, all just to burn me and force me to join the student council. You know, there's a reason why this route is considered, like, the least favorite out of a lot of people's, and this is one of them. Ellipses.
You look so nervous, Chan. Did you really think we were tricking you this whole time?
You're not?
Chan, you really thought!
Misha frowns, looking heartbroken. Shizune quickly frowns as well, following her lead. How synchronized. Two of a perfect pair. They must be twins. Ellipses.
Shichan says she's flattered, Hichan, but doing that kind of thing would be a grossly inappropriate abuse of power, and imposing on your free will, and it would be blackmail too. Shichan would never do anything like that, never!
I call bullshit! I think about asking Misha, are you sure, but resist the urge to. Why am I just suddenly getting, like, the meme of, like, of John Cena breaking through the fourth wall and being like, are you sure about that? Ellipses.
Anyway, Hichan, what Shichan said is true. Since you're with us and we're doing student council work, it's okay if we miss a class or two.
Ellipses.
Not that this is a good excuse to do so.
Ellipses.
Or one that should be used more than 3 times a month.
Ellipses.
Or something that can or should be abused.
Ellipses.
So, we must definitely return to class. Eventually.
Shizune waves Yuko over and points to her empty teacup, indicating that she wants another one, as Misha scrambles to finish her parfait so she can order something else. Maybe I should as well. Just fuck class, I guess. I am still hungry, and the portions here are a little on the small side. Most importantly, Shizune is paying for everything. With that in mind, I ask Yuko for another sandwich. By the time we leave the tea shop, I've missed not just one class, but 2. Shizune and Misha seem content to let the whole day pass by, stalling for even more time by suggesting a tour of the town that turns out to cover a 2-block radius from where we start. Eventually, we do go back to school, and the rest of the day is business as usual. When classes are over, Shizune and Misha pack their bags and leave the room before me. Come to think of it, this is the first time they've left me alone. It's strange. I almost missed them. The room empties quickly, and I'm the last one out the door. I'm trying to think if this is new or not. I don't think it is. I think it is, sorry. When I try leaving the lobby, however, an arm lowers itself in front of me like a toll bridge gate, stopping me in my tracks. Ellipses. Oh, hi, Shizune. That was some your turn to die shit right there. Holy. A pair of hands from behind covers my eyes, followed by a sharp burst of laughter.
Hiya-chan! Guess who?
Misha asks the question completely without sarcasm, meaning she doesn't think that I instantly knew it was her for many obvious reasons. I wonder who it could be. Well, it's definitely not Misha.
It is!
Misha swings around to stand in front of me, beside Shizune. Ellipses.
Hichan, are you busy right now?
Busy going to my room, yeah. See you tomorrow! Bye! He really was like, deuces! I try to make a break for it, but Shizune is too agile to get past. As someone who used to play soccer, this is embarrassing. Not to mention that this behavior is drawing some odd looks. I should just quit while I'm ahead. I need to put some lip balm on. My lips are getting dry. Ellipses. Oh, does this not do the enter? Oh, I'm so used to Clannad.
Hichan, could you please go upstairs and get a few things for us from the art room?
I hit enter again thinking that's gonna help, and it doesn't. Why me?
Shichan thinks that if the art teacher sees us, he'll say hi, and she doesn't like him. He's an asshole.
Ignore him then. Ellipses.
She tried, but even though Shichan is deaf, he'll try to say hi anyway.
Run away? Ellipses.
I don't like running away! I never run!
A tone of finality so strong that I can pick it up even through Misha. I could see there is no use pursuing this further with Shizune. Misha, why can't you get them?
Stairs make me dizzy, Hichan!
What a lousy excuse! Ellipses. Shizune nods, as if to confirm it.
Please, Hichan! We need these things to build stalls for the festival, and you said you would help out a little, right?
I really shouldn't, but I guess just this once would be alright. Okay, whatever. Ellipses.
That's great, Hichan! Thank you! This is what we need!
She holds out a piece of paper for me to take. I'm sure this list was made by Shizune. It's handwritten, but each letter is perfectly formed and uniform, as if it were typed. Not just that, but it's exhaustively detailed, complete with numbers, bullet points, and even little checkboxes. What it boils down to is that she wants paint, paintbrushes, poster board, and an easel. Just different types and specific numbers of each. I wonder how I'm going to carry all of this stuff down the stairs without breaking my neck. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think this is new, because this is where we meet Rin. Which we're gonna be doing next. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yes. What did you do? Do 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 do. Just gotta get through this. Oh, this is new. Alrighty. Gonna take some water because I am a little thirsty. Excuse me. Alrighty. Don't drag me into this, I've done my part! Why am I being dragged into this again? I've done more than enough, I think. If you're angry with Lily, that has nothing to do with me. No, wait just a second. Are you implying the president is more right in scolding me than yourself? Aw, damn, I think I could have worded that better. No, I don't know about that, but I mean... Ellipses.
What are you saying, Hichan?
It's just that I hardly think it's fair you can say that, seeing that I've helped you guys. The mood has changed. This is like a showdown between two gunfighters now. Well, it was like that before too, but this time Shizune's focus is on me. And so is Lily's, though she keeps quiet. I'm afraid I inadvertently pissed her off. Ellipses.
Are you saying I'm wrong?
What a dangerous situation. This is really bad. It's too early to argue with you. Yes, I think it's unfair of you to get on my case. Ellipses.
Hichan, you want too much. But you have a point. Okay. You're not lazy, Hichan.
Shizune pushes her glasses up with her thumb, almost approvingly. Ellipses.
That's good. If you're not useless, you shouldn't let anyone say you are. But the next time I say it, it'll really be because you were disappointing me like Miss Class Rep here. So don't let this go to your head.
Lily takes the jab silently, a venomous visage frozen on her face.
Class Rep, Shichan says, don't forget that report, please.
I won't. Would that be all?
Yup.
Then, good day to you all. Her voice would cut the air of the classroom into half if it was more tangible. Lily leaves the room, understandably in a bad mood, but still managing to be as poised and calm as usual. Shizune, you really did go a little too far today.
It's true, Shichan, just a little.
If I had been expecting Shizune to grudgingly admit I have a point there as well, I think I was expecting too much. She doesn't respond. Ellipses.
Shichan thinks you should just mind your own damn business.
I don't think she said that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, John, we have a few last-minute things to take care of before class. We might be late, so can you please cover for us?
Yeah, why the fuck not?
Perfect! Yippee! Okay! Thanks, Achan! Let's go!
They walk outside even though there are only 10 minutes left before the bell will ring, signaling the start of class. I need to turn the heater on. Alright, you're probably going to hear the heater running in the background. It's cold. Anyway, I don't think this is news. Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Hanako doesn't come to the morning class at all, leaving her seat looking empty and lonely in the back of the classroom. I have to tell her that Lily was looking for her if I see her later. After the events of this morning, class is pretty boring in comparison. I turn the pages of my textbook lazily. We've been covering the same amount of pages each day, so reading ahead is more or less giving myself a preview of what tomorrow's lesson will be about. The clock at the front of the room sounds unbearably loud. The teacher hasn't said anything in over 7 minutes, instead opting to cover the board in rows and rows of equations taken directly from the book. The rhythmic clashing of chalk on blackboard seems to synchronize perfectly with the ticking of the clock. I start to copy down the equations just to pass the time, not noticing Misha's head poking over my shoulder until she's almost on top of me. What are you doing? I try to strike a balance between being quiet enough to not draw attention to myself, but loud enough to draw hers.
What are you doing, Hichan?
Panic shoots through me as Misha starts talking at her normal volume, and I sputter out a hasty reply, still keeping my voice down despite the fact that she just blew any hope of being discreet I may have had. I'm copying down that stuff. What are you doing? Why so loud?
Aw, really? But it's all in the book. That's why no one else is copying it down.
Do you not know that we need to take tests that aren't going to require textbooks? I know! Why are you so loud?
Why are you so quiet, Sean? It's hard to hear
you. He's just like, puts his head in his hands. I look around to see if anyone is noticing our conversation, and it's pretty obvious that everyone has, even the teacher. Shizune smiles coyly, and I start to wonder if Misha is doing this because she told her to. What the fuck? Why? Is it because of what happened between her and Lily earlier? This is what I get for trying to be reasonable? For trying to take the middle path? Shizune is way too prideful, although by now I should know to expect that kind of behavior from her. Why are you doing this?
Huh?
Misha is totally oblivious to the awkward stare the teacher is giving both of us, while trying to balance her textbook on one finger. For a brief second, it looks as if things could get ugly, but the teacher simply looks away, as if it's not worth the trouble. I guess this is a good thing, and I slump back in my seat in relief. The rest of day passes by uneventfully, And this time I'm able to appreciate that it does. When the bell rings, I'm not in a hurry, so I stay for a while, reviewing what we covered in class today. I prefer to leave last anyway, so I don't have to deal with crowding in the hallways. I notice Shizune and Misha have also stayed behind, talking to someone from another class. Shizune's signing so fast that her hands make noises like swords cutting through the air. Misha is trying desperately to keep up, but it's clear she can barely manage to even understand her. I put my head down. Whatever they're discussing, it looks like serious business. Probably way over my head. Not just that, but Shizune also seems angry, although it could just be her normal severity making it appear so. Shizune signs to the point where her wrists crackle, and Misha struggles to spit it out in word form. Sometimes she trips over herself like she's dealing with tongue twisters. And then on top of that, she has to sign back anything the other girl says. Seems like a rough job. Yeah, no shit. Misha looks tired, like she's about to faint. Luckily for her, their business is soon finished, and the girls sit down on their seats again. On their seats? Not in their seats?
I'm so tired!
She's hanging her head limply on her desk, looking exhausted. Festival preparations must be tough for you. Indeed, the people in this school seem to be taking the festival very seriously. Whenever I see people idling around before and after classes, they're always talking about their plans for it. It's kind of neat to see everyone being so enthusiastic about it. I'm probably the only one who doesn't have something to do. Shizune starts signing at me, and Misha perks up, looking at our hands with slightly unfocused eyes. Ellipses. She signs with harsh, heavy, dramatic strokes. Misha translates her signing into speech for me. She does it so well, it's almost like Shizune is actually speaking, transmitting her thoughts directly through Misha.
Well, we're in the student council, so we're pretty busy.
Sarcasm?
Huh?
The tone of Shizune's actions makes me think she is speaking with disdain, but Misha interprets it normally, replacing whatever intent may have been there with her own chipper twist on things. It's still disorienting. I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Never mind. How could I forget, with you two trying to get me to join at least twice a day?
But Hachan, some could say the work is too much. It'd be nice if students were to show a little more support for their leadership, some appreciation to the ones who are working so hard to make it all possible. Maybe, for example, a little help. That's asking too much, is it? Is it? Yep, help would be appreciated from students like you. If students would show their dedication and school spirit and offer some help, well, I don't exactly need it. But I wouldn't necessarily refuse it, so it would be nice if someone would... Oh, hello.
Yes? Oh shit, that's a bad idea. I look over my shoulder and see Hanako peering timidly into the classroom, most of her body hidden behind the door.
Hey! Playing delinquent again?
Hanako blushes hard at Misha's straightforward jab, even if it was only in jest. Ellipses. Shizune stares at her probingly, causing Hanako to look down and start backing away to the point where only her fingers can be seen, wrapped nervously around the edge of the door. Maybe she is showing her dislike of Hanako by association of her dislike of Lily. Which, by the way, fucked up. It appears so, and Hanako probably knows it as well. They seem to have momentarily forgotten about trying to get me to stay for the rest of the day. What is it, Hanako?
Has Lily been here? Sorry, Sato's not here. She, came by in the morning, though.
Hanako keeps looking uneasily at Shizune, who stares back at her with her usual studying gaze. What is she trying to do? Of course Shizune isn't going to look away, and she is intimidating enough as it is, so I can only imagine how terrified Hanako would be. It is a little funny, though, watching Hanako's reaction to Shizune's normal behavior. This is what happens when two people of two different extremes meet, it seems. I don't know if I would say that's funny, Hisao!
Do you know where she is?
Ellipses.
If she has any sense in her head, she's in her classroom, working on their festival project. But who knows where that woman is loitering at?
Who knows where that woman is loitering at? Spoken like a true pick-me. That was just spat everywhere.
She might be slacking off somewhere. What a useless woman!
Oh my god.
Okay.
Hanako nods quickly and retreats with haste, obviously to avoid any further contact with Shizune. Unfortunately, this turns their attention fully back to me.
But Hichan is not useless, right? Right? He said so himself!
What the fuck? I can see where this is going, and I do not want any part of it. Not after that experience yesterday. Well, good luck with your preparations. Deuces! I start packing my bag, ready to make a break for the exit. Unfortunately, I'm all the way on the other side of the room. The short distance to the doorway seems like a vast no man's land to me now. Shizune and Misha both start maneuvering slowly in front of me, cutting off my route of escape in an unsettlingly cautious way that makes me think of ship-to-ship combat.
I think Hichan is saying that you should help us, Hichan.
Gee, I wouldn't know. She's so subtle.
But that's the intent, so please. I can't keep up. We have to actually build stalls for the festival. Almost all of them all by ourselves. Can you believe that? Hammering boards together over and over again for hours. It's really hard. I'm so used to it. I was doing swinging motions in class, and I didn't even know it.
She bangs her desk a few times, imitating hammer blows.
It's so repetitive. I can't stand it. And yesterday, I actually hammered all the boards on top of each other. It was just a stack of boards all nailed together, and then I had to take it apart and do it all over again, and I got yelled at and laughed at.
How is this my problem?
So?
She clamps a hand down on my shoulder and grins, quickly running her tongue across her teeth mischievously.
Do you have any plans for today, Hichan? I wonder if you do.
Sure, I have plans.
Really? I don't believe you. You're going to help us, right?
I notice her hands are moving constantly. She's signing everything we both say so that Shizune can understand. Shizune is being somewhat quiet today. Is she still angry? Well, probably at least a bit. I could see it in her eyes. But this could also just be another way of trying to guilt me into lending her a hand. I have to find a way out of this. Hey, I should go now. To the library. You know, homework. I should get going, shouldn't I? I have to be diligent because I'm a new student and all, and so I have to make a good first impression, right? Yeah. See you later then! Bye! I turned to bolt for the door, but Shizune is blocking my path. Her arms crossed over her chest and a stern expression on her face. She wags a finger tauntingly and begins signing to Misha with the manner of a squad leader giving directions to his fellow soldiers.
It didn't seem like you were in any rush to get to the library, Hichan. That's That's right, Shichan. It does seem like he was probably going to slack off for the rest of the day. You're surrounded!
Ellipses.
Let's go to the student council room!
She lets out a chuckle, and then breaks into laughter.
I'm sorry, Achan. I feel bad, but this works out for everyone, right?
Ah, yes! Forcing somebody to do work even when they say no! That's totally not, Ellipses.
That's right, Shichan. Yes, that's a good point, too.
Ellipses.
Yes, this is beneficial to everyone. It solves all our problems.
Ellipses.
Yeah! I also thought he'd be more appreciative of our efforts.
They pull themselves closer as if they're about to pounce. Hey guys, 2-on-1 isn't very fair, is it? Ellipses. She keeps looking forward, impassive, then gives a sinister smile.
Come on, we have a lot of work to do. Let's go to the student council room again.
Gee, I don't know. Misha laughs.
Deja vu? I've just been in this place before.
She chortles before letting out another laugh.
My horoscope said it'd be a good day for me today. And now that you're going to help...
Shizune signs quickly to her.
Right! I mean, now that you've decided to help us completely of your own free will, I'll be able to take it easy. Lucky, huh?
Uh-huh, sure. I open my mouth to say something, but then realize there's no point. I refocus on trying to think of a way out of this. No, their actions are clearly deliberate. There's no sense in attempting to reason with them. You can't reason with madmen. I frown, and they don't even notice my discontent, further proving my suspicions. They seem pretty relaxed now. I guess they think they've already won, so they're letting their guard down. That's kind of arrogant. They pass forward in front of me as they move through the doorway. And I stealthily walk backwards back into the classroom as they step into the hallway, turning towards the stairwell. I let out a sigh of relief and quickly pack the rest of my stuff so I can make my escape. What the fuck? The classroom door slams shut. Hey, you can't fault me for trying. Ellipses.
That wasn't very nice there.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't very nice there. You really got us good, though, didn't he, Shichan?
Ellipses.
Right. What was that about? I thought you said you'd help us.
No, it's more like you forced me into doing that.
And then you bailed on us. And you thought you would get away with it, didn't you?
The indignant expression vanishes and she begins to laugh hysterically, calming down only after an aggravated look from Shizune.
Oh, yeah, you thought you could get away with it. But a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
I didn't even manage to leave the classroom in the first place. No, wait, I didn't even agree to help in the first place.
Not very bright, are you, criminal? Thinking you could just shirk your duties like that? How low, Hichan?
Criminal. I'm a criminal? What did I do? What's the charge? What am I guilty of?
That's for the courts to decide, criminal. I don't think we have to tell you that. Besides, you're the criminal here. You know what you did.
Have you ever read The Trial by Kafka?
No, what's that, Hichan? What does that have to do with this?
I read it a few months ago. It's about these people who run a kangaroo court on a guy who just wants to live his life. They refuse to leave him alone, and he can't fight the power. Ellipses. Ellipses.
Hichan, what does that have to do with anything? Hey, what does that mean?
She She turns back to me after signing back and forth for a lengthy amount of time.
You know, we're both a little disappointed in you. You've let us down, Hisao.
Ellipses.
Drop the ball.
Ellipses.
Left us hanging, and now in the cold.
Ellipses.
Is that any way to treat a person?
Excuse me.
Is that any way to treat a person? To run away from your responsibilities? To abandon your comrades? We think you owe it to us to honor your commitment.
What? But I didn't commit to anything! My breathing catches in my throat and I momentarily start choking. Ellipses.
That's not true, Hichan! You said you're not useless! You definitely said it! Yes! Definitely! We're calling you on those words now! You better prepare to show you're not a useless guy! Your honor will be soiled forever if you try to get out of this! So for the rest of the day, we are going to hang out together, just the three of us, and work hard!
Ellipses.
You can't fool us! You should be happy. You're doing your school a great service. Ask not what your school can do for you, but what you can do for your school.
Oh, great, American military tactics. Like, that's not gonna get me to just completely hate you. Laughing. How depressing.
Cheer up, Hichan!
She slaps me hard across the back with enough strength to knock the air out of my lungs. I gasp to breathe.
Besides, aren't you happy you get to spend the day with two cute girls?
I know your secret! I guess they are right. I did blurt those words out. Accepting my fate, I follow them to the student council room. Well... Oh, cool. I needed to take some water. Alrighty. And hammer the final nail into the stall. It took all of the afternoon, and dinner time is nearly over. But it is done now. Shizune pulls out a roll of measuring tape at a small level and inspects it thoroughly. She smiles, looking pleased, then motions for Misha to come over. Ellipses.
She says you did a very good job. In fact, you might actually have a gift for this. Wow, I'm impressed too. And that was fast. Have you done this before?
No, never. Never before. And I never will again. Ellipses.
Well, our quota for the day is 6 stalls. In a few minutes, me and Shichan should finish this one. That means 4 more to go. We're making good time, she says. Isn't this great fun?
What? I could think of a million things I'd rather do. But I suppose everyone has to do their share for the festival, even me. You're both lucky that I'm helping you two out. If I really didn't want to, I could have gotten out of it easily. Ellipses.
Really, Hichan? I doubt that.
Ellipses.
Shichan thinks you're just running your mouth. Japanese people have no what? Japanese people have no flight or fight reflex, Hichan.
Shizune tenses her fingers deviously. By the way, I haven't saved in a while. I should probably do that. Ellipses.
Definitely! If you really wanted to escape, you would have taken immediate action! That is how you know someone is serious, when they have no doubts, no regrets!
Ellipses.
Maybe it was a bad idea to tell you that, since now Hichan knows what to do next time!
My voice is starting to go. but just the fact that she is alright with telling me this shows me that she doubts I'll be able to act on it. That only makes me want to do it more, and I almost want the opportunity to do so to arise again. But if that happens, she might get me again somehow. Ellipses.
Shichan says she's happy now. Excuse me.
Much later in the evening, we are looking at 6 completed stalls. With the pride of a job well done, we sit back and admire the fruits of our labor, not sharing a word between us. Just admiring. I realize I'm feeling quite thirsty. Hey, isn't there a vending machine out in the hall? They're on all day, right?
Yeah, the drinks are very cheap, too. We usually get something from there on days like this.
I dig around in my pocket and find a single 100-yen coin. Is this enough? I'm feeling kind of thirsty.
100 yen? You could get any drink in the machine with that.
That's good. That's very good, then. Ellipses.
Ah, wait a second. What is it, Shichan? Do you want him to get you a drink, too?
Ellipses.
Hichan, you've really helped us out, so today Shichan, will treat you. Hey, what about me?
Ellipses.
What would you like? I'm feeling thirsty myself? So am I.
I don't know. Anything's fine. I guess the melon soda. Ellipses.
Hey, wait, Shichan, I also want a drink. Aww. Damn it. You know, it's times like this that I think she's just teasing me.
That's probably it. I'm sure she'll get you something, right?
Yeah, she usually does. But you never know.
Shizune comes back with 2 melon sodas and a can of fruit juice. She hands me one of the sodas and the other to Misha.
Thanks, Shichan! I had total faith that you'd get me one. I knew I could count on you. But how did you know this was what I wanted? I usually get something else.
Ellipses.
What? You knew I'd want to try it? And that I like these kinds of childish things?
I gesture my thanks to Shizune, who smiles and nods. Ellipses.
Hey, Hichan!
Yes? Ellipses. The music just stopped again. Excuse me, this says Event Horizon! Oh, like that sci-fi movie?
We've been spending a lot of time together. Already, in such a short time, we've done so much! We should both stop beating around the bush. What I'm trying to say is...
It sounds a lot like she's going to ask me out, but that can't be it. Nevertheless, my heart is beating like a jackhammer. Damn, this reminds me of another similar scene earlier this year. I try to say something, but my brains can't decide whether to stop her or to tell her to continue. I feel myself blushing all the way to the ears. Ellipses.
What I'm trying to say is... Would you like to join the student council?
What a disappointment. Damn.
Did you think she wanted to ask you out, Hichan?
More laughing. I feel very embarrassed right now. I can feel myself getting even redder in the face. Shizune also tries to hide a blush after Misha translates, and then puts a few sheets of paper in front of me. Ellipses.
So, how about it? All the paperwork is right here. And you're sitting down anyway. You look very at home here. Drinks and everything.
Ellipses.
What do you say?
She quiets down a little and asks again a little more solemnly.
Hichan, what do you say? exactly hate this, right?
I'm more than a little surprised by this sudden change of tone. I don't really know how to react to it. For one thing, she isn't shouting uproariously with no regard for tact. Before, I'm sure she knew already that I was going to say no. This time, she seems actually serious.
I think maybe you should join. Not just because we could use your help, but, well, you're hanging out with us anyway. I think Shichan would like it if you would join as well. It's not like you hate us or anything, right? It wouldn't hurt if you joined, and I'd appreciate it if you would.
She seems to be having a hard time getting her words out, which is strange for someone talkative like Misha. For some reason, I'm almost troubled by it. My eyes drift over to Shizune, who stares back at me tentatively, absent-mindedly cleaning her fingernails.
If you don't want to join, I promise we won't ask again. But if you did, we would be really happy.
Both Shizune and Misha seem to be unable to look me in the eye. I can't lie, the thought of being around two such cute girls is something that I couldn't possibly pass up. I'm not looking forward to this kind of work every day, but there should be less after the festival. At least, I hope so. Alright, I guess it can't hurt, so why not? Ellipses.
Wonderful, wonderful!
Shizune tense her fingers in satisfaction. Ellipses.
She'll fill everything out, Hichan. Congratulations, you're officially a member of the student council now!
Great. I'm not looking forward to a lot of work. To be honest, I've never done any student council activities before. But maybe it'll be a positive experience? Misha starts to clap, laughing exuberantly as she does.
Congratulations, Hichan!
Ellipses.
Congratulations! Omedetou!
Ellipses.
Omedetou!
Ellipses.
Omedetou!
I get the message. Stop doing the Evangelion shit. I can't help but smile, finding such a display childishly cute.
The student council's always busy, you know. But for today, we're done. See you tomorrow, Hichan! We still have work left, so we'll be counting on you.
I leave the room, feeling totally wiped out. The grounds are totally deserted, and the school looks pretty ominous this late. The council office is the only window with lights on anymore. Is this what the student council will be like? My body might not be able to take it. Adhering to the nurse's nagging voice in the back of my head, I set my alarm clock to wake me up early enough to go jogging again. I made a promise and I'm going to keep it. Besides, Emmy is bound to rat on me if I don't show up. But it's not all that bad. Yay! Alrighty. Do 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 do. My mouth is already dry. Excuse me. I was gonna say, is this it? I hope we're nearing the end of Act 1. I'm getting tired already. Oh, take it easy. Oh, I almost fucked up. Alright, thankfully we got two more Hello? The door down the hall opens with a crack as it swings forward from being pushed open too strongly and crashing against the wall. The sound is followed by a peal of bubbly laughter, and I instantly know who it is. Did you see that shit? At the noise, Kenji disappears into his room like a ninja, slamming the door shut just as Shizune and Misha walk over, the former taking small, efficient steps towards me, while the latter more or less bounces off the walls. I try to do the same as Kenji, but it's too late. Misha puts her foot between my door to prevent me closing it, so I have no other choice but to let them in. It would be funny if they just bitched at me for not being in the room, and it's like, y'all, I was out doing my, health activity for the day! Ellipses.
Hi, Hachan! Hi!
Hi. What are you two doing here? I wonder if the pause between those two sentences was politely long enough. Ellipses.
Hachan, that's rude! We came to pick you up! Did you think we thought you were going to escape but came to make sure you didn't? Surely not, Hachan!
Hey, I didn't say that that's what you were here for! But now I know it's exactly what they're here for.
It's time for student council work! Yes, it is! Aren't you happy, Hachan, to be able to help the whole school? You're like a hero! The future generations will tell stories of this day!
Interesting. I didn't think joining the student council would be a heroic deed worthy of Hercules. Well, I guess I did promise so. I've neglected Shizune, and only now do I notice her in the corner of my vision, peering around my room over my shoulder, her analytical eyes darting from object to object. This is kinda intrusive. The feeling of being... What the fuck is this sentence? This is kinda intrusive. The feeling of being exposed crawls in my balls. What? Luckily, I don't have dirty laundry on the floor or anything like that. Ellipses.
What is it, Hachan? Yeah, this is Hachan's room. We haven't seen it before. I didn't even realize. It's kind of plain, but Hachan hasn't had time to decorate it yet. Isn't that so? What are those?
She points at my collection of medications on the night table. I don't really want to talk about it with these two. They better not bitch if I say no. Oh, we gotta dodge the subject. Cool. It's nothing. I quickly step in front of them, trying to hide the stuff behind my back. Shizune takes a step back, looking suspicious, but it's an expression not without concern. I hope if I avoid it, she'll understand that I don't want her to keep prodding me about it. Ellipses.
Really? What are you hiding, Hachan?
Nothing. Ellipses.
Is that so?
I realize I can't really squirm my way out of this. They are nosy by nature, and hiding it is just going to pique their curiosity more. Well, then tell them that it's just medication and that's it. Like, they don't need to know anything else. Yeah, okay, it is something, but I don't really want to talk about it, okay? Not yet. Can we just put this aside for now? As Misha translates, Shizune stares at me hard with her eyes focused and analytical as ever, peering at me curiously over the rims of her glasses. Girl, as far as I'm aware, you don't take medication. How about you stay out of my business? Her fingers press against each other thoughtfully, as if she's weighing the value of pursuing this further than necessary against the insult of disrespecting my wish. Her expression finally melts into a slight smile, and she signs something to Misha. Ellipses.
Okay, then we'll wait and become better and better friends. And one day when you feel like it, you can tell us about it.
Thank you. Both of them smile widely at me, and I feel shocked and a little stupid about being like this. They're not stupid, and probably can at least halfway guess what's going on with me. And... such simple, kind words. I feel relieved that they don't think any worse of me even if I'm like this. Even if I'm not like the rest here. Even if I can't be at ease about it. Seems that behind the obnoxious, mischievous acts, both of these girls are really kind and good people. That's what I think. Thanks. So, you want me to help you out today, right? Since I'm one of you now?
Yup!
After class?
No! Now!
Now? But what about class? You're going to skip again? Ellipses.
It's for the common good, so we sacrifice our math lessons, and maybe the social studies too!
Don't we need to pass this class? Well, I guess I'm fine with it. I mean, it's not like I wanted to go to college anyway. Ellipses.
Awesome, Hichan! You said it, okay? Remember, I'm fine with helping out. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I did. That tone. I suddenly regret saying it. Ellipses.
Okay! Are you ready to go then? We could go to the office together.
No, you're probably going to make me carry all your stuff for you or something. Ellipses.
Don't be silly, Hichan. We've never walked to school together, Hichan.
I almost want to ask why we would, but then it dawns on me. The both of them consider me their friend, like Misha said before, and they want to become better friends with me even. It's weird. I've never really thought about them that way. Or any of the people I've met so far this week. Is it really so easy? Just like that. Okay, let's go then. Shizune grins craftily and puts her hands behind her back.
That's great, Hichan! Okay, but first, you had a really great idea. Shichan liked it a lot. So, it's time for a game.
Oh no.
Shichan is holding a 1,000-yen note in one hand, Hichan. If you guess which one, you can have it. If you don't, you're carrying all our books to school. Right, Shichan? Right!
She and Shizune exchange nods.
Okay, Hichan, get ready!
Great! I love not being able to do anything! Oh boy. Carrying three bags instead of one, I think about the day that's ahead of me. Of us. I could see students walking back and forth through the courtyard, probably in preparation of their own projects. The festival is practically here. That means there are only two possible reasons that my help is required. Either there is only a small amount of work left, and they just want a helping hand to wrap up the mundane final checks they're obligated to do, or there's a ton of work left, and Shizune is putting on a calm face as a torrent of built-up procrastinated work threatens to kill us all. Once inside the office, I look around and see that it's deserted. I guess this means there isn't a lot of work left, huh? Since there's no one here and all.
It's always like this, Hichan!
This confirms what I have thought before, but have never actually been able to confirm definitively. Shizune and Misha are the student council. The whole student council. Damn. So it's true. The student council is really only you two. Shizune looks as if she's stuck wondering whether to be ashamed or explode with anger. And Misha is equally divided between laughing and trying to stop her. That is an amazing face. Ellipses.
Well then, Hichan, you'll be happy to know that since it's just us three, we have a lot to do. A lot! A lot!
That does not make me happy. But it seems to make Shizune very happy.
Just kidding!
The work turns out to be sorting and double-checking the considerable amount of paperwork necessary for an event such as the school festival to get done. Bureaucracy is a mind-boggling thing. But we managed to finish it just when the lunch bells rang.
Okay, now that we are done, we can relax a little. But not Not too much. We have lots more to do in the afternoon.
Ellipses.
It's actually not that much work, Hichan, so we can afford to enjoy a little lunch first.
The two of them produce a small array of plastic containers seemingly out of thin air.
It's chicken cutlet with tomatoes and soybean sprouts. Doesn't it sound delicious, Hichan? It was just made this morning and it's still warm, so eat!
I take one of the containers and open it. It looks nice and certainly smells good. The fact that I'm really hungry adds to that even more. Wow, this looks great. Where did you get this? Ellipses.
That isn't important, Hichan. There was supposed to be a stall selling lunchboxes, but the girl who was to run it suddenly said she couldn't do it. Hichan said, "What a waste! It was a lot of work to trick Hichan into making this."
Hey, what the hell?
So, Hichan wanted to see if she could do it, but then decided not to, right, Hichan?
Shizune sulks angrily, shooting Misha a displeased look. I don't think I was supposed to hear that story. Ha ha, you can't cook. This is your test food? Ellipses.
I'm eating it too, Hichan! So if I get food poisoning, you do too! And Hichan is too! Which means if we all get food poisoning, we're so fucked!
That doesn't answer the question! Nevertheless, I split a pair of chopsticks Shizune offers me, pick up a piece of cutlet, and pop it into my mouth. It's surprisingly good. I didn't expect Shizune to be such a good cook. Shizune puts her chopsticks down to sign curtly towards Misha, who gulps down her cutlet with noticeable difficulty in order to speak for her.
Hichan! Don't talk with food in your mouth! That's bad manners!
It's not like I enjoy doing it. Anyway, how motherly to show that kind of concern. Ellipses.
You can't even eat right, Hichan! That's all it is!
It's a stalemate. I can't eat in order to talk to Shizune, who can't eat in order to chastise me for eating the wrong way. Misha, caught in between, is in the same situation, and looks the most disheartened by how this is going. Either way, our food is getting colder by the second, and it wasn't piping hot to start with. Wherever this was going, it dies down pretty fast once we all realize that, and we eat. After a while, the bell rings, but Misha makes no attempt to tell Shizune, so I'm sure they're planning to skip classes and spend the rest of the day in here again. Ellipses.
Hichan, do you have any plans for the festival?
No, not really. After all, I've only been here a week. What could I set up in that time?
Hichan, you helped us out so much! Don't sell yourself short!
Okay. Ellipses.
We're serious!
Okay! The two of them seem to get indignant over the strangest things. Ellipses.
You're going though, right, Hichan? You should at least see what we've accomplished. Everyone should be able to look at what they've done so they can fully understand their work. That's my belief. You're no exception. Hichan, you should definitely go. If you don't have anything planned, then maybe we can even go together.
Do you need a hand? If there's anything you need help with, I'm fine with sticking around. I feel much more at ease than I did earlier. My previous concerns and fears long gone. I'd forgotten about this morning's trouble entirely until now, having fun with Shizune like this. Having fun with Shizune. It seems like an unfamiliar concept to think of, but looking back on it, I've really enjoyed the moments I've spent with Shizune and Misha these past few days, in spite of everything else. If we might be going together, then maybe I can afford to stick around a little longer. And I guess it beats class. Hey listen, you always want to skip out on class. Ellipses.
Really, Hichan? Okay, we can consider this you repaying us for the free lunch. Great, this is great! Really, really great! Shichan was hoping to bring this up again later anyway.
That's not a free lunch at all. Normally I would be angry, or at least slightly unsettled, but my mood has improved from earlier on, so I'll let it slide. Excuse me. Helping them out turns out to consist mostly of stamping forms and making what seems like 10,000 copies apiece of 50 different budget reports. It's not hard, but very boring, and according to Misha, the simplest of the tasks they deal with. I feel myself getting more and more tired, and with that, less eager to return to class. This is especially bad because the more time I spend out of class, the harder it seems to just get up and go back. These two, they're a terrible influence. Terrible role models. Not that it bothers me all that much, and I'm sure no one looks up to them, but it's the principle of the thing. Why did I suddenly get reminded of, like, a date with death? You know, like when Casper is telling you you're a bad influence and all that because it's like, you make me want to live life, sunshine. You know what's funny? Actually, I'll talk about that during the break. I want to, like, we're already 2 hours in, and I don't know how much further we've got of Act 1, so... Ellipses.
Done!
Ah, that was fast. I'll be finished before this period's over, I think.
No, Hichan, everything is done, so you're done too!
That doesn't make any sense. Are you telling me this is all arbitrary and you've been keeping me here for the hell of it?
No!
Ellipses.
But we have kept you long enough. You should go back to class, Hichan. You can still make it for most of this period.
What about you? Ellipses.
Of course we're coming too, of course! We'll be right behind you!
Reassured, I start heading back to class, but the period is almost halfway over, so I start thinking it would be pointless halfway there and pass the difference between this class and the next drinking juice in the hallway. I keep an eye on the door to the student council room, but it doesn't open. What's taking them so long? Are they busy wrapping up my share of the work? Well, it shouldn't take so long, unless there's more and they just wanted me to leave. The more I think about it, the likelier it seems. Shizune is... well, not an idiot, but clearly she's unable to just come out with things. Maybe it's because she can't talk, so it's harder for her. She has Misha, but all in all, as easy as they make it look, there's still a difference between casual speech and sign language. I contemplate going back there to check on them, but the bell rings and I have to go to class. I mean, to be fair though, like, it does sound like... I mean, here's the thing, I don't know what sign language is, right? I'm not... I've never done it. But I can't imagine what it's like. You know, having to... like, cause... the thing with being deaf, right, is that... a lot of deaf people don't really talk. And when they do talk, you can tell it's not perfect. Just trying to be nice here. So obviously, you know, with deaf people, you have to, like, you're not really given a lot of ways to communicate. It's either sign language or, you know, text. But as someone who does use text often to you know, express thoughts and opinions, it can be really difficult trying to convey tone through text. So I imagine that for deaf people, it's like, well, you have sign language. Now, granted, I don't know what sign language, you know, entails, but I would imagine that, like, because how would you be able to convey tone through sign language? I would imagine that, like, it would probably depend on, like, on how intense your hand movements are, if that makes sense. Like, if you really want to emphasize something, you just, like, shh, like, excuse me. You know, but obviously, as you can even see with Shizune and Misha, like, Misha, like, I mean, she does a great job interpreting, don't get me wrong, But even, but there have been points where you could tell, like, even she has issues with, like, trying to convey Shizune's tone through her translations. And I do wonder if it's the same way the other way around, where it's like where it's like she has a hard time trying to convey, people's tones to Shizune. But yeah, I can definitely imagine that, like, trying to communicate through sign language is difficult. They joined me a few minutes later, and the thoughts I had in my mind before slip away into the routine of school life. By the time I remember, school is over for the day, and I'm too tired to do anything but go home, do my homework, and then go to sleep. Oh, that's it? Shit! I thought we had a little bit more of that day to go. Are we almost at the festival? At 5 minutes past 8, an unbelievably loud banging jolts me awake. It's coming from outside my door. Hi! Quickly, I open the door to see Shizune and Misha standing side by side before me. Both of them look a little worn out, although it's more noticeable on Misha. Which one of you knocked? I ask, echoing the question that must be on the mind of everyone in the entire building.
That's not important, Hichan, sorry.
She quickly dismisses it without even batting an eye.
Oh? You're still in your pajamas, Hichan? So you don't wake up at 8.
I notice her hair is wet. Her curls are barely holding their shape. No, I thought I'd sleep a bit later since it's the weekend and all, and I've been seriously sleep deprived this week. I wonder if she missed the poison in my words. Ellipses.
Then it's a good thing we came to wake you up.
Ellipses.
Anyway, Hichan, I guess you would like to know why we're here, wouldn't you?
It's not hard to guess, but I wish she wouldn't say the word she's going to say next.
Would you like to skip class and go somewhere nice with us?
Come again?
Would you like to skip class to do something fun?
I was certain they'd force me to help them again with some slave work. Seriously? Misha grins and nods enthusiastically. I like this new approach they're taking, although I'm somewhat surprised that they would suggest skipping class, even if we have only half a day since it's Saturday. Aren't you too worried about constantly missing class? Ellipses.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hichan, this school is pretty much at a standstill whenever this time rolls around. It's a Saturday too! Don't you want to do something fun?
I'm amazed by how little they seem to care. Ellipses.
Not that we're pressuring you to give us your company, but we thought you might like to hang out.
Ellipses.
So, would you like to join us? Come on, you'll have a lot more fun than just sitting here with your head on your desk.
I guess I won't be missing anything important, nor will I be missed. Alright then, I don't think I'd be missing much. What do you have in mind? My eyes narrow with suspicion as a thought crosses into my mind. Wait, this isn't just some trick to get me to do some more student council stuff, right? Ellipses.
No, of course not! And that's a really mean thing to just assume like that, Hichan!
Ellipses.
And besides, you're in the student council now, remember? If we wanted you to do something for us, we wouldn't have to trick you!
What a bold thing to say. This is a kind of coercion that is new to me. Only 2 pretty girls could pull it off. I allow myself to relax a bit. Maybe I'm being too paranoid. It seems like they may really just want to hang out. Nevertheless... No tricks? Ellipses.
No tricks! Stop being so paranoid!
Well, if you say so. Suddenly, I realize I still am wearing pajamas. I wonder if you'd let me dress up first? Ellipses.
Eh? Why, Hachan? You look just fine!
I'd still prefer wearing something else. I close the door before she gets a chance to reply and quickly pull on my uniform. Stepping back into the hallway, I see Shizune and Misha are engaged in an animated discussion. I wonder if people discussing in sign ever accidentally poke each other in the eyes. Just like, psh, ah! Excuse me. While I'm contemplating this, Shizune taps me on the shoulder impatiently. Ellipses.
So, we're planning on slipping into town. Remember that tea shop we were at on Wednesday?
Tea shop? Ellipses.
You don't remember?
Oh, you mean that cafe?
Tea shop! It's called the Shanghai. China is the birthplace of tea, you know. Come on, Hachan. I'll even treat you today. Not me. I mean Shichan.
I don't know.
It's nice. It's really relaxing. It's like half cafe, half restaurant, half sophisticated, half library.
What? That's a lot of halves. You know, we call that quarters. But Misha doesn't seem to notice that.
So? Come on, it's not often that we have this much free time.
Hey, Plush. It's been almost 2 months. How have you been? Hopefully you had a great New Year's. Mine sucked. Ellipses.
If you're busy, though, you don't have to. It's not like your presence is absolutely required.
I've never seen more weakly disguised reverse psychology in my life. I feel kind of tired today, and my teachers in my class might want to know where I am. Maybe. On the other hand, I haven't really been into town at all since I've gotten here, so this is a good reason to head there. Also, I could use something to eat. If it's Shizune's treat, even better. I'm totally broke. Alright, let's go. Lead the way.
Great!
I feel like my voice is cracking under all this talking. I mean, to be fair, this is probably the most I've talked in 2 months. We make it to the tea shop with a 15-minute walk. It seems that we're the only customers around. Is it always this quiet in the morning? Okay, TMI. By that, I mean, is it always this empty? Ellipses.
No, this is kind of weird. Hey, this isn't a bad thing though, right?
You're right. We take our seats at a large, square wooden table, and it hits me that I don't know what this place serves. I just went with what Yuko recommended the last time. Hey, is there a menu or something?
Nope!
That was a strange amount of zest. Ellipses.
So, Hachan, have you decided what you're going to order?
I look around the store and can't see anything resembling a menu. I don't understand. What's up with this place? What gives? Yeah, I'm drinking water. I just sound a little bit congested because, like, you know, I'm still a little bit sick. Is this some kind of secret shop? Can you normally only enter here with a secret handshake? Some kind of wink and a nod? Do you need someone to vouch for you? A blood oath? Damn it, it was nothing like this last time. I don't know, the last time I think I just got coffee? What did they serve here? Ellipses.
Tea!
Well, that's... not just tea, right? Not only tea? There's other stuff too, right? Ellipses.
Clearly!
Clearly? Like what? There are no menus here. Where are the menus? I'm just asking for, like, what the fuck can I order here? They're playing another joke on me. There's no way out of this. All I can do is brace myself for the inevitable oncoming burn. I almost want to walk out of the store, but I'm already sitting down. Okay, first of all, Hassan, this is not a store. It is a fucking cafe. And secondly, you can just walk out. It would be improper to leave now. The unspoken rules of polite social conduct block my exit like a wall of fire. The unspoken rules of polite social conduct. Imagine saying that to an autistic person like me. I decide to play it safe. I'll order what they order, if it's acceptably manly enough. What the hell does that mean? Acceptably manly enough. What is a manly drink at a cafe that isn't just black coffee? Why don't you two order before me? Ladies first. Ellipses.
Well played, Hachan, but we already ordered!
How was that possible? When? How? From who?
We're regulars! We come here so often that we don't have to do that anymore!
Ellipses.
Well, I guess you've had enough. We're sitting on the menus, of course!
What the fuck were you two going to do if I couldn't figure out what the hell I wanted that wasn't coffee? I look around at the other tables. There are no menus on any of them. That means they must just keep them in a big stack near the door or something. What a thing to sit on, and what speed to grab them so quickly. Well, whatever. Can I have one then? Ellipses.
You can take one if you want, but you're not the kind of person who would do something that lascivious? Isn't that right?
Just give me a fucking menu! I tell them that I just like some coffee and put my head down on the cool tabletop. Just give me the fucking menu, for God's sake! Why is everything a game? Ellipses.
Coffee? Excuse me. Coffee? This is a very high-class establishment, and you're going to order coffee?
'Cause you won't give me the goddamn menu! I could tell they're messing with me again, and that's actually really fucking annoying. In that case, I'll have whatever you're having. Ellipses.
Hachan is drinking a special tea that is only grown in remote areas of India.
Okay, now that is bullshit.
The tea is still handmade by a tribe of tea makers who have passed the methods down in their families for generations. They must wade through alligator-infested waters to obtain the leaves once a year. On each trip, some do not make it back alive.
I can't drink that, I would feel too guilty. My gosh, she is fucking with you. Then I'll have what you're having.
I don't know what I'm drinking.
You ever just want to, like, you know, throw the whole thing out? How? Fine, then I want the tea that people died for. No, never mind, I'll have coffee. Also, you ordered coffee the last time and they didn't get on your ass. if this is a very high-class establishment, then they should have a very high-class coffee, right? No one died for it, right? The perfect answer. There is no way they can stand against it. Shizune shrugs, as if to say, well played. They still didn't answer my second question. Misha calls for Yuko, who brings over our drinks in a single incredibly tiny yellow cake with a little black plastic fork stuck in it for each of us. I eat my cake in one bite, amazed at how it's probably the least filling thing I've ever eaten.
Hey, Chan, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
Misha takes a gulp of her tea, something sounding suspiciously high class even though it looks like ordinary tea. She drinks with incredible recklessness considering how hot it is. The exact opposite of Shizune or Lily. Plans? That sounds ominous. Plans? Yes. Yes, I am incredibly busy tomorrow. In fact, I have so much to do that I will not have any free time at all. That's right. None whatsoever. And everything I have to do is extremely important. Very, very important. I am getting such Casper vibes from this. Misha giggles, clearly not buying it, and then signs it all back to Shizune, who nods slowly and deliberately while looking very unamused. Suddenly, she leans forward, staring analytically at my face like a human lie detector, waiting for the smallest tell to give me away. After at least a minute of this, she sits back down in her seat and takes a sip of tea. Ellipses.
Okay, Hachan, if you're that busy, we don't have anything to do tomorrow, so we thought maybe you would want to hang out with us at the festival. You're new here anyway, right? Right? So, we thought we would show you around and have some fun together, but if you're that busy, we understand.
Ellipses.
Oh well.
The both of them shrug together in perfect sync, as if they've rehearsed it.
Hachan, you're so paranoid.
Ellipses.
And you'll never beat me anyway, so why bother getting so worked up about it? Wow, Hachan!
Beat you? What are you talking about? Is she talking about the coercion? I never realized that was just a game to her. I thought I was the only one who saw it as competition. Ellipses.
You know? Do you, Hachan? Because I don't.
Ellipses.
You can't outwit me! Oh well, Hachan, not me.
Ellipses.
What? What are you talking about, Hachan?
I could see Shizune smiling craftily, daring me to enter this battle of wills and wits with her. When he is pushed to the edges of despair, a man has no choice but to sink, or grasp at the fleeting wisps of hope, fight with all his power against the inevitabilities of his fate, and struggle against the impossible. For even if he fails, at least fail knowing that he dared greatly. Or something like that, I don't know. Well, we'll see about that. Don't underestimate me. Ellipses.
Don't you have to follow through to make good on that, Hachan?
Oh well, I could get lucky. Don't count out that possibility. Ellipses.
You won't!
I will! Wait. Ellipses.
Let's make a wager on it then.
I don't care about competition. That's a blatant lie. Wait, what exactly do you mean?
That's okay if you don't know. Neither do I.
Ellipses.
So it's settled then. All right.
What? Didn't you hear what I just said? Ellipses.
Now all that's left is the stakes. What the winner wins, or more interestingly, what the loser loses.
Hey! This is a very dangerous game I'm playing. Shizune herself is a very dangerous girl, if she can only think in terms of winning and losing. She's making me want to throw hands. Well, unfortunately, this is why her route is one of the worst. If she views every time that I talk with her as some kind of battle of wills, I don't think I could take it. That kind of thing drives people insane. She's too Machiavellian. Before this, I'd assumed she was just kind of stoic. But nevertheless, I'm interested. In hindsight, I realized that I just challenged her to what is essentially a duel without any rules that won't end until one of us... What? I guess that's it. That's so vague. What are the conditions for winning or losing? The first person to feel stupid loses? I don't know, I've never had to think of anything like this before.
Never?
Never.
So you've never gambled, Achan?
I'm surprised you two have. Ellipses.
Oh, come on! It's just for fun anyway! Between friends! It's about causing humiliation, suffering, and absolute despair! Isn't that the point?
Shizune puts a finger to her temple thoughtfully. Ellipses of exclamation point.
How about this, Achan? If you lose, you have to go to school one day without any pants on.
Are you insane? Although in comparison to what I was afraid she would say, it's pretty mild. I misread that as mid. Although in comparison to what I was afraid she would say, it's pretty mid. Can't we just bet money like normal people? Ellipses.
It's not like you can match my wager if we did. Now it's your turn. But nothing perverted. Understand?
I think I need more time. This is going to have me constantly on edge for weeks.
Okay. Come on, you should both hurry up or your drinks are getting cold.
I quickly down the rest of my coffee as Shizune does the same, staring at me with a fierce look of competition in her eyes. It seems like a waste for her to be gulping down something that someone may have died for her to enjoy.
Hey, Chan, are you sure you don't want to hang out tomorrow? A lot of people are looking forward to it. You don't want to miss out.
I mumble unintelligibly at her.
I don't really understand.
It's time to think. Shizune's drink is smaller, but I can consume mine faster. We're really having a game. If Shizune finishes her drink first, she might skip out on paying, leaving me to pick up the tab, even though she said the drinks were on her. Because I have no money on me, I would be humiliated, and therefore this could be considered a loss. If I finish first, the laws of chivalry would make me look like a jerk, as I would need to run out of this tea house, leaving her to pay for everything. That could also be considered a loss. She would use that. In the event of a draw, she may attempt to run out the door, and I'll probably do the same. This might lead to a collision at the door, which would be humiliating, but not overly so. And Misha would be left to pick up the tab. This is really childish. I'm a little disappointed in Shizune, and myself.
Well, Hachan, it'd be really nice if we could all celebrate how well we put everything together for the festival by taking a look at our handiwork.
Excuse me. Misha seems oblivious to the fact that an epic battle of wills is raging in front of her. I nod slowly and down the last of my coffee. Well, I am finished enjoying my drink. I guess it's time for me to leave, and I am going to leave now. Calmly. Ellipses.
You too, Shichan? Why are you two acting so weird?
I quickly walk out the door and Shizune follows. Misha is going to have to foot the bill. Sorry, Misha. Catching up to me, Shizune quickly pushes her glasses up and presses a note into my hand. If you lose, you have to come hang out with us tomorrow. So you think you can win today? That's kind of cocky, Shizune. I forgot for a second that she can't hear me. I nod. Right now, she seems much cuter than she usually is, smiling softly with a hint of confidence coming through. Shizune looks energetic and carefree, although it could just be the caffeine. She winks and extends her hand for a handshake. I wonder if there's a buzzer in there and she plans to shock me, but that doesn't seem like something she would do, so I accept. With a squeeze, she pushes another note into my hand. I momentarily think that it's a buzzer and wonder if the shock could kill me. Oh my god, imagine that, like he fucking dies. Shizune smirks and then runs off. You probably don't know how to get back to school from here. There'll be work waiting for you when you do. See you then. I crush the note in my fist dramatically, but no one is there to see it, and that makes me sad. Excuse me. That is great. I wonder if it's too late to go back to the shop and ask Misha for directions. But then again, I gave her a hard time for not knowing the way here, so I can't allow her to score off. Okay, I misread that. I thought that said score me off, and I was like, wait, what? So I can't allow her to score off me for not knowing the way back. And if I ask her, Shizune could see it as a victory. No, it's not necessary. The school's on top of a damn hill. How hard could it be to find? I may be slightly directionally challenged, but I'm sure that even I could do this. Hours pass. About an hour and a half later, I walk the long paved path leading from the gates to the main building.
Ha-ha! Just the person we were waiting for! So you made it here eventually, Hichan. Good! Now it's time for work, work, work!
Misha and Shizune had laid an ambush for me in the main lobby of the ground floor, and I walked straight into it. I should have just circled around the school like I had originally planned, but I thought that I was overreacting and being silly. Misha is waving a thick stack of printouts in my general direction, taunting me.
We sort of need your help!
Sort of?
We need your help!
Ellipses.
You will help us, whether you like it or not!
Misha speaks with her usual playful, carefree manner, but even so, I can hear Shizune's unnervingly hard severity behind it. That sounds like an order.
Really? Is it?
Ellipses.
Eh? It is? Well, shit! Ah, sorry, Achan, I guess it is!
She doesn't sound very sorry at all.
I thought we had almost everything done by now, but it turns out we have all these signs to attach to backing boards.
Ellipses.
More hands make light work! And everybody wins!
Ellipses.
This is your duty, after all, as a member of the student council, which you are a part of. As a member of the student council.
Like I needed the reminder. Ellipses.
It's a simple task, so getting it out of the way now would be good. It's not that much work. A small thing, really.
Ellipses.
And we'd really appreciate your help. Really, really appreciate it. Besides, it's time to pay back. Okay, besides, it's time to pay back for us treating you so nicely.
So the tea shop was a trap after all, you two-timing scoundrels! Ellipses.
Don't say that, it was completely unrelated. We wanted to celebrate you joining the council.
But why did she bring that up then? But... ellipses exclamation mark!
No buts! You're coming with us!
I don't even get to finish my sentence as they grab me by the arms and try to pull me towards their office. Misha laughs giddily as she and Shizune exchange sly looks behind my back. Exclamation point!
Ah, I don't think you have a choice in this, Hachan! There are two of us, so don't even try to get away now! Don't take us lightly!
Exclamation point!
Hachan, it's your duty to help us anyway, as a member of the student council, and I will remind you yet again!
Alright, how the fuck could I forget with you constantly reminding me? But seriously, aren't there other people who can help you?
Like who, Hachan? Hachan, I keep doing that! You were fine with helping us yesterday!
Yesterday is not today! And anyone who isn't me! Why don't you have anyone else in the council? Exclamation mark!
That's what we'd like to know!
Misha's laughter explodes through the hall. She doesn't notice the grimace on my face at all. That's right, it's just the two of them, isn't it? Alright. Okay, I'll help you. Misha runs her tongue over her teeth, looking quite pleased.
That's my Hachan! I knew we could trust you!
Exclamation point!
So predictable.
This is a long-ass act. Excuse me. When we get to the student council room, my jaw drops. The number of signs, backing boards, and signposts is insane. They're stacked all over the place like building materials at a construction site. Something I let Shizune and Misha know right off the bat. There are so many signposts here, you could probably build a second wall around the school with them.
Really? Well, there are a lot of them, so maybe...
Exclamation point!
Eh? No? How do you know that, Hachan?
Exclamation point!
Really?
Don't tell me she's actually considered it! Shizune hesitates, then pushes her glasses up a bit as Misha lets out a very uneasy sounding laugh. So she has considered it. Exclamation point!
That's irrelevant, Hachan. Can you get on with making the signs, please?
Alright. Fuck. I feel sort of lied to, though. I thought you said it wouldn't be that much work. Exclamation point!
Oh, well, Hachan meant it wouldn't be that much work for us.
Exclamation point!
Someone has to supervise you while you do this, you know, to make sure you're doing it right. And those people will be us.
Y'all better be doing the fucking work and not supervising! So what are you two going to do?
Watch you!
You bitch! Exclamation point!
No, that was just a joke, Hachan. We'll help out too, of course. The student council is really supposed to have a lot more people.
Thank God!
This is just a bad year. Fewer people than usual, even though we already didn't have many the year before. And then there's just a lot more work than before, too.
Exclamation point!
Besides, Hachan likes working with you, and so do I. We've accomplished a lot more than we normally could, you know.
I can accept that. Lately, they've been looking a little fatigued every time I see them. Student council work is apparently a 24-hour-a-day thing, And for what I've seen and heard, there are just the two of them. Well, I guess I make it 3. They must work almost non-stop. I wonder how much time they spend working in this room when I don't see them. And I've even glimpsed Misha taking naps sometimes without Shizune at her side. By herself, Shizune has to be working 60-hour weeks doing her student council duties, on top of regular classes. Excuse me. Good lord. I thought we would be on break by now. 2 hours pass, and I reach for a tack only to find the box is empty. Shizune grabs it before I can even say anything. She smiles, tossing it expertly into a trash can along with other... She smiles, tossing it expertly into a trash can along with another empty box of tacks. Exclamation point!
So you're out too, Hachan? Don't worry, Shichan says she'll get some more. We went through a box too, but me and Shichan decided to wait until you needed a new box as well before getting a new one.
Something about that strikes me as odd. Wait, we both ran out of tacks just now? Wow, what a weird coincidence, huh?
Oh, well, actually, Hachan, we ran out 20 minutes ago, and there was only one spare box of tacks, the ones we gave to you. And you were flying through those pretty quickly, so... we thought that we should wait until we both had no more tacks before getting more. Then, Shichan could go get fresh boxes of tacks for all of us at the same time. You know, for efficiency.
Shizune nods, preparing to step out the door. Wait a second, so what did you two do for the past 20 minutes? Exclamation point!
Nothing, of course! What could we do? We had no tacks, Hachan!
Why do I try? Shizune and Misha exchange knowing glances before they give me a perfectly synchronized and incredibly exaggerated simultaneous shrug. I see. So you decided to take a break. Clever. Exclamation point!
Oh, we know it was clever!
Whose idea was it?
The both of us, of course! Well, Hachan, it was all Shichan's idea.
I turn immediately to Shizune, who gives me a curt wave and a surprisingly cheery smile before quickly vanishing out the door. Well then, why didn't you just say you wanted to take a break instead of, I don't know, letting me do the fucking work? I used to think that Shizune and Misha were polar opposites. Misha always seemed so energetic and playful, like any other girl. Shizune, on the other hand, always seemed distant, aggressively manipulative and vaguely scary, but distant. There were times when I thought that she had no sense of humor. As cute as she was, I'd almost never seen her smile, not to mention all the other things. The analytical stare, the permanently stoic expression, and even her penmanship. So mechanically precise that everything she writes looks typed. But Shizune and Misha really aren't as different as I thought. I'm a little surprised. We've been at this for almost 2 hours, holy shit.
Why?
Shizune. I didn't know that she liked to joke around like that. What I mean to say is, I didn't know that she could act so girlish. It was actually pretty cute. What the fuck do you... What is with this? This is now the second time the gender has just come into play for no reason. I see that this is the 4chan seeping through.
You would be surprised, Hachan.
Well, I didn't know you and her were so close either the first time I saw you. I've always been curious as to how these two met. Do you two go far back or something? Childhood friends? Next door neighbors?
Sorry, Hachan, it's not anything like that, even if it would be cuter that way. When I came to this school, they just placed me next to Shichan, and she looked like a very serious person. And I thought, I'm going to be spending the rest of the year next to this person, maybe. So it would be nice if we could be friends. But I wonder if she'll like me. And I learned that she was deaf. You know, Hichan, the first time I just thought she was ignoring me. But luckily, I knew a little sign language, and we became friends.
I want to know where Misha learned how to sign, but I guess that's something for another time.
Now, I guess we're always together. It's nice. I've always wanted someone to listen to me, and I think Shichan likes having someone to talk to. So, everybody wins.
Huh, that's nice.
That's it? You look disappointed, Hichan. What were you expecting? You know, Hichan, I don't think that me and Shichan thanked you properly.
For what?
Joining the student council. You've been a real help to us, Hichan. I think I'll get a lot more sleep now.
Well, I'm glad I could help, if it helps a young woman sleep at night.
That's an interesting thing to say, Hichan. Shichan really appreciates you helping us out, too.
At that moment, Shizune steps back into the room, looking slightly annoyed and sipping offhandedly from a juice box. Ellipses. She throws 2 boxes of tacks on the floor with a wry smile. Exclamation mark! Point, sorry.
Ah, Shichan!
What the hell was that? Misha opens her mouth to speak, but then quickly closes it as Shizune suddenly crumples her juice box with a crunch like the sound of breaking bones. Exclamation point! Ellipses. Exclamation point! I could tell that each harsh, quaking hand gesture is most likely an epithet. Epithet. Epithet? What's she saying?
It was just very hard to get these.
Exclamation point!
I guess that is an understatement, Shichan.
Shizune calms down a bit, straightening her glasses and lightly brushing her bangs back with one finger. Ellipses.
It really wasn't a big deal in retrospect? That's forward thinking of you. Alright then, I guess the 2 of us should get back to work, Hichan.
Sure, why not? It's not like I didn't get to take a break. By the time we're done with the signs, it's already getting dark out. I hadn't expected something like this to take so long. But then again, if it were that easy, I doubt Shizune and Misha would have asked for my help. Shizune falls to a nearby chair, cracking her knuckles systematically, letting out a muted yawn. Ellipses.
That's all for today, I guess. That's a good thing, Shichan. I'm very tired, too.
That took longer than expected. Ellipses.
You agree? We didn't expect it to take so long either. Not as planned. Oh, I'm so hungry. I just realized I haven't eaten all day.
Now that I think about it, I have eaten nothing since I woke up this morning. But right now, I'm almost too tired to think about food. I think they already stopped serving dinner.
This can't be happening! Hichan, can you think of any way we could obtain food?
Obtain food? I don't like her tone of voice. Ellipses.
Why not order out? Oh, that's right. I guess I could do that.
Order out? From where? Wendy's?
From town, of course. Not a Wendy's.
I didn't know they delivered to the school. Well, what are you going to get?
Maybe some Chinese food.
As long as you're going to, can I get in on it too? I'm also pretty hungry.
Hichan, you should have just said so in the first place.
Ellipses.
What's that? It's your treat? That's great! That's great!
When the fuck did I say I was gonna pay for it? Ellipses.
That's true. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here so late, Shichan.
Oh, wait, did she? Oh, okay. Misha quickly grabs a menu from a drawer behind her and begins to enter the numbers slowly and carefully, as if she's used to messing it up.
What do you want, Hichan?
Well, I guess I'll just have some dumplings. I raise my hand in a gesture of thanks to Shizune, who responds with a very faint, split-second smile.
Hichan, Shichan is paying for everything tonight. It's all on her, so you can afford to splurge a little.
Yeah, but that's never a good thing, though. Some shrimp fried rice, too, then.
All right. And you, Shichan?
Ellipses.
A Chinese omelet? Okay, then.
Hey, Misha, does that really mean omelet? Can I see that again?
Sure! like this. And this is for what you ordered. Dumplings. Shrimp fried rice. I'm going to get soup and a stir fry. You say that like this. And here's how much it all costs. 3,685 yen.
That's a lot of money. Well, I don't know in how many situations I'll need to remember such an exact number.
Okay, I'm going to order now, unless anyone wants something else. No objections? All right then.
Shizune impatiently twirls a pair of chopsticks between her fingers as we wait for the food to arrive. Hey, where did you get those?
This isn't the first time we've ordered out, Hichan, and they always give us a ton of chopsticks for some reason, even when we tell them we're only 2 people.
And you two have accumulated a lot of them from a lot of long nights eating takeout in the office?
That's exactly it!
When is this gonna end? Ellipses.
I'm overstating it?
Ellipses.
That's right, Shichan! Hey, Hichan, did you know that once we've collected 100 pairs of chopsticks from ordering out, we'll be able to take over the universe?
I used to think that too when I was little.
Hichan, are you good at breaking them down the middle? I can never do it right, so I found the little pile of chopsticks Shichan had saved up and practiced on at least 20 of them. She was really mad about that.
Exclamation point. I let out a laugh as Shizune turns bright red with indignation. I didn't know she had such a childish side. Fuck. I've been speaking for too much. When the food arrives, I dig in heartily, drinking one of the tiny cans of soda Shizune bought for us from one of the vending machines in the hall. Thanking them both for the food, I head back to the dorms, ready to turn in for the night. How are we not done with this day? Holy shit! The dorms are eerily quiet except for the sounds of portable TVs and radios murmuring unintelligibly behind thin walls. And at that moment, my heater just went off. It's quiet here at night, and very peaceful. I can hear the crickets chirping outside my window, and see actual stars when I look up. Tired, I try to fall asleep as quickly as I can, only feeling slightly robbed of my Saturday. We have to be getting close to the end. Excuse me. I don't like that scene name. Okay. I was like, is this the end? Oh, fuck. I hate you, Hisao. I'm going to have to hang out with the student council since I lost a bet. I realized that we didn't agree on when and where. I'll just wait for them rather than risk us missing each other in the chaos outside. They must be busy running around and organizing things anyway. It's funny. I would have assumed the price for losing to Shizune in her stupid game to be a lot more severe. This is just a pretense for spending time with her. In that case, I guess she just wants me to have fun. Even though she can't just come out and make her intentions clear, they may be good intentions after all, and I think I'm starting to like her more. I could skip going, but it'd be a waste. And I want to go too. I mean, you know, today does seem pretty exciting. If anything, it'll be interesting. I have not had to do this voice in over a year. And now with me still a little congested? Great. Okay.
The student council? What? That's still around? Isn't it like 2 dudes?
They're both girls.
Really? Are they cute? Damn, no, wait. Are they cute? No, it doesn't matter. I heard the student council president is insane. That whoever it is never talks and only gives orders through flunkies. Shit, they're the same in every school. Sounds like a cold-hearted... Sounds like a cold-hearted bitch. Bitches everywhere. If it's 2 girls, they outnumber you 2 against 1. That is a dangerous situation, dude. Who knows what could happen? Damn, the student council is just 2 women, but they hold so much power.
No, for real though, Plush, he is like Ben Shapiro, except without like the memes. Actually, no, with all the memes, except without the wet ass pussy.
They must be stopped.
But yeah, you're not wrong. He would go,
actually. I could see them plotting ways to push their feminist agenda. I can't trust an administration like that. This is not cool. Not cool at all. Damn! Shit! Damn!
He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he is trying to start a fire, then slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course.
I'm going to have to find some place to hide in, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out of myself so that I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect thing for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival.
Okay. Excuse me.
Later, dude.
The door slowly closes with a low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. He browses political Reddit and posts soy jack memes. Yeah. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Like, again. I ponder what I'd like to do with Shizune and Misha. Deciding it's best to be extra prepared, I duck back into my room to stock my wallet with money. I wonder if they have that game where you try to catch goldfish on a paper net. It seems way easier than they make it look. Then again, if I were to catch a goldfish, I'd have no real reason to keep it. What am I going to do with a fish in my tiny room? Cook it? I could give it to Shizune, or Misha, but that might be overstepping my bounds. It's a real problem. Both of them are cute, but I don't think I have any chance with either of them. Regardless, I'd mull over the thought of doing it. I imagine how they might react if I were to give them a gift tonight, like a fish or a doll. Misha would probably laugh like she always does. Shizune might slap it out of my hand. Get that shit out of here. Maybe it isn't such a good idea after all. Okay, I think I'm set. Well, I cannot stop thinking about the soy jack meme. You know what's funny is I was thinking about that. I can't remember what for, though. Oh, I think I was, like, watching something where it's... No! Okay, no, I remember now. I was watching, like, a video about, like, r/nice guys, you know, like, incels and all that. And someone was, and they were and the person in the video was talking about, like, this one story they saw on Reddit, where it was basically, like, this r/nice guy, like, you know, being, like, really just fucking awful towards this woman, and And the guy in the video was like coming up with this theory of like, why do, why are r/nice guys like this? And I just remember thinking that like a lot of r/nice guys, they really are like the soy jack meme where like, the guy where it's like he's wearing a mask that is just, and the mask is just like, so unbothered, but then behind it you just see the angry crying. Like, that's what I think, anyway. God, if it weren't for the fact that soy jack memes are just, like, right-wing dog whistles, I would love to post more about those. It would be great. Anyway. A good while later, I decided this could be another psych-out test devised by Shizune. Even if it isn't, it's starting to get kind of late. I resolved to just go out and search for them, even though I don't know where I could look. They might be really hard to find today. Oh, hi! As soon as I step outside, I almost bump into Shizune. Hi, Shizune. Hi, Shizune. Where's Misha? I try to sign it as best as I can, but really I'm just making stuff up. I've got to ask Misha to teach me some of this.
Here!
Misha pops out from behind Shizune, grinning widely.
We just came to make sure you're coming along with us to the festival!
Ellipses.
Don't renege on your promise!
Promise? I don't think I promised anything. Ellipses.
Stop trying to get out of it! Come on, Achan, it'll be fun! You need this anyway, or you'll become a no-good person! You don't want to become one of those people who just stays in their dorm room all day being paranoid, do you? You don't want to become a right-wing grifter, right?
I find myself staring over her shoulder at the door to Kenji's room right across from mine!
I mean, come on! You don't want to be like that kind of guy who browses political Reddit and posts soy jack memes, do you?
I hope he didn't hear that, but I think Misha wants the opposite. No, of course not. I was just playing around a little, and was right about to leave anyway. You two didn't have to come here.
Really? Shichan was worried you would try to get out of it somehow. We need you, Achan!
Huh? He was like, huh? I think my heart just skipped a beat.
I don't have the aim to knock the dolls off their pedestals in that one game. And Shichan refuses to throw things.
Oh. Shizune stares at me, immediately noticing my disappointment. She uncrosses her arms and adjusts her glasses. Ellipses.
What did you think we meant? I refuse to throw anything. Why, Shichan? That is weird. Well, anyway, Hachan, you've thrown a ball before, right? Right? So, you have to come with us.
I'm amazed by their logic. I don't know if they're joking or if they're not. Huh, I'd feel offended if I didn't know you guys were joking. You're joking, right? Why am I... Now I'm thinking of the Star Wars meme where it's just like, where you have, God, I never watched Star Wars. It's Anakin and, Padme, right? Is that how you pronounce her name? The four square meme where it's like... No, it's not four square. Is it three square? Where it's like, you're joking, right? Anakin, you're joking, right? Excuse me. Ellipses.
It is what it is, Hachan! It is what it is, what it is, what it is!
Well, that's reassuring. Ellipses.
Come on, let's go! The deaf band is setting up outside your window!
The deaf band?! Misha grabs me by the hand and tries to pull me out the door, but it's clear that she isn't trying at all. Shizune looks at the both of us, blushing slightly and fiddling with her glasses impatiently. I'm not used to this kind of casual contact, but I have nothing against it. How could I object? It's still light outside, but the sun is getting ready to set behind the trees. It looks like half the school is out here, and I can even see some faculty members standing off to the side, helping themselves to some punch. They're about to empty the entire bowl, to the dismay of the girl working the stall. And then you see them slip a little jack into their punch. There are some fortune tellers chatting idly with their friends, while others have already started slinging horoscopes at anyone who walks in range. I think that kind of tactic is a little too aggressive, but it shows that they're into it. It's refreshing to see, but I don't know if I'll be able to get used to it. Ellipses.
Well, we should get something to eat. Hungry, Hichan?
Come to think of it, I haven't eaten all day. I don't really want to eat fried noodles.
That's okay, there are other fried foods.
Are there any foods that aren't fried? Ellipses.
Candy! Junk food is the essence of celebrations!
Ellipses.
Come on, I mean Shichan, will treat you to one thing! One?
Exclamation point!
Just one! Only so you can build up energy for your throwing arm! Aw, but it doesn't look like all the booths are done setting up yet, so you might not be able to get what you want.
I take a look around, surprised by the number of stalls. It's unbelievable, this festival seems larger than the ones you might see in actual towns. Despite what Misha said, it seems like half the school is already celebrating. The air is humming with the excited chattering of at least half the student body. I could smell food cooking, and it's only making me hungrier by the second. Ellipses.
Come on, Ichan, the food is already disappearing fast! If you want takoyaki, we need to move now! I could go for some takoyaki! Come on, let's eat that!
Alright, I haven't had takoyaki in forever. I'm game. Shizune takes off before Misha can even sign it back to her, briskly walking towards the takoyaki stand as Misha and I try to catch up. Misha laughs as she skips towards Shizune, who asks for 3 orders of takoyaki by holding up 3 fingers. I never noticed it before, but for someone who is so obsessed with high-class tea, it's a little weird that Shizune is also so into fast food. I take the plate of takoyaki she hands me and wonder if I should dig in. It looks extremely hot. I could see the smoke coming off of it and the oil bubbling on the surface. Shizune and Misha both look at me, as if waiting for me to eat before they can begin. I can't back down, so I spear one on the tiny plastic fork jauntily sticking up from the corner of the plate. However, before I can even put it in my mouth, Shizune and Misha begin eating eagerly, Shizune taking quick but delicate bites out of the takoyaki, while Misha eats with relish like a small child. I guess at the end of the day, both of them are just kids like any other student here. This is kind of nice. I don't think I've had a chance like this in a long time to just hang out with other people and enjoy their company. Even before coming here, I've been going through a very busy year. So busy that I hadn't realized what I have been missing until now. Here, I feel at peace. This is a soothing atmosphere. I didn't know these kinds of festivals still existed.
Eh? Hey, Chan, you aren't going to eat your food?
No, I'm going to eat it. Ellipses.
I hope you aren't chickening out because it's too hot.
That's not it. Even their teasing is beginning to become endearing. I am out of it today. I eat quickly before my food can get cold, thinking that the dimly lit paper lanterns glowing warmly against the sunset make for a beautiful sight. Before I can finish my last bite of takoyaki, Shizune steps in front of me, standing perfectly straight with her arms rigidly behind her back. I can see she's trying her best to look as serious as possible, but even she can't hide her good mood, as there's a slight smile on her face.
Come on, Hachan, let's go play some games!
Are they even done setting up? Ellipses.
No, but it doesn't matter! It doesn't matter! Come on, Hachan, before it gets too crowded!
Misha puts her hand on my shoulder and laughs very loudly.
Come on, come on! The prizes look really great this year, really, really! Wouldn't you like to win some prizes for two cute girls like us?
Misha flashes her best cute look. Excuse me. Ugh. Misha flashes her best cute look, which is admittedly pretty cute. I look at Shizune, expecting her to do the same, but she just looks at me like I'm insane. Ellipses.
Misha, stop doing that! Wait, I'm Misha.
Ellipses.
Hachan, hurry up! You've been holding that piece of takoyaki for like 1,000 years!
I like to savor everything that I eat, even this. Without warning, Shizune picks the takoyaki from my hand and plops it into her mouth with a smile. Bitch! That's my food! It happened so fast that there was no way I could have stopped her. Before I can even fully process what just happened, Misha bursts into laughter, and Shizune smiles at me, probably the closest I've ever seen her come to laughing. Exclamation point!
Well, that takes care of that!
Shizune grabs my right hand, and Misha grabs my left. Ellipses. Y'all, I would have been fighting.
Yeah, coming with us! There's a lot to do tonight, so you should try harder to enjoy it!
To be fair, he didn't pay for it. That's still my food! I don't give a fuck if he didn't. I don't give a fuck if I didn't pay for it. You take my food, you're dead. Running through an already sizable crowd of people, we play game after game, from ring toss to whack-a-mole to games I've never even heard of. We rarely win, but it's fun nonetheless. Another date with death reference! That's a joke! Hey, do they have that goldfish scooping game here? Ellipses.
Of course! I didn't know you liked that game, Hachan!
Well, I've always wanted to try it. It doesn't seem too hard.
Are you sure about that, Hachan? Okay, we'll see. It should be around here somewhere.
Ellipses.
But where are you going to keep your fish? Do you have a bowl for it?
Well, no.
Maybe he'll eat it.
Ellipses.
All right, Hachan, if we win any fish, we'll give them to you.
Oh, really? Another game? Fine, then. Shizune pushes me excitedly towards the booth, trying to hide the enthusiasm in her eyes. Fortunately, the two of them fail to catch a single fish, but I don't do any better. I can't help but laugh as immediately afterwards they start tugging me towards a particularly large, colorful stall that I helped build. I remember this one. It had been a real pain in the ass to make. The booth runner, an average-looking guy with dyed brown hair, snaps to attention when he sees us walking over. I noticed two things. First, it's one of those games where you throw a ball at a pyramid of opaque bottles and try to knock over as many as possible. 4 balls for 50 yen. That's pretty good. Second, there are instructions on how to play in Braille. I almost want to say something, and look to see if Shizune and Misha see it as well. Either they don't, or they don't find it strange at all. Hey, it's good to see you, Hakamichi! Thank you so much for your help with this booth. Having fun? Shizune glances towards Misha, who signs everything to her in a flash, then beams at the operator. Ellipses.
Haha! It was nothing at all, really. Yeah, this is great. I think the best festival we put together yet. Shiraki, we'd like to play this. That's okay, right? Of course! It would be really great if you would just give your cute, hard-working student council representatives a prize for all the hours we put in to make all of this possible.
No. Fuck that. If anything, Shiraki has balls. Hey, I built this stall. It was a back-breaking job, too. I wasted 2 hours of my life. I think I deserve at least a free round.
And me!
Ellipses.
Me too! Ah.
After some hesitation, he eventually gives in and hands us each 4 balls with a shrug. Barely a second later, Shizune and Misha dump theirs in front of me. What gives? Don't tell me that after making such a big deal out of it, you two aren't going to even play. Not after the way we ganged up on Shiraki. Yeah. Ellipses.
You stay out of this, please!
Shizune turns to me and begins waving her hand dismissively. Misha appears torn between translating for her and consoling the booth operator. Exclamation point!
Hichan, where's your sense of chivalry? Besides, I, Shichan, have a policy against throwing balls. Sorry, Hichan. I don't know if my aim is that good either. You must be pretty good at these things, though, right? Right? It shouldn't be a problem for you.
This looks simple enough. The bottles aren't even that far away. The only challenge is that these are wiffle balls. I throw one of the bottles hard, and it bounces off unceremoniously. What the hell? Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks. There's water inside the bottles. Trade secret. Why would you do that? This game is fucking rigged.
That's not very fair.
This must be why it's 4 balls for 50 yen. How devious. Ellipses.
Come on, Hichan, you can knock them down. You have 11 more chances. Go!
Maybe you should do it. Shizune, do you want to try? Shizune emphatically shakes her head from side to side. I laugh. This is actually pretty fun. Winding up, I throw another ball at the pyramid of bottles and manage to get them to budge just slightly. Both Shizune and Misha are casting longing glances towards a doll shaped like a cat. All in all, they really aren't that different. Sometimes I wonder if Shizune would sound like Misha if she could talk. No, they're not that alike. I throw another ball, realizing that it's actually quite simple. If I can hit 2 bottles in the bottom row at the same time, it's an easy win. Already, a small crowd is beginning to gather, so the pressure is really on me. 9 more shots. Winding up like a baseball pitcher, I throw as hard as I can and the bottles come tumbling down. Oh my god, this looks terrified. What the fuck is this? It's a creepy pasta cat. Triumphantly, I claim my girlish cat doll prize, and Misha laughs uproariously as if it was her who won it. Shizune stares at me with her usual blank expression. It's clear she wants the doll too. Ellipses.
Hichan, congratulations! What are you going to do with that doll?
There is no right answer. I have to tread carefully. I do not know.
Well, I'll take it if you don't want it.
Ellipses.
Unless you want to keep it for yourself, Hichan. I didn't know you liked dolls. How delicate.
I don't. I have no use for this. Hyper-realistic cat blood. Yeah, it just needs to have blood just coming from the eyes. Hyper-realistic blood, by the way.
Can I have it then?
Ellipses. Their eyes are drilling into my soul. This is a decision I don't want to make. I turn back to the booth. Hey, you have more than one of this doll? Actually, yeah, just one more. Okay, set everything up again. I want to try for that one as well. I still have 8 tries. As soon as the game is set up again, I throw as hard as I can again, but miss.
Trying to win another one? Taking the easy way out, Hachan?
If it's that easy, you could try it.
No thanks!
Yeah, so stop bitching.
Say, Hachan, can you at least put the doll down while you throw the balls?
No. Ellipses.
There's only one more left. You had better get it. If you fail, I'll kill you.
Ellipses.
What a clever way to duck out of giving me the doll, though. And by me, I mean me.
Exclamation point.
Just kidding.
I could see Misha didn't mean any harm from it, and Shizune seems to enjoy her joke, smiling at it, but she looks a little depressed afterwards. I decide to hand her the doll, at least while I'm trying to win the other one. It's kind of hard to aim holding a giant cat. Ellipses.
Thank you, Hachan. Shichan seems happy, Hachan. But you're going to win one for me too, right?
That's what I'm trying to do, isn't it? I throw again, but my aim is way off this time. My arm feels kind of heavy as well, as if blood isn't flowing to it properly. I scold myself mentally, thinking that it's pathetic I could get tired from something like that. Then I realize maybe it's because of my... Wow. Then I realize maybe it's because of my heart. If it is, then I don't know what to think. It's depressing that even something as small as this is enough to make me realize my own mortality. I guess there won't ever be a time when I'll be able to forget about it. Even today, when I thought I would be able to just enjoy myself on this beautiful night and in this beautiful place, I can't escape the reason why I'm here. I've never felt so at peace in my life, in this place which is like nowhere else I've ever been. It's hard now to keep from thinking the unthinkable. Why are we getting the music here? What the fuck? They may have just been sent here to die. These past few days have been some of the best of my life. The first time in a long time that I've ever felt truly alive. But in the end, I'm someone who finds himself reminded every time he climbs too many stairs or throws a ball too hard that he could die at any second. I'll always be limited by this. I feel depressed by that, and angry as well. In the end, I care about my life, and I enjoy it, and now it's more transient than ever before. I wonder what it is that will finally do me in. It could be anything if I'm this weak and pathetic. A bad fall, a punch to the chest, a stray baseball. I've now lost my will to keep playing this game, but I keep playing anyway. Oh no. Suddenly, I feel a split-second sensation of pain in my chest. It comes and goes instantaneously, but it's enough to make me stumble just a bit. Shizune jumps back, startled. She comes closer, staring at me with concern. Misha puts her hand on my shoulder.
Hey, Hachan, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't really feel too good right now. I think I'm sick. I don't think I can go on. Misha frowns.
Don't strain yourself. If you're that sick, you'll just make yourself sicker.
Ellipses.
Look, the festival is just getting started, and we've been playing games for a while. We can take a little break if you're tired. Good idea, Shichan. I'm feeling a little tired, too. I think we're all a little worn out, running all over the school, Hachan.
I nod. They don't seem to notice anything unusual. That's good. My mouth is starting to get really tired. That was a bit of a, of just like, by the way, you're disabled moment. We walk through the sea of people, with Misha cheerfully pointing out the faces of everyone she knows. Shizune holds the stuffed cat in her arms, cradling it absent-mindedly. It seems like they're having fun. Suddenly, I feel a pang of guilt. Because of my poor health, we all had to stop. Ellipses.
Hey, Chan, we're both feeling kind of hungry. How about you?
I'm not as hungry as I could be, but I do want something to eat. Those sudden chest pains hit you so hard. Yeah, but the thing is, he's got like an actual heart condition. Like sudden chest pains can make it or break it for him. So it's like he has a reason to worry, you know?
That's good enough, Hichan. So, what should we get to eat?
It doesn't really matter to me. Ellipses.
Ah, how about sandwiches then? And we'll need something to drink too. Misha will get everything. What? What do you mean me?
Shizune looks at me and smiles, and I realize she might be trying to cheer me up with a joke. I laugh. Ellipses.
Hey, Chan, it's getting kind of crowded, so we might not be able to eat here. It's getting kind of loud, too. Maybe we should go eat up on the roof.
That's fine with me. It might be a nice view, and there could be a little breeze.
Okay, then. I guess I should get the food and drinks now. So I'll see you two then.
Misha gives a clumsy wave and then runs off. Before, I didn't notice how the paper lanterns look illuminating the dark night, but now that I'm able to see it, it's really an amazing sight. Fireflies float overhead, their soft glow making it look as if it's snowing lights in the night sky. This type of thing would be impossible to see in the city. Shizune tugs at my sleeve impatiently and crosses her arms, frowning as if to show displeasure at me for getting distracted. Ellipses. You know I don't know how to read sign language. Ellipses. Come to think of it, isn't it kind of stupid of me to have said that to a deaf person? She wouldn't have heard it. I shrug, hoping to show her that I don't understand. Shizune shakes her head and dismisses it with a wave of her hand. Bro, she probably knows how to read lips at least. I mean, a lot of deaf people know how to read lips. Maybe I should get around to asking Misha for some lessons on sign language. Climbing up onto the roof, I find myself in awe again at the sheer size of this school. The grounds are so expansive, I can't believe I hadn't realized it before. As I walk across the roof, trailing behind Shizune, I can't help but be taken in by the stars shining in the sky. Shizune... Oh my god, sorry. I'm sorry if you can hear my voice cracking. I've been reading nonstop for like 3.5 hours. My mouth is getting a little tired. Shizune and I sit down on a bench. She seems like she's in a good mood as she smiles softly while the breeze blows through her hair. We look down at the festival, which looks like a sea of glowing amber lanterns and waving paper fans teeming with people, some of them festively dressed in yukata. In fact, most of the girls seem to be wearing yukata. I wonder why Shizune and Misha didn't dress up today. The two of them would look nice in yukata. I briefly think about what types they would wear. Shizune would likely go with something traditional. However, Misha is a bit harder to place. Misha arrives, panting as she runs to us, trying to keep the food in her arms from falling. Setting everything on the ground, she lets herself drop backwards.
That took a while. Come on, you two didn't tell me what you wanted, so I got some rice punch, some sandwiches, and some candy too. A little bit of everything.
That's great. Let's dig in. Misha takes a bite out of a small triangular sandwich.
So, Chan, what do you think of the festival? It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Ellipses.
The stars are nice tonight. This couldn't have been a more perfect day.
The sound of people talking below us is like faint music alongside the chirping of crickets in the distance. I take a sip from the can of punch and look over at Misha, who looks as if she's sleeping comfortably with her back stretched out and a half-full can of apple juice balanced on her stomach. Shizune sits with her legs drawn close to her, rocking back and forth slowly like an impatient child as she stares up at the sky. The two of them are so cute. I look around and can see many students holding hands with their girlfriends or their boyfriends. Not too far from us on this roof, there are couples gazing up at the stars or down at the lights of the festival, holding each other's hand. A part of me wants that. Looking at Shizune and Misha, I wonder if maybe I should ask one of them out someday. I wonder if it would be worth the risk. The golden hands moving across the face of the delicate watch on Shizune's wrist catch my eye, and I see that it's getting kind of late, but the festivities are still going strong. Shizune is still holding the stuffed cat toy I won by the paw. She notices me looking at it. Question mark? Offhandedly, she offers it to me. I smile, wanting to ask her what I would do with it, but she wouldn't be able to understand me. I shake my head and try my best to tell her to keep it, hoping she'll understand. As I look out towards the school, I can see before me so many people, all of which are happy and cheerful. Watching them makes me feel content. This really was something. Today was worth it. But I still can't shake the feelings of guilt and melancholy from earlier. They keep hanging on to me, and I can't let them go. Shizune signs something to me, and I can't understand her. No matter what I say, she won't be able to hear me. I can't understand you, Shizune. Well, whatever. I wonder if we both consider ourselves at fault for this. Anyway, I'm sorry for not being able to understand. You know, I'm almost glad that you tried to coerce me into coming here. If I attempt to date you, though, I might have to think more about that side of you. No, actually. I'm glad. Today was nice. You would be cute if you smiled more. You have a nice smile. Frustrated, she stands up, arms behind her back, looking authoritative and confident against the backdrop of stars. Suddenly, Shizune throws her arms out towards the open sky, seeming to hold it between her hands. It's as if she's telling me to look at everything in front of me. The school, bathed with the festival's glow and lit up with the colorful yukata, the roof illuminated by fireflies, the sky so vast that it imposes the feeling of awe onto you. What does she want? It slowly dawns on me with time. This beautiful scene before me is proof that there are things wonderful enough that spoiling them with a bad mood would be unforgivable. And I can feel the weight of Shizune's personality pressing the point further. Thanks, I guess. I look away, but then Shizune grabs me by the shoulder, her watch brushing against my cheek. With her left hand, she points up at the sky. Is this a CG? Oh, I think you can see those two. I was like, I can't fucking see because it's so dark, but I think you can see them. Like, there's two people right here. With her left hand, she points up at the sky. Yeah, see? With faint pops, fireworks begin to go off in the sky, each one spreading a shower of bright colors that slowly fade into the dark. I can't even recall the last time I saw fireworks at all, much less a display this large. Not to mention it seems that they're being launched from the school. It's almost impossible to believe. The lights in the sky mingle with a second salvo from the town below, and they seem timed to complement each other like two parts of a duet. They continue for maybe 15 more minutes, and then stop. Shizune realizes her hand is still on my shoulder, and withdraws it carefully, looking a little uncomfortable. Regaining her composure, she grins, with her hands on her hips and her chest thrust out in front of her. It's in these moments that she seems most like a regular teenage girl. Energetic, happy, and carefree. I eat thoughtfully with Shizune, the two of us looking out at the gradually thinning crowds below in silence. She sits leaning forward slightly, her chin resting softly on her hands and a contented look on her face with just a hint of wistfulness. All the while still gently holding on to the stuffed cat's paw. I start feeling tired and I tell her that I'll see her and Misha tomorrow, without even realizing that she can't hear me, and then start walking back to the dorms. I feel warm and alive, even in this chilly night air. The image of Shizune standing forcefully before the stars themselves, denying myself pity, does not leave my mind easily. If it only takes a moment for there to be love, I think I may be falling in love with her. Just a little bit. Animation time! Oh, that's awkward. Wow, look at this animation quality. Act 2, Learning to Read. Yay! Finally. I can take a break. My fucking mouth hurts. Oh. I want to see. What does this picture look like? Hey, look at that. Alrighty. It took us 3.5 hours, but we're finally on break. God, why does it feel like we took so much longer to get through this Act 1 as opposed to Hanako and Emi? Oh, I guess I should say Emi. Like, Hanako makes sense because again, that was our first time going through everything. Whereas with this one, it was just like, nah, we're gonna fuck you up. Alrighty. Excuse me. Okay. Thank God, though. Like, my jaw is aching. Like, I read for 3.5 hours straight, which is crazy. I was wondering, too, because I was also getting hungry, and it's like, oh my God, I want to get something to eat. What the fuck is that? Day shift at Freddy's? Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Excuse me. Like, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And then it took me a little bit, but I see. know, though. I mean, the thing with the Katawa... Here's the thing. The thing with Katawa Shoujo's backgrounds is that it very much follows a lot of visual novels at the time, where it's like they would just take, like, pictures of actual backgrounds from, like, real-life places, and then they just, like, put a mosaic filter or something on top of it, so that way... like, it's an actual background, and we're not gonna dox ourselves. Ah, shit. Sorry, I'm trying to get the music. There it is. But still, I don't know anything about Day Shift of Freddy's. I don't keep up with FNAF anymore. As if I ever did. Well, to be fair, back when it was first becoming a thing, I did. But obviously after, like, how many games? It's like, well, maybe not. Okay. I almost hit I almost hit the post-stream button. It's like, no, wait, don't do that. Anyway. We're gonna be taking a break. Oh, my back. Sorry. Alrighty. Basically, go get something to eat, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be taking probably a 40-minute break. Because there's a lot I gotta talk about, I feel like. So, I'll be right back. I swear to God, I hate having a fucking cat sometimes. Seriously, I go upstairs. You know, because I just wanted to like part of the reason I was gone for so long was because like I just wanted to stretch my legs out and check Twitter, and you know, and obviously like try to formulate thoughts to myself out loud without like, you know, anything picking up. But then I go upstairs, you know, to get something to eat, and then I find out that my cat has been messing with my shit again. And I'm like, I fucking hate owning a cat sometimes, man. It's like I can't trust her to not fuck with shit. And I don't know why. It's not like the door is closed. It's open. She can just walk in. But instead, she has to be a fucking brat. And this is the reason why I'll never have kids, is because I know for a damn fact that I'm gonna fucking murder my kids if they so much as lose something that I've been working on. By the way, this is now the second time that Sushi has messed with my shit. And it's like, you are so fucking lucky I don't throw your ass out to the wolves. Yeah, I didn't even check YouTube. It has been a crazy, like, month and a half, I would say, almost 2 months. Probably Friday, just so I can finish off this route, because I have to make up for the fact that I didn't get to stream on Valentine's Day. And I don't want to be on this, and honestly, I don't want to be on this route longer than I want to be, longer than I need to be. So... But, God. Last 2 months have been fucking insane if you're American. Like, if you're not American, you've probably seen the news. Alright, have a good night, Plush. Hope you have a good few days. It's always until I might see you again Friday. But yeah, it is just, oh my god. Like, believe me, I've been keeping up on what our fucking government's been doing. It sucks. Like, understatement, I know, but... But yeah, like, it's... my god. I cannot believe... just... I just can't believe the amount of shit that I saw just happening. And I was like, I don't even know what to say to it. It's just, it's like, what do I, it's like, what do you want to hear from me? It sucks. Our president is a dumbass. And the muskrat is somehow, like, doing war crimes? Allegedly? But I mean, for real though, like, it fucking sucks. And I feel bad for everybody who's being directly affected by this shit. I mean, God knows I had to see a lot of dumb takes. Like, when was it? When was it? It was the 15th, right, of January that all that crazy shit was going down? It was either the 15th or the 16th. It was one of those 2 days. And I had to see so many dumbass takes on Twitter because of that. All said from people who are very privileged to not, like, be affected, right? I mean, there was this, I remember there was, like, this one person. There was this one person I saw where she had this take of, like, you know, God, what did she say? Like, I mean, obviously I can't recall verbatim, but, like, it was something like, you know, I predict there'd be nothing much of anything changing under, you know, Trump's administration or something like that. And she got fucking dragged. She got dragged for her fucking, for her dog shit take. Like, so much so to the point that she ended up making a video where she said that, like, you know, she was talking about how she was getting bullied on Twitter or something like that. And I'm like, girl, shut the fuck up. You were not being fucking bullied, alright? You were just being told by thousands of people how wrong you were. And you somehow took that as being bullied. And apparently from what I heard too, this girl, I'm not gonna say her name, but she is, apparently, one of the funny things I learned about this is that, like, because this is a VTuber I'm talking about, she's apparently considered a popular VTuber, and I'm like, well, if she's so popular, why have I never heard of her until this? The funny thing is, this is not her first time getting embroiled in, like, you know, in drama, quote-unquote, and getting dragged for it on Twitter. And that's the only reason I've heard of her before that mess, was because she got embroiled in another, like, drama thing. And she cried about how she was getting bullied. So, that was that. But apparently from what I heard, this VTuber was also, like, apparently she threw, like, a hissy fit or a temper tantrum about how apparently, like, I guess she was going off on another VTuber who had, like, a similar concept to her. And, you know, and it's just like, okay, so she's just a crybaby then. Like, that sounds mean. I know it sounds very Mean Girl-esque of me. But it's like, can you blame me? Like, there's so many more things to be, you know, getting rightfully angry over, or to be bullied, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that, like, you should be getting upset at, but instead you choose to claim that you're being bullied on Twitter because you tweeted out a dumbass take and hundreds of people, possibly thousands, saw that tweet and were rightfully telling you that you were a privileged white girl. And I have to bring that up because I honestly think, because I think if I remember right, it was brought up that, yeah, she's white. Like, she's not, like, a person of color. No, she's a white girl. And it's like, and honestly, I'm not gonna, and it's funny how I've noticed this over the last year, that, like, it really does feel like women in particular, because here's the thing, I know how misogynistic the internet can be towards women, you know, especially in certain communities. But it's like, you ever want to know some of the things I've noticed? It is that in the VTubing community, and I have to bring this up because I've noticed it prominently in that community, that women can basically be divided into two categories. The good ones and the bad ones. The good ones, I'm not going to name names. I don't want to get in trouble. But the good ones are usually the women that will always, 100% of the time, or 99% of the time, be defended to hell and back. And it doesn't matter if they actually did something that was deplorable or not. The moment that they show any kind of crying, and I mean this specifically, crying, the moment one of the good women cry on stream, you're gonna have their legions of fans coming out and basically harassing whoever made them cry. And again, it doesn't matter whether or not one of these good women are crying over, you know, like, something that actually like, if they did something bad or if they did something good, it doesn't fucking matter. If they're crying, it only takes one tear for their legions of fans to descend upon whoever they think made their precious princess cry and harass them into oblivion. I've seen it happen. And that's for one of the good ones. However, I can bet you, if one of the bad women did it, you know, and again, I should express, it doesn't matter who you deem as a good or a bad woman. I mean, that's just apparently determined by the incel majority. And there's really no moral standards seen here. It's mainly just like, how can we jack off to them? Or how base do we think they are? And usually the standards of what determines as a base individual is how bigoted they are. Or what they stand for. Like, and if you're one of, like, it doesn't matter, right? But if you're one of the bad women that the incel majority determines that they hate you, if you were to cry on stream, they're almost guaranteed to call you a manipulative whore. And yes, I say those two words specifically because, again, I have seen it over the last year. And it's annoying. Like, it's fucking annoying. And I've seen women VTubers, both in terms of those I like and those I don't like, being treated to this shit. And it's like, okay, sure. But I bring this up because it's like, I noticed this, because again, I think about this white girl VTuber who tweeted out a dumbass take and cried about being bullied, and I'm wondering, like, would she be considered one of the good ones? Would she be considered one of the good ones? And if so, did the incel majority realize that, like, we have to defend the woman? And thus just descend upon the people who called her ass out. Like, I know it sounds very misogynistic that I say this. Like, it sounds misogynistic, and I'm not trying to be. But it's like, you have to, like, really think. Again, if you saw some of the if you saw a lot of the shit that I had to see over the last year, you would understand what I'm saying. You would understand where I'm coming from, I think. But yeah, I've been noticing that late. But yeah, like, going back to the whole political shit, it's like, I don't want to fucking talk about politics, because it's like, oh my god, like, but yeah, like, I've seen so much of that, and it's so annoying. It's like, oh my god. And it's like, but it is, I mean, I will say, however, that it's very interesting that, like, even when, you'll have all these executive orders being signed off, and, like, trans people losing their rights, black people losing their rights, LGBT plus people losing their rights, like, basically any marginalized group losing their rights, right? It's like, the right-wingers, whether they be grifters or true believers in the cause, as they put it, it doesn't fucking matter whether, like, how much they believe they're being oppressed. And how much, like, every win for them, like, it doesn't matter. It's almost always like, we cannot stop here. We have to constantly play the victim. And it's like, oh my god, it's so annoying. Y'all, they're so fucking annoying. They're such crybabies, too. And again, I joked about this before, where it's like, I mean, I was traumatized. Like, I've been suicidal before. Twice, like, majorly suicidal in my life. And even I've never bitched about it this much. And that's the thing, is that, like, these people love to just cry and cry and cry. Like, they're like toddlers. Throwing temper tantrums. And yet they're the ones who constantly claim that we're the sensitive ones. It's like, I'm not the one losing my damn mind on Twitter every time something goes right for me. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's crazy. It's insane. reminds me of this other VTuber who does turn out to be, who is another popular VTuber who I have heard of before. And this is gonna sound really bad. I'm not gonna name names, but like, I refer to this particular VTuber as like the crybaby bitch because the first time I'd heard of her, she was crying about how, you know, God, I don't want to, like, because I know the moment I try to describe this, they're gonna know, people will know who I'm talking about if they're in the VTubing scene. But it's like, the incident in which I heard of her from, she can't read. That's all I'm gonna say. She can't fucking read. And she was crying nonstop on Twitter about this specific incident in which she felt she was being wronged. And ever since then, I've always referred to her as the crybaby bitch. Which sounds misogynistic, but listen, I fucking hate her guts. Like, and she's a right-wing grifter, so listen, she can cry all she wants. But man, it's so fun. It's so fun looking at screenshots of her tweets, and it's like, oh man, how long is it before you inevitably get screwed over by our current administration, our current government? And if you're expecting me to feel bad, it's like, nah, you lost that. You lost that the moment, you know, all the way back in July. But yeah, I've been seeing that, and it's just, oh my god. And it makes me wish I could move out of state, but unfortunately I can't. I don't have the means in which to do that. But, yeah, I don't know what else to say to that other than it sucks. It sucks living in the South. Especially in the rural South. Oh, it's getting cold again. I gotta turn on the heater. But, oh yeah, I remember I was gonna talk about a date with... Okay, it's nothing much, but, you know what's funny is that, hanging out on Twitter after I had finished my last stream, there were certain, screenshots floating around on Twitter. Now, I should express, I was not looking for these screenshots. They just popped up on my, you know, my page, right? Because why wouldn't they? And it turns out there's an NSFW thing for, Beyond the Bet. I unfortunately cannot stream it because that would just kill. Not to mention, like, I would probably feel really fucking awkward trying to fucking stream that on public. But, apparently it's not available on Steam. It's on it's on 2.5 Studios' itch.io page, I believe. I'm not sure. And I'm like, it's tempting. It was tempting. And I don't know, maybe for my birthday this year, I'll download the patch and fucking play it. I don't know. I just wanted to mention that because, like, I found out about that, like, shortly after I finished playing Beyond the Bet. And it's like, oh yeah, they did say they were gonna come out with an NSFW thing, but I was like, where is it? I figured I was just spreading more misinformation because apparently that game in particular, it's just like, by the way, you're just gonna have all your details wrong because you can't remember anything. But no, it's floating somewhere out in the ether, and I feel like it is my obligation as a content creator, as if you could call me that, that's like, listen, do not be going around looking for this patch if you're not 18. You know, I get it's tempting, especially if you watched both of my playthroughs of A Date with Death, but do not download that patch unless you are 18. And you're most likely gonna need the game. I don't know if you need the DLC, though. Would be funny if you needed the DLC. And actually, you know what's funny? Literally like 2 nights ago, as I had finished playing Clanad for the night, A Date with Death is still being updated, and I'm like, why? Excuse me. Sorry, I'm currently checking Twitter, and this is a bad idea. Man, I wish I could fucking see this. But yeah, like, I don't understand how the fuck, like, I don't know why that game is still getting updated. It's like, I thought y'all were done! Sorry, I'm looking on Twitter and I'm just seeing a lot of great things right now that unfortunately had to happen during this stream. And do not worry, I don't regret doing this, so it's just like, eventually I'll get back to the game. This is a horrible idea for me to be doing this while streaming. My poor phone is gonna be fucking dead at the end of all this. I mean, hey, at least you guys get to fucking listen to this nice song, huh? And Twitter's fucking with me again. I love having the mobile app. Alright. Anyway, I think it's about time we should get back onto this. I think it's been almost an hour. You know, I didn't even eat my second Pop-Tart. It's like, I'm too busy. I say too busy, it's more like, I just want to fucking get back into this, because I'm gonna be reading probably for another 3 hours. What do I want to say? It's so stupid. Sorry, it's just my fucking caption. Alrighty, let's say goodbye to Firefox for now. I will say though, I feel like I actually feel like I got through that entire first half of the stream. Like, I feel like I got through that entire first half of the stream, like, with hardly any fuck-ups in terms of reading the text. Which is amazing. Alrighty, I just want to see something. Oh. That's a lot of scenes. Oh boy. How are we doing in terms of this? Oh, we're missing one thing here. And a thing here. And a few things here. I mean, I'm wondering though if these are going to be for the other two girls, like Lily and Rin. Hey look, there's Shizune. I'm actually kind of curious. Let's see, can I get... I know y'all are gonna be seeing some weird shit. Okay, I was like, where's the other one? Okay. Oh, okay. I wonder, have we gotten all the songs yet? Probably not. Yeah, we still have some. Okay. Oh, 2 hours, huh? Okay. Alrighty. Let's get our heads back in the game here. Alrighty. The next morning, I recall what a perfect night last night was. So much so that I can't stop thinking about it. It's probably not the most appropriate time to reminisce, since I have a test first period. It's so unfair. How can they do this? They hold a festival that is the culmination of what has to be at least a few weeks' worth of work on a Sunday, and then follow up with exams starting the very next morning? It's gotta be some kind of sick joke. I'm not too worried about it, but I wonder if they really couldn't have held off on this for at least another week. Well, at least the weather this morning is nice enough that I can study outside before class. It's a lot more refreshing out here than it would be in the classroom. Not to mention with how quiet it is, I'm starting to think that everyone else will be sleeping in pretty late today. I put down the notes I'm reviewing for a second and stare out at the school grounds, still littered with festival stalls. Looking at them now in the daytime, without paper lanterns or crowds of people to draw my attention away from them, I noticed something peculiar. A lot of the stalls that Shizune, Misha, and I visited last night also happened to be ones that we worked on. That's cute. Did Shizune come up with this? It had to be intentional, especially knowing her. Did she hope that I would catch on and see the fruit of our labors? Oh, speaking of which... I hear footsteps crunching the grass behind me and turn around. I feel slightly paranoid, but all I find is Shizune standing there with an innocuous look on her face. Ellipses. Good morning. Ohayo. Why do I keep forgetting that she can't hear me? It's probably because I've gotten so used to Misha translating for both of us that I haven't actually run into many situations where I was forced to acknowledge Shizune's deafness and the problems that could stem from it. I think yesterday was the first. I give her a wave anyway. I can do at least this much, but I'm not even going to pretend for a minute that I could hold up a conversation with her, considering my ignorance of sign language. Would it be rude to just go back to my notes? I don't really know what else I could do. Where's Misha? Ellipses. Not just because I can't understand you. You two are always together anyway, so I'm not used to seeing you apart. I know it's silly, but for some reason talking to her makes me feel less awkward. Surprisingly, she doesn't get mad at all. She starts signing. But it's different than usual. Shizune's hands move more slowly, and the gestures are simpler. I quickly realize that this isn't sign language at all, but she's still attempting to communicate with me. So, is this the sign language equivalent of breaking it down into layman's terms? I'm terrified that if I attempt to gesticulate back, I just look like a total dumbass. The look on Shizune's face tells me that she's starting to think that trying to have any kind of back and forth like this is not exactly the best way to accomplish things. There has to be a better way. Writing on a pad? Well, I do have paper and a pencil. What else, though? Cell phones? I don't really have much use for mine here, so I barely carry it around, and I don't know if Shizune even has one. She takes the initiative, holding up a finger to ask for a pause before pulling out a pad and pen from her bag and writing a single word on it. I wonder if at this point we should start giving Shizune her own voice. I mean, she's not gonna have... I mean, she's not gonna be speaking in this route, so it's like, well, why not have her at least try? I just don't know what voice she would have. And no, I'm not gonna be doing the ableist thing where she's gonna have an obvious impediment. Hello. Ellipses. I stare blankly at her and receive a similar but somehow more intimidating stare in response. She nudges the pad in my direction forcefully, clearly wanting me to reply. Good morning. Shizune beams with a disproportionate amount of happiness. She starts twirling her pen triumphantly as she thinks about where to go from here. Oh, come on, it's not like we just invented fire. Shizune pushes up her glasses curtly, as if she had heard me, and then starts writing at a furious pace. Use the notepad! Right. I'm confused. Am I supposed to take it from her and write okay now? This is about the furthest thing I could imagine from a smooth, flowing conversation. It makes me envy the ease with which Misha is able to communicate with Shizune. Are you studying for the test? I'm pretty sure I can get away with answering simple yes or no questions like this with nods. You're here very early. Most people sleep in late after the festival. That means you are abnormal. Is that so? You're here too. Before handing that response back to her, though, I remember what I'd noticed earlier and add, yesterday was fun. I noticed today that I built a lot of the stalls we went to. Maybe that's why they were so familiar. Was this another game? She shakes her head from side to side indignantly. No tricks. I thought that because you had made those stalls, they were the most important ones. We had to visit them, because everyone should be able to appreciate the fruit of their labors. I wanted you to be able to see and enjoy what you had done. I'm sort of touched. Still, I have to wonder why she would go so out of her way, and I ask as much in my response. Because you were depressed. I want to say that I was depressed for days, but stop. It's true. I was moping quite a bit, and not being too subtle about it half the time either, so it's possible that she knew. Was everything she did just to cheer me up then? Thanks. I mumble it before I can catch myself, but Shizune doesn't seem to care. I write it down instead, and she nods once, as if unused to it. The silence between us grows more vast with each passing second, and there's nothing I can do to break it. Having to write everything down on paper kind of destroys any hope of trying to be casual. Good luck on the exam. Shizune pushes the pad right in front of my eyes, breaking my concentration. Taking the initiative again, as always. As she walks into the school building, I can't help feeling a little sad. That felt like the longest 20 minutes of my life, and all because it's so alien to me to have a face-to-face conversation with someone by passing notes to each other that I can't help coming up blank most of the time. It makes me want to learn sign language. That's easier said than done. Although in a school like Yamaku, they might very well have sign language classes. In that case, there would be little reason not to pursue this. The only person who I can think to ask at the moment is Misha. How badly do I want to know this? There's two options. Wait until after class, or go look for her now. I guess I'll go now, but I'm not certain where she is. My best bet would be to start searching for her in the girls' dorm, though. After all, if she wasn't with Shizune, that's probably the only place where she would be. I will say, though, like, that's the thing, though, is that it's like... I mean, granted, I mean, Shizune's probably, like, used to it with other students, but it's like, it probably does suck for her not being able to, like, be involved. Or at the very least, like, not being able to have, like a flowing conversation with someone who doesn't know sign language. A guy casually prowling around the girls' dorm early in the morning is unacceptable, but asking Misha about sign language classes in front of Shizune would be just unthinkable. She has to come to school sometime. After all, we're in the same class, so she too has to take this test. If I wait here, I'll be sure to see her sooner or later. I just hope she doesn't walk past me while I'm flipping through my notes. It turns out to be a pretty long wait. As students file into the school, I wonder if Misha is going to be late. Eventually, I catch sight of her. While she bounces across the grounds, it hits me that I'd have to be blind to miss her with her incredibly distinctive hair.
Hi, Hachan! Good morning!
Morning. I don't have a lot of time left before class starts, so I cut directly to the chase. Hey, can I ask you a question?
A question? Okay, Hachan. Sure. I have time, but only because I'm late.
What does that mean?
Haha! I should have woken up earlier, but I was so tired. If I had, I would have to study, but since I didn't, it won't hurt. What is it, Hachan?
Well, there are sign language classes here, right?
Yup, they're electives. Why do you want to know, Hachan?
For some reason, that question briefly makes me panic. No reason. It sounds interesting, but I guess it's too late to sign up now, right? I'm not exactly being too subtle here, but Misha never seems to pick up on things like that anyway, so I'm probably being more cautious than is necessary.
Oh well, Hachan, I've heard there are fewer and fewer students taking sign language every year. So, if you want to, I'm sure they'll let you in. Are you thinking of learning sign language, Hachan?
Yeah.
If you learn sign language, Hachan, that would make Hachan really happy. If you want, we can go to the teacher's office after school. They'll probably let you in.
That would be great. Don't tell Shizune that I want to learn it, though.
Why not?
So it can be a surprise. Besides, it'll look bad if you tell her this morning, and then I find out in the afternoon that I can't take the classes.
Aww, you're right, Hachan. Still, this will be hard. It's such good news.
I'm in the student council, so I might as well try learning it. Even if it's just the basics, it'd be a step up from nothing. Besides, Shizune and I can't keep relaying everything through you as if you were a phone or something, right? Okay.
You're right, Hachan!
More ellipses. The hell? The bell rings to signal the start of first period, cutting our conversation short. I guess I'll just ask a teacher after classes are through. Her reaction was a little strange, but I forget about it as the day goes on. Oh! That was the end of the scene! Cool! Excuse me. Bum bum. Bing bong ding dong, bing bong ding dong. Alright. The bell rings and the teacher at the front of the room gestures that classes are over for the day. Although getting into this class was surprisingly easy, it's only been a few days and I'm still not used to the experience. The actual signing is easier to pick up than I expected, but most of my classmates are hard of hearing. On top of that, the teacher favors immersion. I haven't heard her speak since I asked if I could take the class. It's an alien concept and really unnerving. The moment I step out of the classroom, I hear a familiar laugh explode through the air a short distance to my left.
Hi, Hachan!
Misha's not in my sign language class, so this is the first time I've seen her in this context. I still don't know whether her not being in my class is good or bad. It would be more interesting with her in it, but the potential for awkward situations would increase drastically. Hi.
It's a surprise to see you here, Hachan! Ah, that's right! You're taking sign language, aren't you? Right! What do you think of it so far, Hachan?
It's not easy to learn a new language, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. Despite how different it is from other languages, it's still easier than English.
Really, Hachan? I agree.
I was just joking, but she's apparently totally serious. I wonder how Misha can effortlessly translate things to me while simultaneously having a conversation with Shizune in a different language like she does. Until now, I've taken for granted how amazing it is. Someone bumps into my shoulder and apologizes. It's getting kind of crowded here, what with it being the end of the day and all. I think we should talk somewhere else instead of the hallway. Let's go to the roof or something.
Okay!
I decide to continue talking on the way. It's surprisingly quiet enough to carry on a conversation while doing so. It's still taking me some time to get used to having to look at the teacher constantly. I guess I took all those years of simply listening to the lectures while I doodled for granted. It makes taking notes a lot more difficult, too. The introductory class is small, and I'm already behind. I guess I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, this is much better. I turn around to look back at Misha and see her staring at me with her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed outwards.
Hachan, you're behind? That's not good at all!
I started the class a week later than everyone else. It's not that bad.
Okay, Hachan, let's review what you learned then. I'll tutor you, okay?
This is the first time I've heard "I'll tutor you" used outside of dirty movies. I'm not nearly as turned on as I'd have expected. What? What? That is a weird thing. I don't know if I need a tutor yet.
Aww.
She looks more disappointed than usual. It makes me feel awkward to see her making that kind of face.
I want to be a sign language teacher, Hachan, but it would really be great if I could try tutoring someone in it first. Even if it's for a little while, the experience would be valuable.
Ah, well, yeah, that's true. I didn't know you wanted to be a sign language teacher. It's hard to believe she isn't intentionally trying to make me feel guilty because she's very good at it. Still, it makes sense. She's very good at sign language already from what I've seen, and certainly has the voice for dealing with the hearing impaired. I never saw her as the teaching type, though.
It's the reason why I wanted to go to this school, Hachan. It's also really expensive to attend here, you know. Because I want to be a sign language teacher, I have reduced tuition fees. If it wasn't for that, I don't know if I'd be able to keep going here.
I see. It's not that I think you would be bad at tutoring, it's just that I don't know if I need it just yet.
You're right, Hachan. You're smart.
Well, no, that just makes me sound arrogant. Alright, please tutor me.
Really? Okay! Okay! Yippee! Thanks, Hachan. I'll do my best. Let's start right now!
Too soon. Ellipses.
I miss Hachan.
Didn't you just see her this morning?
But it's hard to talk to her in class, Hachan. There's no student council today either.
Well, there have been exams all week. I'd be kind of mad if there was still student council. I'll be glad when they're over.
When it's back, you're not going to skip out, right, Hichan?
Of course. I meant it after all. Don't worry, I'm not going to just suddenly stop showing up. A promise is a promise. Misha pauses for a second, not looking very convinced.
Shichan takes the student council very seriously, Hichan. Now that you've joined, she works harder than before since she wants to make a good impression. Some other people joined at first, but they stopped coming soon after. Shichan tried to get more people interested in the student council, but wasn't successful. Even when someone would join, they'd stop coming eventually. They'd make excuses and just put it off more and more until they stopped coming altogether. However, I believe that you really mean it, Hichan.
My eyes stay focused on her hands, tilting and moving almost of their own free will, softly signing everything she is saying to herself as she speaks.
When you said you would join, she was really happy. Shichan thinks you're interesting, Hichan. An uninteresting person won't have the drive needed to join. Even if they do, a person that isn't interesting will quit soon after. That's what Shichan said. So, it's my duty to make sure you keep going.
Is that why you want to tutor me? You're kind of sneaky.
Really, Hichan? That's the first time anyone has said that about me.
There's no chance that I would avoid student council work now. Thinking back over the past few days, I've started to realize that the only reason I joined in the first place was because of Shizune. Her competitiveness and force of will are alluring. I can't tell Misha that, though.
Okay, Hichan, let's review what you learned in class today.
You don't even know what I learned in class today.
You're right, Hichan. Okay, let's start with the basics then. I'll just teach you everything from the beginning.
You're kidding, right?
Huh?
You're serious. That's like days of lessons, and we're not even learning on the same level.
It's like riding a bike, Hichan. You never forget the basics. I don't know how to ride a bike, though.
Oh, no.
Right. I want to be a teacher one day, so of course I know what I'm doing. Okay. We're starting. This is great.
She looks like she's trying very hard, so this could be bad. Well, learning a language is vastly different from teaching it, and the first step is usually the hardest part. Honestly, I couldn't do any better. Still.
Sign language was formally introduced in the 18th century by a Frenchman named, whose name I can't pronounce, and he started the first public school for the deaf in 1755, but the unwritten history of sign language is said to... I don't really know where to start. Sorry. Well, what better place to start than the history of sign language, right? Right. No, wait, maybe the alphabet. Okay, the alphabet it is then. Okay, Hichan, this is pretty basic stuff, although some people think that this is all of signing and forget there are all kinds of specific gestures and words. Although you can't really get anywhere else without the basics, this is A. Do you see it? Now, you try.
I already know this, though. I humor her anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Now, this is B, and this is C.
Misha makes one symbol with each hand, without specifying which is which.
And now, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, W, V, W, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, this is bad. Do you think Shizune wants to do some student council work today anyway? We could go.
Of course not, Hichan. Come on, I'll do it again. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Your turn.
So there's really no student council work that needs doing or anything like that?
What are you talking about, Hichan? Come on, sign!
Like this?
No, like this!
Like...
this!
Huh.
I wish Hichan was here. This would be so much easier with her. That's how sign language is taught most of the time anyway, with 2 instructors. Did you know that, Hichan?
No. I let my brain run through what this would be like if Shizune were here. Ellipses.
Hichan! Are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Hichan says that sign language is different from any other because you have to think about everything before you say it. That means every word has more weight, Hichan. Every single one is more important than normal. So, pay attention, please.
She continues her basic rundown of the basics of sign language. Eventually, she starts talking about stuff I start to recognize. In the end, I'm impressed. It took a bit of stumbling to get there, but as a teacher, she's pretty good when she's serious. After a while, I start to notice that it's getting late, so I thank Misha, bid her goodbye, and go back to my dorm. I learned a lot today.
It just ends there.
Huh? I'm about ready to run out of water, too. What is this fucking scene right here? Alrighty. I'm jolted awake by a thunderous banging sound coming from my door. My first thought is, it could be Shizune. After all, only a deaf person or a jackass would knock that loudly at this hour. Who is it? Of course, if it's Shizune, she wouldn't be able to hear that or answer it. There's no reply, so I'm kind of pleased. I haven't seen Shizune in a while. Fuck. Opening the door, I find Kenji standing out in the hall, his eyes nervously darting from side to side. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me. What kind of reaction is that?
Well, I'd be able to give you a more personalized response if you had answered when I asked who it was. Kenji frowns and pushes up his glasses exactly like Shizune.
Why are you making that weird face?
I wonder how he's able to see me making a face now, yet wasn't able to the millions of other times I've reacted to something weird he has said or done. I kind of want to pursue this, but I'm too tired to actually do it. Shizune pushes her glasses up just like that. You know, the student council president. It's just a little weird.
What the hell? What do you mean there's this girl who does the same thing? You mean she touches her glasses? I do that, that's my thing!
That's what a lot of people do, bitch!
My god. Who is this bitch? Why are bitches all up in my business stealing what I do?
His character flips from anger to fear in the blink of an eye.
Is she trying to replace me? Pod people? No wait, that's an exact copy. Pod women? It's like my 2 greatest fears combined. It is!
I can't believe he has a point.
Hey, you going into town today?
Maybe later.
Okay, awesome. I have some stuff I want you to pick up for me at the post office. Some delicate and secret stuff.
He speaks in a whisper, as if talking about his mail in even a normal tone of voice will jeopardize it. You can have your mail sent directly here, you know.
No, you can't. You can have your mail sent to the school, and then the student council picks it up and then they give it to you. That's not the same as the mail appearing in your hands. I don't trust the student council. Many dudes don't get their mail here, you know. They probably steal it all. They think that just because it's sent to them, they have a license to steal. I can just see them now, elbow deep in mail, fast grabbing all the free swag they can get a hold on. Sickening.
all the free swag. This game came out in 2011. Was swag part of the lingo back then? Where can I find this mailman who can conjure mail out of thin air and into your hands?
I don't know. I bet the student council killed them to preserve their monopoly on all the student shit.
It doesn't work that way. Is that what you wanted, though? Fine, I can pick up your mail for you, but eventually I'm going to collect on all these favors. You already owe me some money.
Thanks for reminding me. I'll pay you back after I get my package. Yeah, my bad. I can't really pay you until then. I'm still broke.
Then I'm basically doing it for money, like a job. Why do you need the package first? Is there money in the package?
Nah.
I am seriously dumbfounded. Why can't you get it?
Because I'm going to remodel my room today into a war room. As the days go by, I realize more and more how dangerous feminism is. It really is everywhere, even in places like Iran. You can't tell how far up it goes. What? When the war begins, we haven't transcended the concept of nations to fight for our genders. It will be chaos.
I dread to think... You know, I dread to think of how this game would be if it came out today, except instead of us fighting against the women, it's us fighting against the transes.
No one will know who will take what side, and a war against feminism wouldn't just mean World War III, but the end of all life on Earth as we know it. If we lose, all our supple Japanese...
Whoa! What is this line?
All our supple Japanese women will be raped and enslaved by a bunch of sociopathic lesbian supremacists. What the fuck?
If we lose, all our supple Japanese women will be raped and enslaved by a bunch of sociopathic lesbian supremacists. That is the most 4chan sentence I have ever seen. And I'm on VTuber Twitter every day.
Meanwhile, the handful of men that didn't die in the war will be castrated and forced to repair toilets and build massive monuments commemorating the feminist victory.
That's crazy. You're crazy. I think you're overthinking this.
As the days go by, I realize more and more that you are not bawling.
What is happening? We've only talked like 4 times.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, whatever. I'll get your fucking package.
Awesome.
I closed the door and jumped right back into bed. Damn it! The second my head hits the pillow, a painfully loud ringing assaults my ears, and I realize it's my clock. The alarm going off means that right now is the time I'm supposed to wake up in the first place. On weekdays, at least. I pick it up and throw it without looking up. It gets wedged between the bed and the wall, the noise not stopping. In fact, it seems to grow louder. By the time I'm able to pry it out of there, I know I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep. The only thing I can think of doing now is going into town and just getting Kenji's stupid fucking package, but it's too early for that. After showering, I take my medication. I'm actually very hungry today since I went without dinner yesterday, and before that I had just a very light lunch. I eat the pills, chomping on them like a leg of lamb. They are unbelievably bitter and disgusting. I don't think you're supposed to eat pills like that. Well, good medicine tastes bad or something like that. I'm still hungry, and there's still a lot of time to kill, so I decide to go into town and find somewhere to have breakfast. I can't remember the last time I ate out. Besides, the weather is nice, so why the fuck not? What the fuck was that sentence? Not sentence. What the fuck was that whole scene? The walk into town is longer than I remember, possibly because it's been a while, and probably because I rarely come here alone. There are barely any cars on the road because it's so early in the morning, making it unusually quiet. The first thing I do is start looking for a place to eat. Immediately I think of the Shanghai, but I want something more substantial than sandwiches or cake. Since it's so early, though, I decide to get Kenji's package first. Picking it up at the post office doesn't take very long, but the moment I see it, I'm enraged about what a pain in the ass it will be to carry this thing all the way back to the school. That is a big-ass package. The box is huge, you need 2 hands to hold it. Insultingly, it's not even very heavy. I was thinking of wandering around for a little while, but with this thing in tow, that's going to be a real problem. I guess the Shanghai is my only option now. Everything else is closed, and the ones that aren't all have about the same menu. That fact also makes me want to throw some more business Yuko's way. Before I can even open the door and enter, someone taps me on the shoulder from behind. I turn around and see Shizune there. Instinctively, I look for Misha, but she doesn't seem to be here. Oh! Good morning. Looks like those sign language classes are already starting to pay off. I'm tempted to sign it right back, but then she might think I know a lot more than I actually do. For now, I just give her a wave and open the door. She's probably here for her morning tea and didn't come here just to greet me. It turns out I'm right, as Shizune follows me inside the tea house. It's a total ghost town in here. It's not exactly peak hours, but every other cafe I passed had at least a few customers. Actually, the Shanghai has been fairly empty every time I passed by. How does this place stay in business? Hello, thank you for choosing to patronize our establishment. Ow. Yuka bows with the force of a falling axe, and her head collides with the box in my hands, launching it towards the floor. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry! Sorry, please forgive me! It's okay, and you don't have to do that hello thanks for choosing our shop thing since we know you. But it's part of my job. You're here early, what can I get you? I just want some coffee for now. I wonder what Shizune wants. Without Misha, there's no real way to tell, or any way to even ask. I haven't learned about that yet. She's here, so I'm pretty sure that means she wants something too. I don't really know what Shizune wants. Does she have a usual? Wait, she might want something else though. Perhaps they should bring us a menu just in case. I look around for one, but can't find anything that looks remotely like a menu. Menus! I'll look for one right now! Huh? There are menus. They're just rare. It's only a restaurant menu, not a collector's edition. Ellipses. Weird. Is that what Shizune is saying? Nah, she can't hear you. It's just weird for a cafe to make you have to go out of your way to look for a menu. Weird? Yes, you're right. It's so illogical. There are so many things. Like, why is it called the Shanghai? This is a Western-style tea house. But the name is Chinese. And the architecture is old-fashioned, but my uniform is so modern and sophisticated. She looks like she's about to pass out. If she does, she'll probably fall forward and make a mess of everything. I can't work here anymore. What a bad place for her circular train of logic to end up. No, come on. That kind of stuff is what sets this place apart. There are a lot of cafes around here, you know. I think it's charming, really. Please don't quit. Business is good here, isn't it? Not really. See, I think this is a good job for you. It suits you. You shouldn't quit. I've never had to defuse this kind of crisis before. Eventually, I managed to calm her down and convince her that I'm sure Shizune just wants what she usually orders here. Yuko walks away to get our drinks, and by then, Shizune has already picked a table. There were no other customers, and Yuko isn't the most talkative person, so it's very quiet. It doesn't really bother me, but I wish that there was some way we could communicate. There are so few moments when we're alone. Shizune and Misha are almost always together, to the point where sometimes it seems like they are one. Now, it's just me and her, and I'm unable to understand her or have her understand me. It's terrible. You don't have your little notepad today? I know it's the weekend and all, but it's not like you to be unprepared. Well, that's fine. I don't really like using it anyway. Still, it would come in handy now. Ellipses. Ellipses, ellipses. Shizune starts signing in short bursts, punctuated by her stopping to take a sip of tea. It's strange how she doesn't make the slightest attempt to change how she normally acts. I'm talking to her for the most part because I'm not used to long silences. I briefly wonder if it's the same for her, in a way. However, it seems unlikely. I think it's more that she is the type who doesn't change how she acts for anyone. Hey, it seems like Misha joined the student council because of you. That makes two of us, you know? I'm only there because you forced me into it. Well, not really forced, I guess. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have joined. That sounds slightly romantic, and I find myself blushing a little. I feel like such an idiot. Although, I still don't know why you joined. It should have been the first thing I asked, in retrospect, but I'm really curious. I'll have to remember to ask Misha sometime. Ellipses. It's nice to talk to you, even if you can't understand me. I wonder if it's the same for you. That would be really... great. Ellipses. I don't think sign language will ever be as natural for me as Misha makes it look, but it's gotta be a step up from using pen and paper, right? Ellipses. We've both been finished with our drinks for a while, and Shizune's eyes fall upon the box sitting in its own chair by my side. Ellipses. I'm just picking it up for someone. It's not mine. Shizune pulls it closer to her, intending to open it, and my heart almost leaps out of my throat. I quickly try to pull it back by wrapping my leg around the leg of the chair. What the hell? Don't open it! You can't just open other people's mail. That's not legal. Ellipses. No! Exclamation point! Once she gets going, there's almost no stopping her. Eyes filled with excitement, she looks ready to fight me over this stupid package, and I realize just how fast this could turn into a game of tug-of-war. I am almost out of my seat now and waving my arms like an air traffic controller before she finally settles down. Shizune pouts, not pleased with having her curiosity checked, and gets up to leave. It's about time to, I guess. We've been here a while. I protectively pick up the box before standing up myself. Suddenly, she tenses her fingers excitedly and pulls out a marker from her pocket, and starts writing on Kenji's box. Hey, what are you doing? I said this isn't mine! Hey! I can't even see her with it blocking my vision. Fine, at least let me put it down first. I have to read whatever she's writing anyway. I'll help you carry it. It doesn't seem like she's finished, though, and Shizune draws a fierce line afterward to signify that there's a catch. But it's a game. The first one to stumble loses, and the loser has to carry it the rest of the way by themselves. That's stupid. There's a 50% chance I'll end up carrying it myself anyway. Actually, I feel pretty stupid myself right now. I just forgot she can't hear me. I stop talking and shake my head. Ellipses. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! I can't understand her at all, but she's coming across very forcefully. It's clear that she thinks this is a great idea. Well, if she drops the box or something, she'll have to carry it. That would make things a lot easier for me, obviously. The odds are 50-50 then. They're probably higher than they would be for any other plan of hers. Alright, I'll take it. Thinking about it, I'm not sure how we should do this. Then Shizune grabs hold of one end of the box and lifts it up, and I take the side that she isn't holding. Is this even right? It's very uncomfortable to walk like this. We leave the cafe, and I find myself hoping that the streets are still devoid of people. Yuko seemed confused as to what we were doing, and I imagine it'll only get worse as more people see us. Shizune doesn't seem bothered at all while walking with her arm at this unnatural angle. She just grins confidently and periodically makes some kind of weird gesture. There are people staring at us as time passes, and the usual morning crowd begins to fill the streets. I feel silly, but I'm sure that if I give up, Shizune will take it as a sign of surrender. I can't allow that, because I think I'm doing well so far. Initially, I just write Shizune's little hand signals off as her preemptively gloating, but I catch on quickly that she's actively signaling where she wants to go. It dawns on me that this isn't a competition. It's not much of a challenge, first of all, and second, it's really more of an exercise in teamwork. It's just that Shizune has made a punishment for failing instead of a reward for doing well. Our fingers touch under the box, and Shizune moves her hand away, almost dropping her side of the box in the process. Well, that's game over for her. She doesn't look very happy. Does she think I did it on purpose to make her lose? If she does, she isn't making a big deal out of it. All's fair in love and war. I feel like I should take it from her and carry it myself, but she pushes me away when I try. She glares at me as if to tell me off, but she can't. With that box in her hands, she's basically gagged. A sad expression flickers across her face for a second, maybe on realizing that and having to acknowledge that there are some limitations she has to deal with after all. However, she is still as prideful as ever, even when it's to her detriment. She wouldn't accept letting me allow her to skip out on the consequences of her bet. Anything is fair during the game, but the results have to be honored to the letter, huh? Shizune is an interesting type of person. The march back to the dorms is uneventful. Shizune passes the trip by shifting the box around occasionally like a giant Rubik's Cube. It looks like another game she has invented to amuse herself. It can't be good for whatever's inside, but I don't care enough to stop her. Maybe this is how she deals with things, by making everything into a game. It's hard to say for sure, though. It seems futile to try to psychoanalyze Shizune. In the short time we've known each other, I've been surprised on a fair number of occasions. I notice Shizune shivering. The wind is picking up, and the school is pretty high up. It makes sense that she would be cold. If I gave her my jacket, though, would she reject it? I take off my jacket and drape it across her shoulders before she has a chance to protest. Her shoulders are slim and delicate, so much so that I want to let my hands linger on them. Shizune flinches when my fingers brush against her, understandably surprised. Sorry. Ellipses. Ellipses. Her fingers dance lightly over the surface of the box, and I think of taking it from her, but I doubt she would let me. Shizune makes a quick gesture with her hands as best she can, pausing a bit afterward as if wanting to say more. I'm sure that what she means is thank you. I'm glad that I was able to catch it. Another scene done. We're 5.5 hours in already? The sign language teacher says I'm pretty good. I try not to think about it too much, but the truth is I'm poring over it so much lately that it's hard not to keep coming back to it at least a couple times a day. I guess I'm picking it up faster than expected, but it's still not enough. I understand it just fine. Understanding it is simple. Well, I have to put my mind to it to read it, but it's easy enough when I do. The signing itself is doable, I just need a little more practice. However, trying to do both at the same time, even at half the speed Misha does it, it's impossible. Where I'm at now is good for my level, but in order to reach a point where I'll be able to really converse with Shizune, I'll need more work. I'm doing my best to get to that point one step at a time by doing as much studying as I can squeeze in during lunch. I look up from Introduction to Japanese Sign Language to check if Shizune or Misha are around. Of course, since this is taking up my lunch hour, I've had to avoid them for a few days now. What's more, I'll have to continue doing so if I want to keep Shizune from finding out. My back to the corner, scanning the area every 10 minutes, I feel like some kind of criminal trying to evade capture. Ellipses. Every chance she gets, Misha asks me why I want to hide the fact I'm learning sign language from Shizune. Looking back on it, there really wasn't any reason, but now I think I know. If I want Shizune to be able to treat me as a true equal, sign language is an important step towards that goal. If I want to be able to treat Shizune as an equal, then sign language is an important step towards that goal. Another important step is to make sure she doesn't know, so that when we're able to finally speak on equal terms, I'll be fully ready. Able to do it right, not like some dilettante. Anything less, I think, would be insulting. She would see it the same way. So to me, this is the only option, especially now that I've decided to be so resolute with it. Shizune has a huge aura. It's very easy to see her coming, or even to sense her coming, mostly because Misha's hair lights up any crowd she's in like a beacon, and you can hear her laughing from a mile away. Excuse me. Although, even if Misha weren't with her, it would be the same. Her directness and efficiency are core parts of her, so it's no surprise that they come across in the way she walks as well. Due to all these factors, I'm able to put away all my things and put on my best casual face long before they see me and head my way. Hi. Student council! Student council! Student council was the first thing I asked to learn. It seemed like it would come in handy. Yeah, I've been dodging it for a while now, huh?
Yup!
Shizune sits down in front of me to my right, and Misha to my left. It was a mistake putting myself in the corner. Now I'm, well, cornered. In the end, I'm dragged off to the student council room, but I don't mind. I was starting to miss them a bit anyway. In some ways, this makes it easier. Satisfied with having caught me, Shizune doesn't ask me where I've been all this time. Once I stand before the door, I wonder what could be so important that they're so eager to pull me back in. Games. There are more games out than books. This at last explains why every time I come here there are stacks of books piled on every table and occasionally parts of the floor. They need the room to put all these games somewhere.
It's boring playing against each other so much, Chan. So it's your turn, okay? Okay, it's settled then.
I didn't even say anything. Ellipses.
Hey, Chan, this is one of the last days we'll be able to take it easy like this for a while. So, it's especially important that we make the most of it, don't you think? Tanabata will be coming up soon, and we'll have to put in a lot of work for that too. So for now, play with us!
Come to think of it, it's true. I hadn't even noticed because I've been so wrapped up in wanting to learn sign language. Right on the heels of one festival, a bigger one appears. I wonder if Shizune will try and rope a couple of new members in to help with that one as well. You're right.
Yay! Hichan agrees! Let's celebrate!
I know, we should play a game.
Let's play a game to celebrate, Hichan!
I don't know, that kind of thing usually ends badly for me.
Hichan is worried about the stakes.
Misha makes a very disappointed face. It's hard to tell if she's mocking me, since her expressions are so exaggerated by default. She's an all-out kind of girl. I turn my head to Shizune. Now this person, she is definitely mocking me. Hey, stop that! But yes, I'll play with you if you tell me what's at stake first. Ellipses.
How very Japanese, putting the consequences above everything else. Hichan, have you ever heard of the expression missing the forest for the trees?
No. That's a lie. But I have my pride, which is currently feeling wounded. Okay, I'll play, but I want to pick the game. Misha nods. Additionally, I pick the punishment if you lose. Shizune makes an X with her arms. That either means denied or that she's about to use her special attack. Aha! Now who's afraid of consequences? How vengeful, still thinking so spitefully about a playful little joke. If a bit you, you would probably bite back. Shizune signs a word that I don't quite catch.
Hichan is so vengeful, even though it was just a playful little joke. If an armadillo bit you, you would probably bite back.
Armadillo?
It's foolish to bite an armadillo back, Hichan.
Ellipses.
But Hichan would do it anyway, you see?
I see. Shizune adjusts her glasses with a small flourish of her hand. Ellipses.
Hichan, we didn't have anything planned at all if you were to win or lose. You just assumed there would be something like that.
I wonder why.
Me too. But, oh well, there isn't. Does that change your mind, Hichan?
Well, yes. Misha windmills her arm at high speed to show her joy. Weird habit. This is the kind of thing you could only see in the student council room, occupied only by 3 people. Anywhere else, she would end up socking someone in the face.
Yippee! Let's start right now!
Not just yet. She's saying ellipses. Ellipses.
Ellipses.
Ellipses. Okay. However, we have to all be able to play. That's my condition. I don't like games where one person is clearly the ace player right off the bat, or games where only 2 people can play so one of us has to sit back. It has to be something the 3 of us can play equally. Ellipses.
Checkers?
The instant she says it, Misha takes out a bag of checkers and places them on the table. Only 2 people can play that. I told you!
Okay. Hichan, how about Monopoly?
A Monopoly box slowly edges towards me, and I take it out of Misha's hands and put it under my chair. I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw. They're too much about chance and not about skill. Also, stop jumping the gun with these games!
Luck is a kind of skill, you know.
No, it's not! Ellipses.
It can be if you're consistently lucky, right?
Once at that point, it's something else entirely.
Baccarat, marbles, life, snakes and ladders, roulette, blackjack, paper football, trivial pursuit.
Misha begins to excitedly name a bunch of games as if she were reading from a list. With each suggestion, a new box, board, and pieces appear around her. A bizarre catalog of games ranging from children's fare to serious, polished-looking gambling instruments that look very out of place in this humble room.
Three-way chess?
Is that even possible? Let's try.
Yes, let's try it definitely!
They pull a chessboard from behind them with a flourish like two junior magicians. Well, magic does require some deft sleight of hand, and they've got that in spades. I'm not surprised. Nevertheless, it is still somehow unsettling. Stop doing that! Oh.
Excuse me?
A very timid voice manages to make me look up.
I lost my ID card, and someone told me I could find out where to get a new one here. If I'm interrupting something, I can come back later.
Hanako's eyes drift across the room, taking in the landscape of piled-up record books, haphazardly scattered chairs, and overturned board games. I guess this isn't exactly the image an organized, tightly run student council like ours should be giving off. Hello. It's the only thing I can think of to break the ice. Unfortunately, it just seems to startle her further.
Ellipses. My ID card, You're in our class, aren't you, right? Right. So, don't be so timid, okay? Come on.
Ellipses.
Yep, even though we're your seniors, it's not like we'll bite.
We're not her seniors, we're in the same class. Still, I am grateful to them for stepping in.
What is it you said you want? An ID card, right? Right!
Yes. Her eyes slide away from Misha. Being shy, it's no wonder she's not the best at keeping eye contact. I follow where she's looking, and notice her gaze stop on the chessboard on the table. Hanako's eyes widen just for a moment. Shizune notices as well. Ellipses.
Do you like chess?
Exclamation mark!
You like chess, don't you? Yeah, you do, definitely! Do you want to play?
Hesitation. She might make a break for it. I refuse to get involved in this. It won't end well. To my amazement, Hanako seems to be considering the idea very seriously. She touches the tips of her fingers together pensively, mulling the thought over. That level of consideration is more or less a confirmation.
We're having our lunch break, so you'll have to wait anyway. Why not play with us in the meantime? Come on, it'll be fun, really fun. You like chess, don't you? I can tell, really, it's obvious, so please, will you?
Okay. It's been a while since I've had to do Hanako's voice.
Yippee! Success! Okay! That's great!
The chessboard is set up. The opening move is important. However, Shizune doesn't seem to care. Hanako ponders her moves carefully, sliding pieces forward just a little bit, then pulling them back in uncertainty, second-guessing herself over and over again. She's really into this game. You can't call her a casual player. Definitely an enthusiast. Shizune can't take her lightly. No matter what she does, Hanako has an appropriate response. Yet there's something wrong about the pacing of this game. Shizune moves too quickly. No, not even too quickly, but with illogical speed. It's like she isn't even thinking about what she'll do next. Either Shizune is in the realm of supercomputers, or she isn't taking this game very seriously. Or maybe Hanako just isn't very good.
Well, we know from her route she's extremely great.
Shizune forces an exchange of pawns. Hanako's turns take increasing amounts of time as the game goes on, and it hasn't even been going on that long. Suddenly, it all becomes clear. Shizune has a lot more time to think about her next move because Hanako takes forever to move a piece. Despite that, it's an interesting game. Black Knight to f6. Bishop to d3. Since they're both playing seriously, no one is toying with the other. There's no clearly dominant player, at least for now. Maybe this is helped by the fact that they aren't very close to each other from what I can see. Shizune is a mysterious opponent to Hanako, and Hanako is an enigma to Shizune. Hanako's furrowed brow shows that she is into the game. She wants to really win, and Shizune always wants to win. Their lack of familiarity is a little depressing, but it is giving life to the game, and allowing them to see each other as good competition. Maybe they might even end up being friends over it, or at the very least, rivals in chess. It's an optimistic thought. Although remembering playing Risk against Shizune, she doesn't want to just crush people for the fun of it. The game continues. Shizune plays 12 moves in 4 minutes. What a scary opponent. But Hanako holds her own, even though her king is being chased around the board a bit. Pawn to h6. White knight to e6. The end is near. The game ends. Ellipses.
That was a really good game! Thanks.
Ellipses.
It was really close. I thought I would lose. You're very skilled.
Magnanimous in victory and extending a hand to the defeated. Maybe it's because Hanako's taking her defeats so well. Ellipses.
This is a fun game, but it took so long. Almost the whole period. Chess is too formulaic, especially at this level. How about some advanced rules?
What?
Advanced?
3 ellipses in a row.
Yeah! Like speed chess, or chess with additional pieces, or maybe we can pair up and play tag team chess. With 1 or 2 boards, your choice. Come on, it'll be fun, really! Regular chess is so slow, too methodical, it's boring. I want to play chess that rewards quick thinking and daring. Any one of these, comparing chess to it is like comparing checkers to Go, or tic-tac-toe to shogi, right? Right! Even laser chess might be more exciting. Pick something, pick!
Like a deer in the headlights. Many emotions spring up in me, watching Hanako's mind reel in front of the chessboard as if she's about to faint. The dominant one is amusement, but I move a little closer in case she might really topple over. The board is set up again, but this time it's not even close. Hanako can't even make a move out of fear of her hand colliding with Shizune's. She's all over the board. It's an onslaught. Anywhere Hanako wants to put a piece, Shizune is already there. It's the fastest game I've seen in my life.
Let's change the rules and play again! Best out of 6, like Kasparov and Deep Blue!
She's like, nope! I want nothing to do with this!
Hanako excuses herself and flees from the room.
Huh? Wait! Aw, didn't she want to know where she could get a new ID? Excuse me! Hello? Come back, please! Wait! Jump about there!
Strangely, the farther Misha goes away, the louder the sound of her voice seems to grow.
I couldn't catch her. Fuck.
Ellipses. Shizune pats her on the shoulder reassuringly. There.
There.
You're pretty cheerful for someone who needed a pat on the shoulder. Ellipses.
Hichan, do you hate games where luck is involved?
A question out of nowhere, but it feels like an important one. If it wasn't, why would Shizune be looking at me, watching for my reaction? Even as I glance in her direction, she tries to pretend she isn't doing so, putting on a casual air by spinning a chess piece in her fingers.
I don't like games that revolve around luck of the draw, right? That was you, Hichan!
Yeah, revolving around luck isn't the same as just having luck involved, though. I don't hate games just for having an element of luck. Most games have an element of luck to them anyway. It's what keeps them interesting. I think a game where you know from the beginning how far you can go is boring. Then it's not a game, isn't it? Just going through motions. For a game where you have little to no control, I don't think I could get into something like that. I see. Ellipses.
That girl isn't very good at chess.
Ellipses.
Chess is a formulaic game, so it's a game that isn't suited for her. There was nothing formulaic about her. Someone who plays chess like that, looking only at the next piece, playing so shallowly, can't be called a serious chess player.
Hey, I fucking disagree, bitch. I played through her route. She's very good at chess. You're just really competitive.
Anyone who loves chess to the point where their eyes sparkle like that when they see a chessboard would be the kind of person who would study the game. If you study it just casually, you can learn to see at least 2 moves ahead, even against pros. Why would someone who loves the game so much, with that enthusiasm, know so little about it? Even less than someone with just a passing interest in it.
Girl, are you really shaming her? Not everyone is crazy about this shit as you are.
Shizune puts down the piece in her hand. It's a rook. Ellipses.
Her feelings are real, but her feelings for the game aren't real. Do you understand, Hichan? There is no luck in chess. It's very important to realize that. Luck in games is good because it gives everyone a chance. Just enough to matter, but not so much that skill is penalized. Chess is boring because it's not a game. To me, it seems like formulas. Hanako isn't the kind of person who would love something like that either.
Ellipses.
If you value something, you fight. Struggle is proof of preciousness? I think so, at least. Or you concede immediately, since it's so precious that it stops your thinking. The first is a passionate love. The second is a gentle love.
Ellipses.
I tried to fight her, chasing around her king and trying to bait her. I didn't succeed, though, because she stuck to only what would work. The trickiest moments were when she moved the fastest. That means she knew exactly how to deal with those situations. That means someone taught her. Do you understand, Hichan?
Not really. Ellipses.
If you love chess that much, but you can't give it your all, it's because you love the memories attached to it and not the game. It's too precious to her to see as a tool for true competition.
Well, yeah, not everyone wants to play games just to go pro. Ellipses.
Due to that, you can't become friends over it. Not without words.
So, what? Okay. You know, I'm beginning to see why the student council only has us.
Well, your way of making friends isn't the kind of way that works on everyone, Shizune. The look on her face isn't one of sadness, at least as far as I can tell, but her words are very sad. Hey, let's play a game. While the board is still here. But the bell rings and cuts me off. It is interesting that he says that.
It is interesting that he says that it's like, well, not everyone can become friends that way, Shizune, which is true. Not every, it's like, let me try a neurotypical way of trying to attract neurodivergent people. And that's that. Oh, shit. My lid fell on the floor. I wonder how close we are to Act 3. My legs are starting to hurt. Things have returned to normal. Well, I transferred in at a pretty unusual time, and I can hardly say that I had a normal first few weeks here. I guess it's more like things have calmed down and reached normality. I've been here longer than I thought. It's hard not to think about all the stuff I must have missed in this school before my arrival, or the things that might have happened in my old school since I've been gone. I wonder where these feelings come from, since I didn't leave much behind. I have a lot more here that I like. If that wasn't the case, then I wouldn't even bother with something like the student council or Shizune and Misha. I would be hard-pressed to care about anything, if this school was how I imagined it would be. So even this feeling of a daily routine makes me glad in a way. I dread the amount of work that's going to hit me in student council after school, enough to want to consider stepping out on my duties, just this once. Yet it's nice to feel like there's something I can do. Shizune drops a stack of attendance sheets next to me. Thanks again for helping out.
Thanks again, Hichan!
Sure is a lot of work, though. I had to skip out on sign language class again, but now I'm at a level where I can understand most of Shizune and Misha's conversations with each other, so I'm not too bothered by it. Shizune still doesn't know that, though. I'm determined to keep things that way until I'm very sure of my skills. Perhaps it's a little childish of me. Tanabata is in less than 5 days, but they're only going to start building the stalls tomorrow.
Hichan, we might have to help out with building stalls again starting tomorrow.
Why? What was the point of taking them apart then? That took days, didn't it?
Yup, that's right! Even though Hichan wasn't there for it.
I would have helped out if you asked. It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with cleanup duty after you enjoyed the festival so much.
It wouldn't have made sense to bore you with making you clean up right after the festival. It would have ruined the fun.
Besides,
Hichan is lazy anyway. You would have tried to run away again. Hichan doesn't like playing Foxhound.
that stings. Shizune covers her mouth with her hand and starts shaking. It takes me a second to realize she's laughing, mostly because she's doing so completely soundlessly. It's a little strange to see, but more or less the same good-spirited kind as Misha's, without being eardrum piercing.
That's a good question though, Hichan.
Huh?
Stalls!
It's a storage issue. The school doesn't have anywhere to store so many stalls, since each one is pretty large. They won't pay for outside storage either, so this is what they decided on. It's inefficient but cheaper.
Because the school doesn't have anywhere to store that many stalls, Hichan.
Ellipses.
Ah, yeah, right. They do, but they don't want to pay. Sorry, Hichan.
It's because of the previous generation. The leadership decided that outside storage costs had risen too much, and the student council before us was too weak-willed to tell them that it's stupid to have to build and disassemble 60 stalls twice every year. Exclamation mark! Point, sorry.
Okay!
Ellipses.
Hichan, let's eat something. It feels like we've been working all day.
We have. Now that I think about it, I am hungry. I would have had lunch, but it was really crowded today for some reason, so I decided it wasn't worth the trouble.
It was like that today because they had some especially interesting things for sale on the side.
Like what? No, don't tell me. I guess it doesn't matter since I won't be able to eat them anyway. Shizune looks oddly pleased with herself. I wonder what the context of that could be. I prepared ahead of time for this. Beaming with self-satisfaction, she produces a wide assortment of food from her bag. I can immediately see that 90% of it or more was taken from the lunchroom. There's a lot as well. Isn't there a limit on how much a person can buy? That means these gains are definitely ill-gotten. The veal cutlet bread is always sold out in the first minute of lunch. I'm impressed you managed to obtain one. Thank you. I reach for it quickly, but Shizune immediately makes a grab for it as well. Her hand goes slack for a second when it touches mine, but she immediately pushes forth with redoubled effort, that blazing competitive spirit flashing dangerously in her eyes. Her fingers pry at mine, searching for an opening. I don't budge an inch, prepared to fight for this bread with my life. I might never have another chance to eat this. I'm fully aware that if we continue like this, we could crush the bread, greatly reducing its edibility. Misha, tell her that unless she lets go, the bread is going to be crushed.
Why can't you do it yourself?
I'm startled that she can so nonchalantly let slip that I could communicate with Shizune just fine if I wanted to. I almost consider the possibility it was intentional, but I'm sure she was just distracted trying to tear the wrapper off a juice box straw. Isn't it obvious? I can't let go of the bread.
I can't tell Shichan that then.
She puts her palms up to the sky and shrugs, a wide grin on her face. Why not?
Because you have a stake in this, so I can't trust you. If Shichan wants to reply, she has to let go of the bread, and then you win. Who knows? Maybe that's what you want, Hichan? It wouldn't be fair, so I'm going to be neutral, like Switzerland.
Switzerland?
Do you know about Switzerland?
Of course I do. It's neutral. They're neutral. Shizune stares at me cockily, the tip of her tongue sticking out slightly from between her teeth as she continues to tug firmly at the veal cutlet bread between us. Suddenly, she lets go and holds her hands up, palms facing outwards. The universal gesture of peace. This seems like a poor way to settle this, doesn't it? And we might crush the bread. She glares, and her passive expression quickly plummets into a disapproving grimace. Exclamation point!
Hichan! Drop the bread! We are negotiating now!
I drop the bread reluctantly. Misha's hand darts in from the side, her fingers drumming across the table as it makes its way over.
Don't mind me, I don't even really like veal. I'll just take the sandwich right here. And something to drink, too.
Picking them up cautiously, she immediately retreats. She has the right idea. I could just pick something else. There are lots of delicious things here. The chicken katsudon bread is also a popular seller, ranking high in taste and demand. But I've already eaten one before. You're so immature, Hisao. This wouldn't be a problem if you would pick something else. The chicken katsudon bread is delicious.
You're so immature, Hichan! Why don't you pick the chicken katsudon bread instead? It's delicious!
But I've already eaten that. Ellipses.
Hichan! Why are you so obsessed with eating the veal cutlet bread specifically?
It's hard to get normally. Rare things are much more delicious. You are acting like a child.
You're acting like a kid, Hichan.
Why don't you eat the chicken bread? That's not important. Turning bright red, she smiles cunningly and continues. There is no reasoning with you, so it looks like there's only one way to settle this. We are going to play for it.
That doesn't matter. We'll play for it instead.
Somehow I expected this. It's the logical conclusion. Shizune has been studying for a long time, pretty much continuously up until now. With our finals over, I guess that surplus energy has to go somewhere. Play what? The oldest game known to man, upon which the fate of nations has been known to rest. Rock, paper, scissors.
We'll play rock, paper, scissors!
Excuse me.
Really? That sounds so serious, Shichan.
There's no humor in her expression. She is dead set on this. Okay. She draws her hand back, and I mirror her. Go! We both put out rock. A draw. I thought I had the perfect plan. Rock is unbeatable. Shizune frowns, deeply upset by this unexpected turn of events. Not as planned? Again! 2 papers. Damn. Again! We both throw out 2 rocks again, but a third hand is among us representing scissors.
This looks like fun! Can I play?
Just the ellipses!
It's a duel, Shichan?
Ellipses.
Dueling conduct? You're right. I really don't know.
Ellipses. The faster she signs, the harder it is to follow. In fact, it looks like even Misha is having trouble keeping up. What's she talking about? One more time! We tie again. Every time Shizune demands a rematch, eventually skipping that step altogether and throwing rock, paper, or scissors out with increasingly reckless abandon. Even playing completely randomly, we continue to tie. This is a mathematical long shot. Misha hovers above us, watching it all and laughing each time we draw. After 16 rounds, Shizune pushes her chair away from the table and stands up. Exclamation point!
Enough of this, Hichan! I see what I have been doing wrong. This will all be over in the next round, so brace yourself, okay? Okay! I have studied your thought processes and I see how you play. I'm anticipating your next move and will combat it expertly.
This is all news to me, as I can't remember what we're doing this over. Shizune grins confidently, a look of fearless daring on her face. Her cool eyes flash with pure competitive spirit as she draws her hand back, goading me wordlessly to do the same. Her form is amazing, like a professional bowler or something, just to throw a hand motion. 2 papers.
She's like, damn it!
Shizune's body immediately goes slack, and she rubs her temples with a look of exasperation on her face as she lets out a sigh so long it sounds like a tire deflating. I realize I've gotten a lot hungrier in the time we've been doing this. We could just split it. I break the bread in half and offer one half of it to Shizune. She takes it. Thank you. She looks at the bread in her hand, studying it. But this feels hollow somehow. Regardless of how she feels, she still eats it. All of a sudden, I see Misha observing the scene out of the corner of my eye.
Hichan! That was very romantic, I think.
Oh, come on. She laughs and takes a bite of her second sandwich. We eat in silence for a while, Shizune and I managing to avoid any other contests. And then we go back to work. As I finish up the day's usual filing, I think to myself that this might be Shizune's way of trying to start this week on a high note. After all, tomorrow is when the real work will begin, and with her hands literally full of building stalls, she won't be able to talk very much. It will likely be pretty dull and tiring, like it was the first time around. I'm appreciative of her effort in that case. It's nice to have days like this, as a way of enjoying yourself before the days ahead. I think that was her idea as well. I also remember that I still have to get rid of Kenji's package. The damn thing is bulky, and somehow I've never been able to track him down since I picked it up. After student council is adjourned for the day, I walk towards the vending machines to look for something to drink, parting from Shizune and Misha. It's a short trip, but even after just a few seconds, I start to get the feeling I'm not alone. Whoa! A pair of hands cover my eyes.
Guess who?
Shizune?
It's me, Hichan!
Yeah, I know. More your turn to die.
Then why did you say it was Shichan? It's okay to be wrong sometimes, Hichan. You're too proud. Anyway, after student council, you don't usually have any plans, right? So you're just going to go straight to your dorm?
Where else would I go?
Okay, that's great! That's great, Hichan! I wanted to talk to you today, so this works out perfectly.
2 high school students, alone after classes in a quiet, empty building. As the sun dyes the sky a romantic amber color, the cute girl says that she wants to talk. What a secretive and appealing situation, my imagination is buzzing. It's likely not going to be anywhere near as exciting as I'm making it out to be, but it's fun to play it up that way. The popping sound of my canned coffee opening destroys any chance of maintaining such a cheesy mood, sounding louder than I'd have ever thought imaginable, amplified by the context of the situation. I sigh in disappointment and relief. So, what is it?
Oh, actually, I'm a little behind in some of my classes, and if I don't catch up, it could be a problem. I can't put it off any longer. My teachers say that I have to really start taking things seriously, so I should listen, especially because this is the 3rd time. I'm sorry, Hichan.
Why are you apologizing?
I won't be able to help you or Shichan with student council for a few days. It'll only be for 2 or 3 days, really. I'll definitely try and come back as soon as possible, but...
I can't say I'm happy about this. It's supposed to be getting really busy this week too, isn't it? That's some unfortunate timing. For a second, I want to ask if maybe Shizune could pull some strings to get her out of it. But Misha looks so genuinely apologetic about it. It would be pretty dickish of me to say something like that. Besides, if she says it's something that can't be put off any longer, I'm inclined to believe her, considering how surprisingly serious she can be with student council duties. Yeah, I see. It's okay. You managed with just Shizune and yourself last year, didn't you? So I'm sure I'll be able to as well. Don't worry about it.
Really? Thank you, Hichan! Really? Yippee! I didn't know Hichan would take it so well. I thought you would be worried, what with how there's going to be so much work with Tanabata coming up and everything.
Damn, she knows me oddly well.
But Hichan is so composed. I'm glad.
Yeah, you're sort of right. I was thinking about it, but it's not that big a deal. I'm not going to freak out over that. It's going to be a little annoying passing that pad back and forth to talk to Shizune, though.
Hichan, just tell Shichan that you can use sign language too. I don't understand why you won't.
Not yet. I can understand most things already, but I want to be really sure. Huh, actually, I wouldn't mind. The secrecy is killing me, too. And it would be nice to be able to talk to her in a real conversation. Don't worry, I'm going to have to tell her eventually. I want to. Actually, I'm trying to think of a good opportunity for it.
That won't be a problem, Hichan.
Why not?
Well, because I kind of told Shichan that you could understand her. She was worried about the same thing, that you wouldn't be able to understand each other. So, I was worried, but it worked out fine in the end after all.
I lose it. I scream my ass off. Do you know how stupid I look now? I sat there for like half the damn day acting like I couldn't read sign language, and are you seriously telling me that she knew the whole time I could? She was probably thinking, this guy is a complete jackass pretending he can't understand me. I just made a total ass of myself. How could you let me do this? Misha frowns, seeming lost for words on realizing that I'm taking this differently than she might have expected. She doesn't speak again until after seeing that I've calmed down.
But Hichan, I think this is definitely for the best,
she says without batting an eye, having waited patiently through my panic to say it. The cheerful delivery of her words makes it seem like she sliced out the time between when she dropped the bomb on me and now. It's pretty funny in a way. You have such a one-track mind, you know that?
Yes!
The damage is done. If Misha can believe that things will work out with such unflinching surety, then maybe it's worth giving it a chance. And if things don't work out, I'll run as fast as I possibly can. To try and make it up to me anyway, just in case, she offers to buy me another drink from the vending machine. It's a very small token of apology, but I suppose it's the thought that counts, and her thoughts are sincere. Plus, it's a free drink, so I accept. I'm almost out of water, guys. That's hair. Oh, God. Ooh, I'm sore. But it's like I want to get through Act 2 before we can, get off for the night. I throw back my daily fistful of pills with a glass of water. After a solid 8 hours of sleep, I don't really know what I was so afraid of last night. As I chew a particularly large tablet in half, I continue to rationalize my worries away. Shizune knew I was taking sign language classes all day yesterday. It didn't make a big deal out of it. She might be mute, but that doesn't mean she can't make her feelings known. No, in fact, it seems like she's all the more direct for it. She doesn't beat around the bush or hold back. She always makes herself clear unapologetically, so there can be no mistakes. So, if she wasn't mad then, it's unlikely she would be at all. And on top of that, I didn't do anything wrong anyway. But as that fear of mine recedes, the thought of spending a couple days with Shizune without Misha takes its place. I hadn't really thought about it yesterday, but the idea becomes more and more intimidating. It's true I can understand sign language pretty well, but I would definitely hesitate to say I can understand it above a basic level, and if she were to speed up her signing, which she does quite a bit, I don't think I could keep up. Signing too is not my strong suit. Doing both at the same time like Misha can is still a distant dream.
Hichan!
What?
Don't forget, you said you would help out with building stalls today. Behind the school after classes are over, okay?
I know. Ellipses.
Last time you helped out Hichan, we really appreciated it. This time it's even more important, so skipping out is unforgivable, okay?
I want to ask why that is, but there isn't any opportunity to. Besides, Misha is behind in her classes, so it seems like a bad idea to distract her now that I know that. I can always ask her at lunch, which is what I end up doing.
Because, Hichan, a festival that celebrates a town is exactly what it sounds like. It's to celebrate your home and its history. Tanabata is different. It's for witches and lovers. That definitely makes it more important, doesn't it? Yeah, naturally it would be.
Is that really what it's for, though? Ellipses.
Hichan, you have no sense of fun.
understand how my throat hasn't gone out at this point. Ugh. She puffs out her cheeks in displeasure before blowing the air out like a deflating balloon.
You have to appreciate things like that, even if it's just an excuse to eat interesting things and dress up in the end. I'll be disappointed in you if you don't, okay?
Before I can say anything, she turns to the side to inhale a croquette. After classes, I meet Shizune behind the school, where it seems she already set everything up sometime yesterday. She greets me with a short wave, and then with a flourish of the hammer already in her hand, extends her arm towards the stalls behind her, some of them already half completed, others still haphazard piles of board bundled together with string. As time passes, I realize the pills can only do so much. I still get way more tired than should be normal. Luckily, Shizune's back is to me, so I can afford to take a lot of breaks without having to worry about her wondering why. When I stop and think about it, though, I start to feel pretty guilty for taking advantage of her inability to hear that my hammer stopped banging. It's a terrible thing to be happy about. Her work ethic is admirable. It's obvious that it bores her, and even annoys her, but she doesn't slacken her pace. When she gets tired nailing a stall together with one arm, she switches to the other. Shizune. I feel like an idiot the second I say her name. I can't tell her what I think. There's a hammer in my hand as well, and in the end, I feel like I have to keep up with her. I can't slack off either, especially when it's just the two of us. There's no time to sign, no opportunity, not even for a compliment or for a job well done. Even something as casual as that would require me to put my hammer down, get her attention, and then sign it to her. A simple gesture turned into something so needlessly complex, like a single footstep taken on a road that's longer than first imagined. I've known her long enough to know this, and still forgot it. The air is filled with the rhythmic knocking of nails being driven into wood. It's actually kind of nice after a while. To pass the monotony of the task at hand, I try to match my hammering to Shizune's, then alternated to try and form a beat. Of course, she doesn't notice. It makes me wonder, does the lack of sound make this work seem more drawn out and boring to her? Is it strange, being unable to hear the results of her actions even as she feels the vibrations through her fingers? Or, having no concept of sound, does it bother her at all? Distracted, I don't notice Shizune sneaking up on me until her head pops into view. Taking a break? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's do that. You can understand sign language. That makes it more convenient for both of us, even though you hid it from me. Why? Why what? Why did you decide to take sign language? Her eyes don't break off from mine even for a second. If she needs to read my response, her peripheral vision is good enough. Once she has something in her gaze, she doesn't look away. It's strange how piercing her eyes can be, dark as a lake at night. Because I wanted to. It seemed like it would come in handy. And it did, didn't it? Yes. Ellipses. Sorry, I didn't catch any of that. See? This kind of thing still comes up now and then. I wish Misha was here. She has work to make up for, doesn't she? That might be partly my fault. Misha doesn't need supplemental lessons. Her grades aren't the best, but she understands how the decisions she makes affects others. That puts her ahead of many people. Especially certain blondes. Ah. She doesn't forget things easily. Your sign language is very good. You're learning oddly fast. I've been taking classes for a while now, and it's kind of easy to pick up after a while. through immersion or osmosis, that kind of thing. It's not too bad. And if I'm really stuck, Misha's there too. Ellipses. Ellipses. I guess I spoke too soon. I didn't understand any of that. Time to backpedal. Well, yeah, it's actually not that easy. It's actually hard as hell. Like trying to pick up broken glass. But I guess in some ways it's interesting as well. Like an adventure. Well, no. Picking up broken glass is not an adventure. Sure it is. It's just as challenging. If you use a dustpan and a broom, it's not. I feel frustrated and sad. When I look up, I notice she has a can of soda in her hand. Where did you get that? I forget to sign it, but she understands anyway, following my eyes, and produces another one from behind her back. She tosses it in my direction, and I catch it with both hands. I brought an extra one for you. She pauses to slide her fingernail under the tab of her can and pop it open before setting it aside for a moment. If you're going to try and help me so much, then I have to look out for you too. It's only natural. If you're going to learn sign language, that is something entirely different. I'm naturally going to be impressed. What separates the two is obligation. I'm very happy. She downs her drink in one go, stretches her arms behind her back, and jumps to her feet. Okay, back to work. And like that, it's over. Shizune returns to her work with the same energy as before, the lingering traces of a smile on her face the only evidence that she had taken a break at all. As I do the same, I think that Misha was right in saying everything would work out for the best. Everything so far seems to be going in that direction. Misha swings by as it starts to get darker, looking just as tired as I feel, and Shizune decides to stop for today. As we cover the day's work and go our separate ways, I look at how fluidly they talk to each other, and how easily they laugh together as they walk to their dorm. It makes me appreciate Misha's skill at sign language more. I wonder if I'll ever reach that level, or if I even will have the time to.
Ugh. 6.5 hours. We have to be getting close. Because, God, my fucking everything is starting to hurt. Oh, God. Okay. I need to turn the heater on again because it's getting cold.
The first thing I do this morning is trip once again over Kenji's package as I get out of bed, finding myself diving headfirst into the floor before I'm even fully awake. I want to smack this thing with the first blunt object I can find, like I'm going for a home run, but I don't even have the energy for that this early in the morning. And it would likely damage whatever's inside. And that would be mean. I slide it into the hallway. It sails along the smooth floor with little difficulty, and stops with a soft and almost inaudible bump on colliding with Kenji's door. Immediately, a dozen locks unbolt in succession like a mounting symphony.
Oh, what joyous day. Like, my fucking head isn't already starting to ache.
Who is it?
He says, as he blindly steps forward into the hallway anyway, somehow stepping over the box in a way that would be uncharacteristically, impressively graceful if it weren't for the fact I know it was wholly accidental.
It's me. I got your mail. You're standing over it.
I know. Thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, whatever. So what's in it?
He cringes, instantly turning very defensive and agitated.
It's nothing.
Come on, tell me. I'm curious.
And you know, I almost broke my neck falling over it, and before that I had to carry the stupidly large box around with it blocking my vision, crossing roads with it in front of me. I think you can at least tell me what's inside in return.
It's secret stuff. I can't tell you because then it wouldn't be very secret and shit. It's nothing important.
Well, if it's nothing important, you can tell me.
If it's nothing important, why do you have to know?
Why is that wrong?
Why do you have to know?
Why can't I know?
Why are you answering my questions with questions?
Why won't you answer my first question?
Why won't you answer my last question?
I realize our voices are getting higher with each reply. Down the hall, a door pops open and someone sticks his head out quizzically to see what is going on. We must look like such tools, but I bet I'm the only one out of the two of us with enough shame to realize it. Fine, you could take it to your grave. I have to get ready for school anyway.
Damn, no. Why are you so hasty to leave? Stick around a little. You want some coffee? It's been a while. You know, I thought you were dead since you were so slow with the package delivery.
You're lucky I was willing to do package delivery in the first place, smartass.
Whoa, calm down. Man, you're so confrontational. Is it because of the student council thing? I hear you hang out with them now.
You heard it from me. When I told you.
Really? Yeah, well, whatever, man. The point is, they're terrible. You're the new guy, so of course you wouldn't know. But around here, she's a very divisive figure. Before you came here, she tried to institute a badge policy. It's a long story, so maybe you should sit down.
I look around for a chair, but can't find one as we are in a goddamn hallway. I raise a finger and start thinking that maybe I should tell him that, and start thinking that maybe I should tell him that, but he's already started talking. Not wanting to waste the arm movement, I look at my watch instead.
It would have been a real reign of terror if it had happened.
Wait, you're judging her based on something that didn't even happen?
Yes. Anyway, her idea was like merit badges, but there will also be demerit badges.
What would those do?
I don't know, it never happened. It seemed bad though, so when I heard about it, I didn't leave my room for a few weeks.
So you heard there would be massive change and hid in your room trying to just ride the change out?
Nah, I decided to do something about it. I found the student council office after a while and marched right in with a list of demands and a bunch of people I grabbed in order to make myself look like I had supporters.
Wait, so not only did it not happen, but no one even cared? Kenji doesn't hear me, having gotten a good momentum going. Wrapped up in the energy of his own ranting, he starts to completely flip out and flail his arms, appearing to wildly throw gang signs. What?
I walked up to the desk and said to her, "Hey, you fascist woman! What is this badge idea? How out of touch can you be here in your ivory tower, smugly looking down upon us like we're just a bunch of idiots? Who do you think you are? Your level of elitism is terrible. You're probably one of those outrageous rich people who have chauffeurs drive them around slums so they can point and laugh. And only drink pricey coffee beans shot out by the last living dinosaur and brewed in a solid gold skull. And how could you? Go open up a history book. Don't you know that the bourgeoisie are always overthrown by
Fuck, I'm so tired.
And how could you? Go open up a history book. Don't you know that the bourgeoisie are always overthrown in a bloody revolution for shit like this? Stupid! You're an idiot! Sure, the revolutionaries usually end up turning everything into an utter clusterfuck later on, but a maniac is the only kind of person who would create a policy like this. It's like something I would create to make people suffer, only real, and you want to institutionalize it. Where will this desecration of our rights end? We are people! This is not justice! That's what I said. And then I added a cry of, they can take our things, but they'll never take our freedom! To appeal to the masses like that in that movie about the life of William Wallace where they took his things but not his freedom and then killed him. But she just ignored me and didn't even look up from writing in her little paper shit.
Do you not know she's deaf?
Maybe I overwhelmed her with my logic so badly that she just retreated into denial. Maybe she's just an asshole. Either way, she did reply, and the future refused to change. To top it off, on the way back, I realized I had lost my student ID somewhere. This is the story of my life. A constant and seemingly futile struggle, like trying to climb up a brick wall with sponges for hands.
Hey, you said nothing changed, but she didn't make everyone wear a bunch of stupid badges. So, it did change.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, maybe they're not so bad then.
I guess that counts for something if I can get Kenji to admit that maybe 2 women may not be so bad after all. I'll take it. Especially if it allows me to slip out of this conversation. I didn't realize how much time had gone by. We really did just say, well, we got him to admit that women aren't bad. We got him to be a little less of a misogynist. Great. Oh my god. My head is starting to hurt. I try to run through my usual morning routine as quickly as possible. I check my watch again as I leave the dorms and see that I'm already late. Fortunately, the rest of the day goes more smoothly, and after classes are over, I head to meet with Shizune again. Behind the school, I catch her leaning against a completed stand with parts of it still flecked with bits of paper and tape. Remnants of signs from the last time it was used. Absent-mindedly spinning a nail in her hand, she hasn't noticed me yet. The temptation to sneak up on her is unbearable. Years of watching foreign wildlife documentaries have prepared me for this. I'm downwind. Conditions are favorable. However, the more I think about it, the more it seems like a bad idea. If I get caught halfway, I'll look like an idiot. And if she doesn't know it's me, I could end up with an injury. Either way, I'll also look a little insensitive. So, it would probably be best not to try anything funny. As disappointing as it is. I walk in front of her, startling her a little. Why so surprised? Did I catch you slacking off? No, I was taking a break. You don't look like you don't look like you even broke a sweat. That's some break there, President. Shizune's eyes dart back and forth momentarily, and I think I've managed to fluster her. There's exasperation on her face, and a little tension as well, but she can't back down. That would be unthinkable for her. Her fingers dance across each other impatiently. You're acting competitive today. Are you trying to get my blood boiling? Do you want to make it a contest? We'll race to see who can construct the most stalls by sundown. No, I'm teasing you. That's okay. It's not a real student council if you can't tease the student council president a little. You agree, don't you? That isn't in the student council charter, so it isn't true. There is no charter! At least, I don't think there is. The only thing they pledge loyalty to are a stack of takeout menus. Anyway, it's good that you're finally here, even if you could have been earlier. Pick up a hammer and we'll resume where we left off. As we work assembling stalls again, I slowly realize that it's really much less work than I would have expected. In fact, according to Shizune, we should be done by the end of the day with a little luck. The last time I did something like this for them, it took her, Misha, and myself almost 4 days to do it. It can't be just my imagination. You know, this doesn't seem like that much work. Because it isn't. That answer leaves me wanting a little more. Knowing that it isn't the best, Shizune puts down her hammer to elaborate. It would be impossible for 2 people to do that much work in less than a week. The truth is that I don't dismantle half the stalls. I just store them someplace else. Actually, more like I hide them in plain sight. She waggles a finger mischievously. But that's a secret, and it's not proper to reveal the tricks of the trade. You're not a magician.
Winking, she takes out 2 plastic containers from her bag, then puts them down on a nearby board before raising her hand slightly as if to say, "Ta-da!" "I made lunch today for both of us." "You can have this one. The food shifted in my bag and now some of it is mixed together." She hands me one of the containers. I open it. It looks delicious, if a little simple. She hands me a pair of chopsticks, as if she had just remembered to, and I eat what looks like some grilled beef. It's very tasty. You don't like your food touching other food? I do not. You're very picky. Sometimes I mix my food on my own, but not always, and not everything. I don't like it when it's done for me. What is important is the choice. She points decisively to emphasize it, and then breaks her chopsticks apart to eat her own meal. As I continue to eat, I notice 2 things. The first is that almost everything I'm eating besides the rice is fried. Even the vegetables are fried. And there's so much meat. Does she eat this kind of stuff all the time? I wonder how she manages to stay so thin in spite of it. The second thing I notice is that I can't talk to her while eating. Talking with your mouth full is a little rude anyway, but with her hands holding our chopsticks and bowls, communication between us is impossible. Just like yesterday. Even though we're spending time together, even though I took the time to learn sign language, it feels like I'm talking to her less. Despite that, it also feels like I'm understanding her more. Oh, fuck. I hear the sound of something tapping against one of the stands and look up to see Lily standing off to my side, feeling her way around with her cane. Hi. I narrowly catch myself before I can say, "Didn't see you there." "Oh, Hisao, is that you? I thought that I smelled something delicious cooking and wondered who it might be." What is she saying? It's hard to move my hands in parallel to saying something completely different to Lily. This has to be why Misha just signs everything all the time. A bit sillier, but it seems like it would simplify things a lot. Shizune tends her fingers delightedly in my translation, as if from hearing a joke. "All of this food was cooked hours ago, but for someone as slow as yourself, who can't even turn in a piece of paper without being a week late, I guess your perception of time would have to be a little different." That's not very nice. A frown crosses Lily's face in response to a reply to something she didn't hear. Sorry. I'm just having a late lunch here. The student council president cooked everything." "Is the student council president here right now?" "She's right here." "I apologize. I didn't notice. Normally her level of presence is much higher. I was not aware that the student council serves lunch outdoors. Why wasn't I invited? I think that it is good to have enough free time to be able to do things like this, however." What is she saying? "If I were to invite you anywhere, you would just show up late." But Shizune's words are outside of Lily's perception, a fact that is by the second increasingly maddening to her. "Translate for me completely, please." What polite phrasing. It's a shame she's essentially asking me to let her fully release the dogs of war. Still, I can't just do nothing. The feeling of being unable to even respond and be understood is so isolating. She would never forgive me. I'll just try to soften her words a little. "Well, actually, this was all cooked a while ago." "Really? That's nice." "Turn over here. It's very disrespectful to not look at the person you're speaking to. That isn't the way a prim and proper lady should conduct herself. She can't see!" Like, what the Half of what I'm saying is really what Shizune is saying. She doesn't like it when people don't look in her direction when she's trying to make a point. She's, to the right of my voice.
Although in this case, I can understand why Lily wouldn't. This is a very awkward situation, and it's daunting being the sole conduit for dialogue between the two of them. Truthfully, I had forgotten what happened the last time they butted heads like this. It's clear Shizune remembers, and Lily is being pretty hostile herself in her own way. I'm sorry. Such formalities slipped my mind completely. I forgot that the student council president is the type of person who would demand such respect and adherence to the rules at all times. I suppose student government requires you to keep a tight ship. Then again, she certainly has time for her own fun as well, so that must not be completely true. Student council is not a dictatorship, nor a zero-sum game. Shizune points at Lily with her finger out like the barrel of a gun and snaps her fingers explosively, causing her to flinch and become visibly upset. Is that so? Then that makes it more impressive that you have been a part of it for so long, playing it as though it were one. I admire the fact that you are so tenacious. To manage it all, you must be so responsible as well.
Not as much as I would like to be. You can't complain about yourself, though, can you? You're very responsible. Actions like requesting a deadline to be extended and then running all the way through to the next deadline, that's the very model of responsibility.
Shizune is happy to hear that. But apparently you're pretty responsible yourself, she says. Does she really? More or less. Lily doesn't seem very happy. We're not holding a cookout, we're just taking a little lunch break. We're actually out here building stalls for the festival.
You wouldn't know, since you never go outside. Did you run out of tea?
Can y'all stop fighting for 2 seconds? Are you going into town? Shopping? No. As I said before, I was just passing by, in case you did not hear. I would hate to interrupt the student council president. You're not doing anything now, but you must both be very busy. In any case, Sao, I'm sure that the student council president will be able to find or make work for the both of you if she needs to.
I'll devour you!
Yeah, very busy. Devour is a hard word. I'm pleased that I can read it. This isn't time to celebrate, though. Not over that. Instead, it looks like they might stop squabbling. I would drink to that. Have a nice day, Sao. Goodbye, Student Council President. Thanks, you too.
Stay classy.
As soon as Lily leaves, Shizune dives into the remains of her lunch as quickly as possible, as if each bite she shovels away is a means to forgetting any of this ever happened. When she is done, she heads right back to hammering with the same mindset. It's good that she's working off her frustration, but now it doesn't look like she's in any mood to talk anymore. I might have to stop after this day. Like, my throat is starting to just give out. About 2 hours later, she stops, having mowed through the rest of the stalls non-stop in that time. It still feels hard to approach her, and I think about how easily a conversation can die. After it took so long to be able to get her alone and speak to her directly, it almost hurts. Your translation was good. Really? First class! She punctuates it with a thumbs up. For your level. There aren't many deaf people in the school, and sign language classes have been on the edge of getting cut for a while now. I'm sure you don't have many classmates, am I right? If you're only learning sign language now, your speed is going to be limited. That is why interest in it wanes, because it takes more effort than normal just to communicate. I imagine it's the same with all languages. In such a situation, conversations in sign language are less than they would inherently be to start with. I don't understand that word. Less what? Spontaneous. Misha's the only person who can really capture it. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Her expression changes for a second, and changes back too quickly to digest, but I get the feeling that this isn't meant to be pursued. What I really want to know about is, why do you and Lily fight so much? Tensing a little, invisibly frowning, Shizune tenses her fingers and overlays them repeatedly, as if shuffling an invisible deck of cards. Two fights that you know of aren't worth calling so much. If you had been here last year, you could say that. I heard it was a rough year. Something about how you tried to institute a badge policy.
Surprised?
Well, I want to hear more about that later, definitely, but... You don't like Lily very much, do you? Don't dodge my question. I'm not dodging anything. She was part of the student council until last year. We didn't get along very well. She wanted to keep doing things like the old student council did. The old student council was just so ineffectual. It was stupid and insulting. I wanted to do more, and we had a fight. A lot of fights. She couldn't do anything on time. Then she said that what I wanted to do was meaningless, just extra busy work. Does this look like meaningless busy work to you? Shizune gestures around us. What's really meaningless is a student council that doesn't do anything. Weak, lazy, and boring. Especially boring. I couldn't get excited over sitting in a room with nothing to do. That's just a waste of time. Why would I even be there? It didn't get my blood flowing. Arguing with her does that. If she could have been that motivated before, she wouldn't have to put so much dedication into being my enemy. But if she shows that much spirit, it's not a complete loss. At least it's something. It's still exciting. I see. And what about the badge thing? She laughs, covering her mouth with her hand as if to hide it. Her laughter is the only thing she regularly tries to hide. That was just a joke. Having a little fun sometimes is important too.
Okay. We have to be getting to the end. But hey, we're 50% of the way through these scenes, so we're halfway done. Oh, God. Y'all, my throat is fucking aching. I'm actually gonna mute for a little bit, I'll still get stuff working in the background here, but I'm just gonna mute for a little bit. Okay, I'm back. I had to take some fucking time from my throat. Like, it was... I mean, it's still currently dying, but like, oh my god. 7 hours. Oh god. My head is aching a little bit. I'm gonna be doing this again Friday. It's great. Alright, I'm gonna just fucking wrap this up. Like, I'm tired and I'm wanting this rest, so... that was a long-ass stream. This is probably the longest stream I've ever had to do with this fucking game, and it's all because of Shizune. Why? Why is it the girl that, like, not a lot of people seem to like the route of, the one that almost takes me the fuck out? But yeah, as I said, I'm gonna be doing this again Friday, barring any unfortunate circumstances, because clearly, I can't say anything. Because who knows, I might get sick again. Knowing my luck. But yeah, so... Oh, my eyes. But yeah. And it's probably gonna be at 9 p.m. this time around. Like it was supposed to be on Valentine's Day. Anyway. Thank you all for joining me. I hope it was enjoyable. I hope you... And honestly, this was probably like one hell of a way to come back after an unexpected extended break, so... Yeah. Guess the only things left to say, you know, are, you know, have a good night, a good few days. I'll see you all again for more Katawa Shoujo on the 28th of Friday. On the 28th of Friday. On the 28th of February, which is this Friday, at 9 p.m. CST. So until then, stay safe. I know in this I was gonna say economy. I know in this day and age, it's like, oh god. But trust me, we'll get through this. I don't know how, but we will. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.